Good morning, everybody, slash afternoon, slash evening, wherever you may be viewing from. Welcome to the Splat World Championship, the prestigious tournament hosted by Area Cup Plus. They have gathered together 8 of the top teams in the world to, in the waning months of Splatoon 2, crown who the true world champion is. My name is Ninehole Grains. I'll be your host for today's action as well as production, so please be gentle with me. And I am joined by the radiant and emphatic Magic 8 Ball. Magic, welcome to the show and welcome to the big stage.
Thank you so much for having me, Nine. This is going to be an amazing day of action. I am so ready to see all of these teams, all of these legends come to battle with one another. And I am so incredibly excited that a lot of people are here early in the morning. I know it's not easy, especially on the US side, especially if you're on the Pacific end. It's an early morning, but we appreciate everyone for being here, for showing up, and we're ready for some Splatoon action. And Nine, do you have those videos ready?
Oh, I've got some videos, I've got some cards, I've got a little bit of everything here, and I again, thank you to everybody who has come here, because like Magic said, some of you had to wake up at like 3 a.m. to watch this, some of you it might be even earlier, some of you probably haven't slept yet, so, it does mean a lot. This really does here on the 7-year anniversary of the Splatoon franchise, harken back to the start of Splatoon 2, where there were all of these strong Japanese teams who were competing, who were broadcasting, who were on Open Rec, and it reminds me of those days where we would go back and watch the top Japanese teams at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. to just try to steal all the secrets, and here we are duking it out with the best of them.
It's really wonderful to see, and there are so many names that we're going to see here today that have been there from the start, from the beginning of my journey as well, especially a lot of the names that we're going to be seeing in this first matchup on the side of Anarchy. And so seeing these teams and being able to cast these is, I can't contain myself.
It's there's certainly a muted hype here between you and I, where we're just trying to say that you and I both get so excited when we watch the game. It'll bleed out here, and you all will get tired of hearing our voices. But let me first drone on about our rule set here, because some of you might not be familiar with what we're going to be seeing today. Let's take a look here at the very top of it. Single elimination, round 1, best of 3. Round 2, which are the semis, and round 3, which are the finals, are best of 5. Now, the first 2 game modes of each of these sets will be determined by the rule set of the team's qualifying tournament. So, as an example, if a team got here by way of an area cup, their mode will be Splat Zones. For both of the Western representatives today, they qualified via a multi-mode tournament, meaning that they can essentially choose whatever mode they would like, which could be a boon, and we'll certainly talk about that as time goes on. But there's a little more to it. Game 1 will be on the higher seeds mode, Game 2 on the lower seeds mode. Game 3 and onwards will be counterpicked. The same mode is allowed, the same maps are not. So some of you have already probably put 2 and 2 together. Yes, this means we'll probably be seeing a lot of Splat Zones today. Surprise, surprise. Splat Zones here in 2022. But the winning team will receive a sick jersey or trophy, depending on what they choose. Both custom made. You get to decide what goes on it, the logo that goes on it. And this is really high quality stuff. Again, the Area Cup team really knows how to get people excited and play.
I can't believe that they're actually going to be custom making all those jerseys, and I've seen some of the jerseys that they have for some of the Area Cup, like the recent Area Cup in-person LAN that went on in Japan, some of the jerseys that they had over there, and seeing something of that quality over here is just going to be, that'd be so awesome to say that, hey, this is a custom-made vintage esports jersey from Japan. What did you win in your little Call of Duty land?
Well, I mean, jerseys are really practical, right? Like, everyone loves showing off the swag, so it's, for one, I'm happy that I'm always personally a fan of things that you can't get anywhere else as prizes. I know that certainly everybody, it always depends on your spot in life, if you want some cash prize, if you want something along those lines, but I think it's so cool that it's going to be something that is either going to be able to sit on these players' desks, their mantles, in their closet, whatever it is. And it should also be noted that all of the teams competing here today have won the right to a customized logo. And as you'll see here, some of our teams already have beautiful logos. Some of our teams, mostly Starburst, does not. So that's already a great prize if you ask me.
But you know, they have a logo per se, although I wouldn't necessarily call it anything other than a lovely profile picture. and you'll see it when the screen comes up. That'd be so cool though too.
It is. And you know, you kind of passed it over right there, so we're gonna actually start going through some of our team cards here. So again, as I mentioned before, there are 8 teams here, and we do have a lovely card for each of them. We're going to go in the order that these teams are going to compete. You all have probably noticed at the top of the screen, AgoDono versus Anarchy will be our very first matchup. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the AgoDono card here. So you can see here, long ago here, this is a team that features Melon, and we've talked so much about this player, Magic, over the course of everything, right? Most everybody who plays Splatoon at a competitive level knows about this guy. Look at that, 3111 for the XP. The highest XP in the entire world, has come over and played on Crazy Boys and beaten the pants off of the best teams that North America and Europe has to offer. Riukun, another incredibly strong player. Hanjyo clicks. You're going to hear me say another really strong player over and over and over here. This truly is the best of the best. And you can see here on the short descriptions that Tic Tac translated for us on this card and all of the following cards. Melon, who holds this record in Splat Zone's XP, gets supported by Clicks and Riukun, while Hanjyo stabilizes the area around. A team that has both stability and the ability to explode. They are our top seed by way of winning Area Cup plus 61 and Area Cup plus 67, and have battled many times against all of these teams. But Magic, they're the top seed for a reason. When you have a hotshot like Melon who's won just about everything there is to win, this has to be the presumptive favorite coming in.
Oh, 100% of the time. Everyone's heard of Melon. Everyone understands that this player is so far beyond what most even competitive players could comprehend at the current moment. And because of that, that level of power is going to scare even the strongest of Japanese teams at the forefront, right? And then having the paint support, having the long range support by these players who are comparable in skill level, it's going to be a battle. And there is no way around strategically outplaying this team. You will not be able to skill check them. You will have to find a way around them.
And for those of you at home with your bingo sheets out, Riukun was actually the very first player to hit 3,000 XP, period. Independent of mode, independent of weapon, the very first person did it with the ballpoint nouveau many years ago. Or I guess maybe not many years ago, but it feels like a lifetime ago that it happened. So you talk about pedigree, the first 3k XP and now the highest total XP. We will talk at length about this team during the set as well, but we have a few other teams to get to here during our pregame. We are hoping to get the actual set started about halfway through the hour here. So let's talk about their opponent, Magic, because this is another team that people are going to be exceedingly familiar with. I would argue that this is probably the Japanese team that most of our viewing audience is going to be familiar with, and that is Anarchy. They are the only actual together team. Everything else that we're going to see here is a pickup. Rusu, Hiragi, Pineapple, and Dynamon. And I could go into the description here, but first and foremost, Magic, this is not a typical team comp, even in Japan, where you can do pretty much whatever you want.
No, certainly not. Although Rusu is going to be playing some of those traditional weapons as well as Hiragi, Dynamon and Pineapple are famous in the Western scene for their unique picks and for their unique play styles with it. I remember my teammates harking on the old days of Dynamon's QR Explosher and things of that nature, and seeing Dynamon wheeling that Dynamo back in the Splat World Championships in 2017 during that Moray Towers game. These are players who are the best with these weapons, and they are spoken that way for a reason, because there is no getting around that. This is also a really fascinating team because it is an actual team, right?
Yeah, because it's an actual team, and of course, most people are aware of the pickup culture that Japan is kind of built, where every time you look deep within the archives of these tournaments here in these area cups, you're like, wait a minute, this is the same players all the time. They just shuffled the deck. But
yeah,
with a second place in Area Cup 51 and a second place in Area Cup 67, getting second place only to AgoDono, the team that they are up against in this next set. They have the pedigree and they have the wins, and they have actually beaten AgoDono in some of their other sets as well. They do have wins, they just weren't able to win the whole tournament, hence why it's not listed. The unique comp that they run, let's talk about that for a moment here, because we've talked so much about the displacement meta that has kind of come up here in the final days of Splatoon 2 with booyah bombs all over, missiles all over the place, double armors, things of that nature to just try to get people off the zone. There is a displacement meta on a macro sense and on a micro moment-to-moment sense here, and that I think is what Anarchy has really used and why they're such an interesting team.
Right. That large area of effect damage that comes from these certain weapon picks is going to be a little bit different from the traditional style of, okay, let's pop missile, let's throw bombs, and let's try and just move them all the way off of the zone, and instead try and shuffle them around just enough, make them stutter step a couple of times because of the wide range of these shots, and if we can get an opening from there, let's see if we can pick one off and go for broke. And it's a very interesting playstyle. It's not something that you see in a lot of these high-level competitive JP teams.
We're going to go ahead and hit the gas a little bit here. We've got 6 more teams to get to, and we want to make sure that we get to our actual set on time. So let's talk a little bit about our second set of the day, which is MGR versus Alliance Rogue here. And MGR, another strong team full of incredibly strong players here. First place at Area Cup 65, Yozora, Mocchi, Naruta, and Kurokuro. And this team features one player in particular that we really have to highlight, and that's Yozora, because we were looking through all these rosters and a little bit stunned that we only found one squeezer. Yozora, one of the many, many strong players of the foil squeezer in Japan, and we think that that might be one of the things that kind of can turn games in their favor.
Right. We talked a little bit the other night about having the ability to dive. And that is going to be so important with a weapon like the squeezer, or even with the umbrella, having the ability to just say, I'm going to flip the switch, I'm going to go in, and there's not a whole lot you can do to stop me, is very important for creating that space for your team to work around. Even if you have the paint from the Kagel and the Zap, even if you have the support from that Jet Sculpture, it's going to be a completely different dynamic when somebody can insta-pop you.
Their opponents will be Alliance Rogue, Europe's hope in this event here. Obito, Kiver, Gray, and Scar, names that people really don't need to be reminded of. If you've watched any of North American and European Splatoon, you know what this team is capable of, and notably, an offshoot of this team was the only team that was able to beat Crazy Boys in grand finals of a major. We watched that set, and thank goodness for Kiver's stream being able to find that set in the annals of Splatoon VODs. But right, this team needs no introduction. The dominant European team, they've been maybe a little less active than some people might be familiar with, but Dimitri and the rest of the team at EBTV have assured us that they are well within practice, and of course their victory at King of the Castle will attest to that. But you know, we looked at this and we said, okay, what comp are they going to be running? And you did some digging, Magic, and tell the good people what you found and why the comp they bring out today might be surprising for people who haven't been paying attention.
So what I found, especially in some of the EBTV tournaments that I looked at, was that they are going to be running so in today's meta, there are 2 ways that you could go about it, right? You could go about the long-range Jet Squelcher with the missiles and have your K-shots and have your Zap, or your Junior and have your Squeezer. Or you could go for a forefront mentality, where you have the Kagel, the Splash Neo, the N-Zap, and the Nautilus, and you're going to be aggressing the entire time, trying to find openings with the Inkjet, trying to find openings with your armor, and always being ready to skill check your opponents and make them make a move. And that's the style that I've been seeing from Alliance Rogue as early as March, and even during the King of the Castle sets that we've seen.
Moving on to the third set, we will be seeing another incredibly strong team. Surprise, surprise. Resistance, our number 2 seed here with a bevy of tournament results. Look at that. Area Cup, first place, number 63. Area Cup, number 64, first place. Area Cup, number 65, second place here. And whenever 3 of your members have topped 3,000 XP, that tells you all you need to know. Reimaru, Himajin, Naegora, Haruto, and they're running a typical comp that you could see anywhere in the world, certainly, but a typical Japanese comp here. You've got someone who's going to be maining the end zap, someone who's going to be sticking on that K shot, a backline that can switch to really whatever backline special you need, whether it's missiles, whether it's bubbles, whether it's Booyah Bomb, or whether it's the Stingray. And Himajin, one of the best frontline shooters doing it today. They have the ability to flex to triple missile if they want. We're all maybe hoping not to see that, but come on, you know you're going to see it at least once here. They have a lot of shooters, right? And that's something that you and I talked about a lot here, is like the power of shooters. And we're certainly not going to unearth any new ground here that hasn't already been unearthed, but as you talked about AR's versatility and ability to dive in, that's something that we saw Resistance do as well. Their decisiveness truly is impressive.
Right. They will always be able to work around where you want to go, and if someone overextends just the tiniest bit, especially what we saw from the Anarchy versus, the MGR versus Resistance set that we've seen in a recent Area Cup, they're ready. They're ready to go at every single moment. And the other point that you brought up, which I thought was very, very interesting, they are so good at being ready even to go in at the last second. They always have that timing down. And so when you have a team that's that precise in their timings and in their openings, they're unstoppable.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you watch the team play and you're like, how does this team lose? And then you see who they play against and you're like, oh, okay, this all makes sense now. It's, man, some real demons here, some monsters. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at the next team here, because I mean, 2 inventors of their weapons on this team, Team Mirror Coat that you're seeing right here, qualified by way of a turf war tournament. This is not to say anything less about their Splat Zone's prowess. We know Japan loves turf war, so to win a turf war tournament is not easy. But there's 2 names that jump out to anyone who's been following this game for a serious amount of time. Chikatan and Menshino as well. Chikatan, the highest Charger XP ever. I mean, you could argue the best overall Charger player to do it coming out of Japan, and Menshino, who has invented the bucket class at a high level, only has 2 buckets listed there, but could play every single one of them if they so chose. Koko and Otan, of course, no small monsters themselves here. This is another team that can run double, even triple armor if they choose. But Tic Tac put here, Chikatan's unstoppable Charger. I mean, the team at Area Cup Plus to put that description for Chikatan shows exactly what they feel about this weapon and this player in a class that hasn't received as much love recently.
Right. One of the last remaining of their kind, right? But Chikatan is no stranger to being alone at the top, especially with that high X power, especially with being one of the last ones left. They are not afraid to still go after it. And it's going to create a different dynamic, right? And even though a lot of these Japanese teams are going to be following a similar strategy, a similar style, and a similar way of attacking the zone, these slight nuances with these unique characteristics in these players that have that slight variation is what's going to change the dynamic in such a specific way. And having that laser pointed at you, especially from someone who hits their shots like Chikatan, is going to make everyone on the other team scared.
And it's also so impressive because, like you said, it does create a slightly different dynamic where what would be open against a Jet Squelcher is not open against a Charger. And again, a lot of this is nothing new here, but this starts off as a best of 3. Like, you don't have that long to figure out what your opponent's doing and make the small changes and the small nuances. So it'll be very interesting to see what teams are able to do to adapt. And that brings us to our final set here before we finally start talking about the presumptive set that we have next, and that is Boukenvillia. You can see it right here with a Riruri-ru leading the charge here, the in-game lead here, and one of the best H3D players in the world. Noatsumuri, Dig, and Lire as well. Another team of all 2,900 XP here. Second place at Area Cup, 63. And a high individual skill when you have an in-game lead that can, again, kind of call out the shots and where you need to move. This is a team that is able to run a conventional double backline there with Lire on the ball point and Noatsumuri doing the jet squelcher thing as well. But talk a little bit about what it's like to have somebody who can call out those shots in the middle of a game when it's truly hectic, to be able to decipher what's actually going on and make adaptations as necessary.
This is an interesting conversation that I've had with people recently where people are concerned about, okay, do we want to have one person calling the shots? Should it be an everyone thing? But when you have one player that's not only able to manage their own firefights and also call out the shots, everyone else can do their job so much better. And because of that, they can focus on their fights, they can focus on getting to the spots where they need to be without really needing to have all of that brain power going towards the decision-making process. And then they can overwhelm you because of that. And so having that one IGL who's going to be able to call the shots and see through all of the chaos is going to be so important, especially for a team like this that has the skill to make every fight matter.
And our final team that we'll be highlighting today before we get into the action is a team that, for our audience here at home, needs no introduction. Starburst. You can see the tournament results there. You probably saw it on Twitter already. But Ice, Biscuit, Bagel, and Bran, an amalgamation of both Starburst and FT Win, as we've become so accustomed to seeing. And again, this team, we're all really familiar with it, right? This is, again, some of the best that we have to offer. The Japanese audience in particular was very enamored with Biscuit, and, you know, there's a custom blaster up there. I'm not certain that we're going to see the custom blaster here, but, you know, if you were going to throw a heavy punch at the best the world has to offer, right, this is the roster you'd want to do it with.
Oh, 100%. Ice is going to be dominant. Bagel and Biscuit are some of the best technical players that have come out of the North American scene. And of course, Bran has been there for the long haul. And all of these players have been playing with one another a lot recently. And this is probably looking like it's going to be the new face of Starburst, the team as we know it. These are going to be your best chance at seeing North America topple any one of these JP teams. And I am right here for it because we've seen so much good from these players in the past.
A reminder to everybody, we will be watching all of the round 1 sets here. So don't worry, we will get to see the best that all these teams have to offer. As a reminder, it is single elimination, so don't blink, you might miss it. A lot of splat zones that you will be seeing. But you know, Magic, I think we can finally move into a slightly deeper dive here as we wait for the teams to ready up. We have AgoDono versus Anarchy as our first set, and we have a nice little introductory video for each of these teams. So AgoDono's highlight video, please enjoy.
ただアナーキーがここでワンダウンです。試合時間4秒切っている。アナーキー維持しなければいけない。耐えられるか。耐えられるか。ハローは5を打開したらその時点で終わってしまう。アナーキー残り10。ストップしている。ストップしている。エリアを狙わなければいけない。狙わなければいけない。ハローは5塗り切った。
I mean, what infectious energy. As a commentator, to hear a call like that just gets me so excited as well. Very quickly here, we will also show the Anarchy highlight video, and then we will get into the analysis for you all at home.
ダイナモをどう落とすのか。できればハイプレで落としがここで下がっていくでしょう。いやいやいや、プレッシャーがかなり生かしを使わされる形になったか。目の前にいるぞ。リュウ君がいたぞ。いや、パイナップを返している。メロンが横からさせるかどうか。後ろのダイナモに対してなんとか射撃をパイナップにもしかし落としきれません。3ダウンに入れているなアナーキー。メロン着手してパイナップを落としますが人数有利アナーキーです。いやでもメロンの仕事量 人で2人相手にして時間かなり稼ぎましたが、このままアナーキーがカウントを抑え切りました。
And we will have short highlight videos for all of the teams that are competing here. We will show them before their first set, but you know, I think it's so fun that the highlights that we saw of both of these teams, which were selected by the Area Cup team, by the way, as true highlight moments, happen against versions of each other's teams. Like, talk about familiarity.
Yeah. And, you know, again, we talk about the pickup culture and whatnot, but having these sets against these teams that are so familiar to each other, right? Like, these are teams that have competed against each other for the longest time, and because of that, it creates so much tension and so much dynamic to see all of these players going up against one another, and that's what creates these hype moments, and it's wonderful to see them.
It's wonderful to see them, and again, the familiarity, you can say, sometimes is something that can lead to big counter picks or adapting to the way your opponent's going to play, but again, these players have such incredible familiarity with each other because they've teamed with each other. I mean, it's one of the reasons why a set, for example, between FT1 and Starburst, it's why you see them change, like, mid-game. It's subtle things here, knowing when flanks are going to come in, not falling for the same tricks that other teams fall for, and more than anything, being able to diagnose where the attacks are going to come from. So that's something that I think we'll be able to kind of take a look at here and really start to break down as the players are finally getting into the lobby itself. We'll go ahead and switch on over to that for you all here. Again, a major thanks to the entire team at Area Cup for making this stream possible, frankly. We will be streaming their own version of the stream itself, so you will notice that, again, we do have the Japanese text here on screen, but that is just part of how we were able to make this incredible thing happen. A stream in 4 different languages. It's unbelievable.
Right, this is something that I feel has really never been done before by the grassroots community, and to see it come together like the way it has, and with the support that it's been shown, it's so nice, right? That we can all come together and enjoy this awesome game in the same stream, from the same matches, and at the same time, and I don't know, it feels unifying to be playing against these players again. We've not had an international competition quite like this in some time, and I think everybody's ready for them to be back.
They are indeed. The team's finally getting ready here. We will be color locked the entire time, so thankfully it'll be very easy to keep track of who is doing what. AgoDono, the top seed, and this will apply for everything, the top seed will receive the alpha color, yellow, and the lower seed, the Bravo team, will receive the purple color. So should be easy for everybody to keep track of here. And as a reminder, both of these teams will have to start on splat zones. Not that they were probably going to pick anything different anyway. But again, as a reminder for those of you maybe just joining us, the first 2 games of every set do have to be on whatever mode the tournament was that you qualified for. So for all the Area Cup teams, they will have to start on 2 Splat Zones games. For our Western teams who are competing, they will get to choose because they were in multi-mode tournaments to qualify for this, rather. So a little bit of housekeeping there, but Magic, I see a full lobby. We're about to get this started.
We are about to get started, and I'm so ready for it. All of these players are raring to go, I'm sure, and although some of them are going to be waiting in the wings, this is going to be an intense first set between AgoDono and Anarchy. A lot of familiar names showing up, especially for this Western audience, and I cannot wait to see these legends duke it out. And I don't know, I have no idea what we're gonna see. That is also the fun part about especially some of these Area Cup rule sets, is the random maps. So we might see something that we have not seen in tournament in a long time, and it's going to be fun to try and diagnose that.
Well, and it's such a Japanese way of approaching it too, right? It's splat zones, all the maps are potentially there. general thought process behind it is you can adapt. If you want to be the best, adapt to what you see. You have just as much time as your opponents. And because of that, they have just a very strong base of like fundamental skill, and that means a lot and also nothing at the same time, that statement. But you'll start to see here exactly what the steps of a big push in Japan are, right? Their ability to always have their special when they need to. You alluded to it earlier, and we joked about it yesterday as we were doing some prep, to know exactly how many seconds you have left before that game ends, to not rush in at any point. And that stuff is set up well ahead of the critical moment, right? It's not that they jumped out with 10 seconds left to give one big moment. It's that they jumped out with 40 seconds left knowing that they would be able to build their special and get back into the position that they needed to in that 40 seconds. So, I mean, I think that that's something that everybody can pull from here and kind of identify like the play before the play actually happens, because these teams so familiar with this mode and so familiar with their opponents.
It's going to be so fascinating to see exactly how that foresight as well as the risk versus reward comes into play, right? Because that's essentially what it is. If they go at a certain time, they know that they're going to have another chance, but they also need to make sure that they're not being too predictable and are going to get picked off or counter-pushed in that moment. So it's a very slight difference that we're going to have to see and that they're going to have to choose. And we have our first game coming up shortly. It's going to be on Humpback Zones, and I am so ready for some missile spam.
Yep. All right, everybody in chat, please go ahead and post how many missiles you think both teams together will pull out on this. Both teams together. If any of you put less than 30, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
So, just keep that in mind. I won't believe you if that's the case. But yes, missile spam here, and this is where all of those screenshots that you see on Twitter come from, right? This is where everyone says the game is dead here. It's missile spam all over the place, but no other map brings it out like this. And, truly, this has been a special spam map really from the start of the game. It had its time with Booyah Bomb. If you go back even further, it had its time with Baller. And right now, missiles, just another flavor of the month, or months, as the case may be.
Right. Even when Splashdown was strong, we would see double, maybe even triple Splashdown comps on this map mode in particular. This is no stranger to the specials that come out to try and cap this. Even double Bomb Rush, right, where we would see them from the two perches, right? It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a lot of pressing that right stick in. But 9, here we go. This is the first match of the Splat World Championship, round 1. This is Anarchy versus AgoDono. Here we go.
We go indeed. Apologies if the stream starts lagging here. We are at the mercy of the stream that we are receiving here. We will do our best and try to stabilize it as possible here. But take a look at this. Hanjyo has gone over to the Flingza here for even more special spam. Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dynamon will be on that Dynamo. And of course, Pineapple on that Grim Range Blaster.
And this is going to be such a tight battle, especially if we do see these missiles come out early and they get a couple of pushes early on. But Melon already showing us what he can do on something like this K-Gal with such its fast kill time, with the wall to protect and play around. And already we're seeing the specials come back online for AgoDono, and this is looking like the classic Japanese lockout that we've seen so many times. Here come the missiles once again.
Yeah, and this is another kind of interesting thing to note here. It's actually Rusu who's going to be on the Dynamo as well here. So I spoke a little bit too soon here in terms of how these players have kind of organized the way they like to attack. Rusu, a player who's very well known for the Jet Squelcher, but instead it's going to be Dynamo who's switching back. So talk about rotation, switching over to your own teammates' best weapons here. But this is the lockout phase that you kind of alluded to here. Melon moving around here, willing to give up a little bit of a drop down on that left side if it means the opponents have gone that way. Pineapple is going to drop down on the left side here. They're going to have to get a bit heavy-handed here. You can see the specials come in exactly when they need to here. They're not going to be able to cover it up in time. A huge opening push, but look at that. No members of AgoDono going down, and they're going to have a great counter push here as a response.
I love that little reposition that Melon did just to back up just a tight bit after giving a lot of pressure in that first position and backing up and putting that wall down, being able to push out the members of Anarchy in that moment. Here come the Booyahs once again, and we don't see Melon quite on the same perch, but is going to be in the zone trying to fight for life. Hiragi trying to make a move, trying to find one pick, and is able to. This is looking like it's finally Anarchy's turn to sit in the driver's seat. Here comes a couple more missiles from that Gel Squelcher. They need to remove him at some point if they want to get any chance at a strong lockout.
Right, and this is the point where you have to figure out who is going to go where to try to be ahead of that, right? Kyo famously said, and you know, it's something that makes a ton of sense when you look at it, you have to be preemptive and attack your opponents before they can get set up. If you let them fire their way through, they're going to break through, and that's exactly what we saw there. You saw they weren't able to get rid of Rusu, and as a result, Clicks and Melon were able to move up and attack, armor up, and do exactly what their weapons are capable of. So this has been, again, back and forth. You're going to see a switch go back the other way in terms of who is in control, and you're going to see it go back just as quick. This is kind of the point of the game here where it's over halfway done here. You understand that the opponent has a huge lead here. This is where suddenly Splats become a premium.
Exactly. And because Splats become such a premium, because there are such low death counts, each death makes such an important impact. And if these deaths end up piling up, or if they end up staggering, it causes that much more downtime between the rotations and the switchbacks that we see. Pineapple is trying to make a move here, trying to cause one of those premium splats to happen, is going to get turned on once again, maybe just a little bit too far forward, and that's going to be the zone, and this penalty is ticking down quite quickly, Nine.
Yeah, it always seems like it's at 50 and then you blink and then suddenly it's in the teens here. And you can see the way that Clicks has just moved around the map here, identifying and understanding exactly what his weapon is capable of here. And you see rotating back as soon as the foil flingza goes down, Melon doing the same here. They're just going to rotate back, understanding that as long as I am up, I can allow my team to come in behind me to push in as they need. And a big play there, Magic.
That's such a big play! Rusu sneaking just underneath the wall of Melon right before it popped up, and this is looking like it's going to be the lockout that they need, especially with something like a Dynamo. It's going to be so hard to break through as long as they have the paint to support it, and look at Pineapple and Dynamon supporting them in that same position, knowing exactly where AgoDono wants to drop. They're finally going to get some specials online, but do they have the counter? It doesn't look like Anarchy has the specials ready quite yet. That's going to be the cap going towards AgoDono, but the cap goes right back in the favor of Anarchy. Here comes Melon trying to fight off Rusu. Can Hiragi come to the support? No, it's gonna have to focus on zone for the time being. Here come the missiles. They might get overwhelmed. 9, I don't know. There's a pick! That was so huge! Barely squeaking over the zone, and is going to find one more. 24 seconds left, and this is looking like it's Anarchy's game.
This is the very last moment here, and I think your feed of the stream might be a little bit better of mine, so I'm gonna pass this over to you here as we get down to just the final preeminent moments.
Let's take out Hiragi one last time. Here come the specials, the cap going over to AgoDono. We talk about the timing going for just the last second, and even though there's paint on the zone, they get it back with just milliseconds to spare. Wow, that flingza came in so huge, and oh, you hate to get stuck in Booyah there.
Yeah, everyone thinks of Booyah Bomb as the immediate hit the zone to cap it back the other way. You can see right there, everybody, those of you who guessed 40, you can pick up your prize, which is a face full of missiles here. We knew that it was going to happen there on that map, and I mean, even within a map and a game where there's so much missile usage, again, there's still a moment where you have to have the presence of mind to know when to go in, and Rusu broke that game open with the Dynamo sneaking in and taking out a lot of the weapons that typically outmaneuver it here because they were so focused on trying to identify where the drop was coming from. And that's that subtle change, that subtle movement in the middle of the game. But, you know, as we so often say, it's the understanding of exactly when you have to push and how much time you have left. That was very, very close to being a full take back by Anarchy and a full lockout at that.
And it was that slight realization, right, that Hiragi had gone a little bit too far to the left and had not used the Booyah Bomb at quite the right time. And because of that, just the slightest margin of error, they saw that opportunity and they were ready for it, right? They had painted enough to be ready for it, they had realized in the moments before that, in the fight leading up to it, that they had enough time. And that foresight, that pre-calculation is the important part there.
Yeah, the pre-calculation, like, at a certain point, if you've adapted, you're late, right? That's and that's just how, like, crazy these games tend to be. If you've adapted, you're too late. But again, that's why the experience against your opponent matters so much, is we're gonna move in here to Blackbelly Skate Park here, and I mean, what if you're talking about two completely different maps with the way teams tend to play it here? We talked all about the special spam here. Get ready and get scrappy on Blackbelly Skate Park.
Exactly, and especially if we're gonna see Dynamo go back to the next Splosher, if we're gonna see Binapo on that Rim Range Blaster once again, this is going to be an entirely different fight, and how AgoDono adapts is going to be the important question. Are they going to be sticking with something like the K-Gal, something like the N-Zap? That's going to have a lot of paint, and they're still going to have that mobility around the map, especially on a map where you have these giant cover areas and these weird ramps that you have to go up. Is it going to work out the same way, though, when you have that wall in front of you, especially if Rusu is on that Dynamo again?
Yeah, it's a valid question here, and they're going to need to figure out some answers to it here very, very quickly as we get into Game 2. Reminder, this is a best of 3, so if you can't get it done here, that's it. There is no second chance, no second opportunity, so a lot of answers to be found here very quickly. Let's take a look. Clicks is going to switch over to the armor weapon preferred here, and Pineapple going to be doing the same, opting not to bring the Grim Range Blaster out here. The rest of the squad, about what you'd expect, with Dynamo on that Explosher that, frankly, a lot of people like to bring to this map.
Oh, and a lot of people do, because look at that exact position sloshing over and giving the support to Pineapple exactly when it's needed on that Tri-Slosher that we see come out. And again, a great pick for the weird angles and maps and ranges that we have on this map's mode, but Melon still going to be playing something like a Splash-O-Matic that can absolutely tear you to shreds if so choosing, and the Bomb Rush from top mid is going to wall them out significantly.
Yeah, it was a good wall out, and more than anything, it also meant that Dynamo couldn't truly push away, right? Using it in that position to allow his teammates to come up there and try to hold that spot is going to secure them the lead. But in the meantime, Rusu immediately picks it out and is able to get a huge pick there. Riukun is going to use a Stingray here to at least slow this pressure ever so slightly, but when 3 go down, you're going to have to give up something, and in this case, it's not only the zone, but it's solid control. If Hiragi is able to find a pick here, this could be a much bigger sustained push.
Could be, and finally Clicks does go down on that Tri-Slosher, going to be one of the big supports going down, especially using that armor is going to be important to try and get back in. Having that go down is going to decrease that timing significantly. Hiragi is going to try and fire off this missile, try and work their way up into a better position, getting a little bit claustrophobic on this left side, could be a little bit of a boon towards his teammates. Keeping control of the zone though, and it's looking like it's a little bit of a war of attrition going on at this point.
Yeah, war of attrition here, and every Japanese Splat Zones mat eventually gets to this, right? As you see both sides, again, trying to be a little crafty here with the way that they're playing here. Clicks has spent half of the match seemingly on this tower, kind of shirking around. Has to be careful, though, and rotate out, and that is what Dynamo is going to be able to do, but it goes the other way, actually. This is a huge pick, and Pineapple was able to find it. That was a crucial pick. If that had gone down cleanly and Clicks had been able to crash back in, there was nobody pre-firing on that tower.
And this is Anarchy's opportunity. Even though the Stingray does come in, this is going to be the one chance that they have to make sure that this is going to be their hold. And Clicks goes down once again, just getting a little bit too ambitious. Finally, one is sitting on the snipe area. It's going to be a bomb rush from over the snipe. And it's going to put a little bit more pressure to make Rusu move a little bit. And Ryukun's going to be able to take them out. And finally, to go down to the side of Anarchy, they're going to keep the zone for just a little bit longer. And especially if Pineapple can come up with huge plays like this, is getting trade out Clicks. No, barely not going to be able to. Dynamo's going to try and finish it up. And if this does not go their way, Anarchy's going to be put in a very bad position. Dynamo's going to try and stay alive with the support of his teammates.
Yeah, and I mean, just what a horrible spot for Dynamo to be in there. Barely able to hold on only because of the special here, but wasn't wasn't actually able to get away, and that's the big thing there. It's still an Explosher in that spot there. There's not a ton of mobility, not a ton of frontal defense. In the meantime, they're going to lose the zone here, but it just seems like because of the long-range pressure they have, they've been able to do just a good enough job. And look at that Dynamo immediately calling out Clicks. And what a huge call out that is. Clicks is going to rotate over, and that bomb's actually going to make enough space for Clicks to jump back down. And now look at this, Pineapple and Clicks just trading around here. There's enough support, but look at this. As that's gone on, there's been an attack on their own base here. Clicks just trying to fight whoever they can here, and the Tri-Sloshers are either making huge plays or back in respawn. There's no in between.
Yeah, and I didn't know if you saw it, but Ryukun found a great pick onto Rusu and shut down the Stingray that's going to help Anarchy push back in for just the time being. Finally comes back online, but this is so much time that's wasted, and it's going to be suppressed by these missiles and by the Ray as well. It's going to be a Ray duel from these Jet Squelchers, and nobody's going to be able to find anything. No picks, and Dynamo's going to get taken out in the meantime. And Pineapple and Dynamo trying to move forward a little bit, and they're going to have to try and find this way out, but Pineapple can't find it. Ryukun is dancing all over them, and Clicks comes in for the support. What in the world? Finally, we see the lead change hands, and a wipe. This is not good for Anarchy. This is their last opportunity.
No, it isn't. And the survivability, that entire long extended firefight on that side could have changed the entire balance of the game. Clicks is going to continue to rotate around. It is just going to try to not get splatted. Stay up. The team is pushed far enough ahead. We talk so much about how they can rotate around, but there's just barely enough time for them to get back to the zone. Can they get both? Can they attack onto the top? A huge pick by Rusu. That's 3 down. That's going to be it. And once again, they just continue to do it.
They hold on every single time because they need to, because this is their tournament game, by the way. This is do or die. Another raid battle coming out, and we see Rusu finally pick up one against Ryukun. This is their huge entry way down, and they need to start finding picks or finding specials. Here comes the missiles online, as well as the rest of the specials coming in, but it looks like Anarchy has the return specials to keep them at bay, at least for the time being. The bombers coming in. Pineapple's moving forward, trying to find their way onto the zone, trying to keep everyone back, but is gonna get picked off. A couple of stray shots, and that looks like it's gonna be AgoDono's game. The zone is not getting painted enough. That's the cap. I can't believe how well Anarchy held on, but they couldn't hold on long enough.
And, I mean, in that moment there, you saw the position that Pineapple had been pushed in, right? Wanted to jump back up and attack 2 people there, break their armor, and get a couple picks. If he had gotten those picks, I mean, that probably would have been it, right? That was exactly the situation they had waited for. But you saw not jumping too far forward, another person breaking their armor there, backing up ever so slightly to where Pineapple couldn't really retreat anywhere else. And they had somebody attacking half pipe too to break or to make that small opening to allow Pineapple to move up. But you talk about understanding how the opponent is going to try to attack you. That's what we talk about. That is exactly what it ends up looking like at a top level here. If they had called out Pineapple attacking them, it would have been too late. They knew where the threat was going to come from. They were able to identify it from the pressure that was being put down half pipe.
It seemed like every time Pineapple tried to step forward, not every single time, but most of the time, they knew exactly what was going to be coming. They knew that they needed to be crafty and dodgy and have someone there at the ready, especially on that left side. When Ryukun got away from that Tri-Slosher, I still can't believe that happened. That looked like a dead zone or something that the Tri-Slosher just barely missed out on. Oh, that was a great fight. Unfortunately, this is single elimination. Anarchy will be going home. AgoDono moving on. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna need a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, and that's Splat zones at a top level. There's always a huge moment where, like, there's so many things that you can break down about each of those little individual moments there at the end. And it's not a coincidence that those 2 teams had huge moments where the game was an edge of victory for both sides in both games. And at some point, the stronger team just pieces it together. And you say, how do they keep doing this? How do they keep getting away with it? But it's, I mean, it's the understanding and being able to break down those complex situations and determine a correct response. It just comes from hours of gameplay against these top players, man. It builds it like you wouldn't believe.
Right. We can sit here and summarize the chapter as much as we can, but it's not going to be the same thing as reading those pages. Those little moments, with the spectator cam, we can only see so much of what's going on, especially at all points in the map. And maybe there was just a little bit of a little bit of paint on one side that caused a little bit of rotation from the other, and that's the pressure that caused them to make a certain move in a certain direction. And it's just those tiny little nuances that happen at this top level that really determine the course of the match. And once that first snowball starts happening and you get on the back foot and you have to be the one making that aggressive move in those last few seconds, that's when these teams strike.
It is indeed, and speaking of these teams, we're going to be getting into our next set here pretty quickly. So we have MGR versus Alliance Rogue here, and I know there's a lot of excitement for these teams, particularly for Alliance Rogue. I know any Europeans in the chat probably very excited to see what the other Europeans are capable of here. We do have a couple highlight videos that we'll go ahead and show you now, starting first with MGR.
お互いにターン制が続いていたので、ここのターンを満たすというような動き、それしないと、そうですね、このタイミングで行ったというのが勝負感があるというか、なんというか、感じはしますが、しっかり返していく MGR、ここでペナルティーカウントをつけれたのは少し一息つけますね、MGR は。
ハードですよ、残り10秒ですから。
早めにナイス玉を吐いて、ナイスマルチミサイルを吐いて圧力をかけていきます。さあ、塗り合いとなっていますが、両者同じ位置でナイス玉。うわ、なんかバラバラバラバラしていますが、
You can hear the laughter in a hectic fight of the zone there that is just so, I mean, you've already seen what that map is capable of doing. Humpback is always going to be fun. We'll now go ahead and show you Alliance Rogue's video that was submitted.
Un joueur de Squiding Wood qui est tombé et il y a un spécial qui est lancé, c'est le Jet Orochi qui essaye avec les bulles d'angle de s'infiltrer dans la zone. Ah là là là, il faut prendre des kills, l'arrêt du décompte, est-ce qu'ils vont pouvoir? Non, parce que la R se referme sur eux et l'Alliance Rogue qui va peut-être remporter. Oui, ça va le faire, l'Alliance Rogue, championne de full wipe.
And a little victory lap there at the end after a dominant victory by AR. But in Magic, this was one of the matchups when we looked, we said, okay, MGR, such a strong Splat Zones team, and we saw what they were capable of against Resistance, which is a noted, incredibly decisive and individually skilled team. Well, the best you're going to be able to find in either the North American or the European scenes, frankly, from my perspective, when it comes to decisive, fast-paced play, is Alliance Rogue here. What do you see in this matchup?
This is going to be probably one of the more tense matchups that we see. This is probably going to be one of the Game 3 matchups we see because of the counter pick systems and everything that we see as a result of that. Although we are going to have to fight against a Squeezer, although they are going to have to fight against a Jet Sculpture and an E-Leader, these are things that AR is going to be prepared for. This is stuff that they have to face on the daily in the Western tournaments. And because of that, and because they are able to pull out that Jet Sculpture if needed, they're going to be ready. They're going to have the ability to maneuver around those long-range threats and those dive threats that we're going to see from MGR's very unique composition. It's just going to be a matter of, can they keep the pace up? Can they win their fights every time?
Well, there was one other interesting thing that we talked about, and you had some great analysis on it. It'd be a shame if the folks didn't hear it. Scar on a weapon that hasn't seen a ton of play recently. That's the Nautilus Splatling here. What dynamic do you think that weapon is going to have here, and how can it influence the way these teams play?
So, having the Nautilus be a little bit of that longer range threat is going to be interesting to play off of the back, especially when you have those three shooters. It has a lot of paint to move around, and that's one of the drawbacks of the Nautilus, is not being able to self-support itself with the paint in the way that it wants to necessarily. It is still a good pick for zones in the fact that it can put out paint onto the zones in a good fashion and in a spread out manner, and it can cover a good portion of the zone, especially if it's covered by the enemy's ink. But having that maneuverability and being able to pick off and be able to bait and switch with its held charges makes it a much bigger threat to a lot of these shooter weapons that can get lasered down by it if they're not careful. And if they're able to support that, if they're able to play that bait and switch style, it's going to be a very big deal.
So, a quick update for everybody here with regards to what we're going to do to hopefully get you all a cleaner video feed here. We are going to be mirroring the Japanese stream until we have, you know, a little confirmation maybe that our stream that we were receiving before is a little more stable. So we apologize for that first set. I can confirm, as I'm looking at it right now, that the JP stream itself is crystal clear. So we will be mirroring it. If we're just a touch behind some of the other streams you watch, we hope you understand. But we will work with that and work our way through. So hopefully, Magic, you and I will be synced up again. And hopefully I can give something that isn't just generic overall descriptions of plays.
Well, I mean, I feel like last set was still very interesting, and it looked relatively clear on my end, so hopefully things are continued to go well, but it'll be good to have you at full force 9.
Appreciated here. We do still have a moment before the game itself gets started, so again, for those of you just joining us, this will be a best of 3. MGR is our 3 seed. Alliance Rogue is going to be our 7 seed, so this is going to be an absolute dynamite set here that we're going to be able to dive into now. It does look like the teams have gotten ready and set in the lobby itself. We'll go ahead and swap over to that now, and you should have a pretty good view here of what this looks like, and we'll make sure that we have the audio set for you as well. All right.
I love the way that Tic Tac put this. They have a near flawless execution on splat zones on the side of MGR. Especially on something like Skipper Pavilion, that can be so hard to break out of, that can be so devastating if you're not winning those fights in those 2 key areas in the mid ground and at the bottom where the zone is. It's going to be devastating, and I'm fascinated to see if AR sticks with that Nautilus plan. I don't know. It could go either way.
Yeah, they'll have to figure it out pretty quick. Main stage is a map where there's a lot of avenues, as we have a great graphic that's coming up here on screen. Not in my control, but this should tell you, again, everything you need to know about the way this has been divided up and the way that these teams will attack it. Of course, plenty of avenues to flank and kind of maneuver around here on Skipper Pavilion, but you know, this is one of the most throw your specials from one side and hope for the best maps that we have here. And when you have a team that gets a full wipe on this map and is able to set up their defenses, especially if it's early on, oftentimes because it takes so long to get to the zone and because there's relatively not a ton of paint that you can get on your side, oftentimes we'll see this map go very, very quickly.
Right, exactly. It's going to be the determination of 1 or 2 fights that determines the outcome and determines if these teams can break back in. We're finally getting into this. We're going to see this Alliance Rogue versus MGR for the Splat World Cup. And this is going to be one of the most intense sets that we see. And the foil squeezer is coming out on the side of MGR. And we see gray on the Jet Squelcher on the side of Alliance Rogue.
Yeah, but it's going to be a great set here that these two are playing. And already right off of the get-go, you can see one side opting to build up missiles from a more passive position up at the top, and then the other one moving in. We're going to go ahead and take a look at Kiver here, who attacks and is already actually able to get a huge pick. These missiles aren't going to be able to find much. There's not going to be any follow-up on it. Kiver immediately jumping back out there to come back in and try to position better. Meanwhile, Scar is going to hold that. A great opening look here. A second batch of missiles here, but again, there's not a ton of follow-up this early.
No, there's not a ton of follow-up, and it's going to be a little bit dicey if they're going to try and find their way back to where they need to be. And looking like it could go towards Alliance Rogue, even if they are able to dive around these specials. It looks like they're going to be able to at least get over for the time being. Maybe they can get these people off the zone. This wall is going to be so hard to break through. Finally, it goes to the side of MG.
Great push so far, and good survivability there from Kiver, who's able to at least hold on and make sure that the other 3 are going to move in. They need to be careful not to dive too deep. They aren't going to be able to punish this jump, and Kiver going to get punished as a result with some missile follow-up here. This could have been a lot worse, and Scar going to get taken out as well. There's not going to be a ton of follow-up on top of these bubbles. They're going to push all the way back with that next special here, and just like that, I thought that was a pretty solid push there by AR, but Kiver overextending ever so slightly started that push the other way.
Yeah, but because they were able to stay alive, because they were able to back up, at least in the time being, they're going to be able to be in the driver's seat, especially since they have the lead. But I can't believe that they ended up going down there. It looked like they lost a fight up top, and even though they have a good position down here at the bottom, they get these missiles, get them out of the zone, they run into each other, and no, this is not what you want to see. Obito was able to trade out at the very least, but they need to be doing something a little bit more concrete than this if they want to get back towards that zone. And we can see them now. They're starved for paint, and they need the paint and the specials to get back in right now.
And the story has just been, you see that AR is retreating back, but it always just seems to be just a moment too late here. Kibber's going to try to get a push here started from the top. You know that they've called it out. There's not much of a chance here. Obito going to try to find this pick. It's taking a lot of time here. Will they be able to paint over and at least take it? They might be able to do it. They actually were able to do it with only one person down here. Now this last member is going to continue to fight there to try to at least get something.
Goodness.
The bubbles, no threat from them at this point. Great work. We actually didn't get a great view of what was happening at the top of the screen there to allow that push to happen. Some more missiles are going to be coming up from the top of the screen here. Again, they've elected to go with 3 people down here at the bottom. Going to wait for the bubbles, but this time's going to start ticking away very quickly.
Yes, it was. Obito was so patient there to try and find out that one spot. And look at these bombs and the missiles coming in to try and prevent those bubbles from really going anywhere. The bubbles are able to find their way to that stage area, and Obito is going to get taken out at the very least. Kibber's going to stay on this zone, though, and we're seeing the Jet Squelchers just duel up top and send these missiles to help whenever they need it. And Kibber can't come up here because of Naruta being able to shoot over. Finally, Kibber finds a way to back them up, and is going to be isolated over here? Maybe going back towards the zone? Can they find this pick onto Timo? Maybe! I can't believe it! Look at AR! They've been able to go blow for blow every single time that they need to. There's still 1:30 left and they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where just maybe a little bit of hesitancy, not willing to dive in on Kibber, actually came back to really bite them there. I think there were a couple of moments, and you kind of called it out, where they could have dove onto Kibber there and secured that top half. Maybe they were worried that doing so and going down would create a bad situation, or maybe they feel confident that, like that again, they can simply come back in whenever they choose. Instead, now it's going to be another 2 going down, and it's going to be just one person left on top of the screen trying to shoot and trying to close this out and at least make sure there's some pressure on the zone. More missiles coming in here, but with just a minute left, that 20 points is going to go very quickly, Magic.
Yes, it is. They need the specials up now, and it looks like the Chimers are barely able to come up in just the right amount of time, but Kibber ends up shredding one! Kibber ends up shredding the Booyah Bomb! They are able to send out the double missiles. They're going to get them moved all the way off of the zone. These bubbles can cap it. They are going to probably be able to keep this zone in their color for the time being. One ends up trading out. This could be the play that they need. 40 seconds left for AR to get back in, but there's not a lot of people left on the map, and there's not a lot of control, and especially if they ended up getting swatted down by these missiles. If Scar can stay alive and maybe even find a pick, goes in, tries, not able to find Yozo. It's going to be so dicey. Obito trying to make it work as well. Finally, AR ends up staggering. AR ends up staggering at just the worst time. They have a little bit of time, and they have one missile left to try and work their way back in.
Yeah, whether the game or the zone goes out there, that's going to be a big pick there. They're going to have a little bit of time here left to do it. Both are going to start to go down. Everyone throwing paint at the zone. 3, 2, 1. They need to find it, and they're not going to be able to find the zone. And what I mean, just there at the moment, you can write a masterclass on that final sequence there, where it all starts, where Scar goes in, maybe a little bit heavy-handed, knows that they need to find a pick on Yozora before those bubbles can come out again. Yozora backs up, has the range in that matchup. We talked about it, only 4 splats and assists there from the foil squeezer, and yet that last one really was the catalyst that that had that entire lockout. I know they're at the end, a very, very scrappy scenario, but there were enough specials that you got the sense that MGR was going to be able to hold it. It's just amazing how one slight overextension that frankly was a necessary overextension led to the entire rest of that going down, and one of the true and few staggers we saw AR face that game.
And it was so frustrating too, because it looked like Scar and Obito could stay alive there and maybe put on a little bit of pressure right at the end and keep their special meter and keep the paint down and draw more attention so that the other ways could get back in. But just at that moment, they got cleared out by the missiles and they needed to make a move, and at that point it was too late. The counterpick does come in. I believe it's going to be... I would be remiss to think that it's anything other than tower control on Inkblot Art Academy as we see the stream come up. This is going to be a very tense and key moment if AR can win on this strange counter pick in terms of what JP is used to playing to. Then it's going to create a very fun game 3.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking a little bit before. We were like, their counter pick is going to have to be tower control, right? Like, I mean, they're not going to outthink themselves into picking splat zones again on another map, right? This has to be what they're going with. And again, for those of you just joining us here, the first 2 games are forced to be on modes that represent the tournament that you won. For all of the Area Cup winners, which is most of our field today, that is going to be splat zones. But for both Alliance Rogue and Starburst, they're going to be able to pick whatever mode they want because it was an all modes tournament that qualified them for this. So functionally what that means is if they want to play tower control, they're going to have the opportunity to do so. We do anticipate that that's what these teams are going to end up choosing here. And then should they win this game and we go to a game 3, the mode counter pick will go to the team that wins the first game. In this case, that being MGR, likely another Splat Zones map. So you're going to have to win 2 Splat Zones if you want to get through this. That's pretty much inevitable. Whether you choose Splat Zones or whether the opponent chooses it in game 3, doesn't really matter. Functionally, it's all the same. So we're going to get started in here as well. The real thing that we're watching here is what is Scar going to play and what is Gray going to play, right? Gray was working the missiles that last game. Is he going to go with that now? Is he going to switch to something to allow Kipper to fight a little bit more? It looks like we're going to see much the same comp here from MGR. And
there it is
going to be Scar's Nautilus here. And what a fight-heavy comp they've brought to the fight here. Kipper switching over to the K-52.
We do see the LDE come out as well, but this is such an important shift in their dynamic, and especially if they have these armored up Nautilus picks that they can find, it's going to be a huge momentum shift. Look at how they're already collapsing on one slight overextension. This is great. They know exactly how to get up to the plat area that they need to be on. The Nautilus has the jet at the ready, but no! Naruta is going to be able to find that pick barely, and it's going to shut down AR's momentum for the time being. And if they can get this back, if they all of a sudden it shifts into the momentum of MGR, it's going to be a huge boon, but oh no.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly it goes here, and it does feel like if they were able to get that inkjet off in time, maybe they were just waiting, or maybe they didn't think that the fall-off could happen in time, needs to stay around here and not get taken down here. Very interesting there, by opting to chase that one player, I think that they were able to minimize some of the threat that Ray was going to propose, but look at that, the jet gets taken down again. This Booyah Bomb has to get thrown almost as a mercy at this point. Kipper going to get taken down, that's 3 down. The Booyah Bomb slows the progress, but look at this, the plat has collapsed here, and look at these bubbles here. How are they going to go down? And look at this, waiting for the other bubbles. So patient.
And it looks like AR is staying patient as well, staying up on that block, but no, Scar's gonna try and come down here, gonna not get found out by the foil squeezer, and this is the wall that we see from these Japanese teams being able to shove everyone towards a certain position. They had to go towards bats there, and they got collapsed on at the last moment. Finally, one goes down. Scar's able to at least find one on the tower, and is able to find another. This Nautilus is shredding people down as they need 2. But barely, they back up at just the right moment. Oh, Scar goes down to a bomb.
Yeah, the threat is not yet done here. They've at least been able to reclaim their own plat, which is, of course, the first in the order of operations there. But, I mean, just the ability to maneuver around there and the patience that the squeezer had to hide in the bubbles there and only pop out when absolutely necessary. I'm not really even sure that Scar knew that they were there. They knew the bubble was there, but they had no idea where the user was. Really, the bubbles ended up almost not even mattering there. They were a bigger distraction than anything else, but sometimes the threat better than the execution.
And that's exactly right. Having that threat of those big explosions is all that you need to work around something. Finally, one gets traded out on the side of MGR. And if this Ray does come online, it's going to be huge. This Shark could be everything, gets missiled out. This could be the pick that they need. But MGR is so good at staying alive and backing up right when they need to. Every single time they have been trying to get jumped on, they end up finding a way to find another pick. Every time. climbing up this wall, and Bats is going to collapse soon, especially with this Ray. And here comes the Booyah, and here it comes once again. I don't know how AR is going to stop this one, especially with their special counters so low.
I mean, forget stopping the push here. They haven't gotten out of their own plat really in the last couple of minutes here. The pushes have almost been a formality, and it just seems like the theme of this set is they're rotating back just a little bit too late. They retreat just a little bit too late. You see Kiver has to rotate over to make a play. Again, this is just kind of forced here. They can't sit all the way back. There's too much range here. These bubbles are going to make another wall. These missiles going to try to do a good job, but that's going to be another pick and another pick. Kiver comes in to at least slow it down. This Stingray is going to make it difficult for them to come out of spawn. But again, this has been like a 3-minute push, Magic. It's just been going and going and going.
And that's because they back up every time. They understand when to back up when they have their specials to reorganize their momentum backwards and to create more openings and create that stranglehold that we see. And that is... Like, if this was any other tournament, if this was any other Western tournament, players would have been dying for those points on the tower. They would have gone 3 down, and the AR would have had an opportunity to push back. But that has not been the case because they just are so dang disciplined on the side of MGR. And Kimber's going to try and wrap around to make a play.
Yeah, get out of there, get out of there, okay.
And gun of AR is not going to work out for them so far.
No, and I mean, that entire spot all around the map there, 3 different 1v1s that became 2v1s because of the connectivity of MGR. That's what this happens in. Those look like 3 disconnected fights, but they're all ended up connected in the end. Kiver jumped out and tried to make a play happen. Scar is going to end up going down again. And again, it's just amazing. They feel like they're getting fired on from every side. There's another fight in the center here. This is a decent look here from AR trying to make the play happen, but this is an extended fight, and even Kiver can't win a 1v2 in that scenario here. They're not going to have anybody even near the tower. You see the Booyahs coming out here. Obito, the only one left on the map. The Squeeze are going to go up into the spawn for a victory lap, and what a dominant performance by MGR on AR's counter pick. And I mean, just look at this map, man. This is what the map has been for 4 minutes of this 5-minute game.
It's when TikTok's like flawless, I didn't think they meant flawless. I did not see an opening. I didn't see one single opening other than the very small window that we saw at the beginning of the game, where Scar ends up getting 1, and they rotated left, and they got 1 on the plat, and maybe for a little bit it looked like AR had an advantage, and then it was right back in their favor.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable how, like, at that opening scenario where both teams are coming out of spawn, neither one has the specials to get set up. Like, there's a moment, you get a pick, it's truly up 4v3, but when the other team has had chances to build specials and had chances to get into positions to follow up on picks, when you're up 4v3 and try to move forward, MGR always had a special, or they were already pre-firing in the direction that the opponent was coming from. And you saw the members of AR so many times try to get back, try to retreat, and it just wasn't enough. And that's not something we're accustomed to seeing happen to AR. AR does that to people. Like, yeah. They're not the ones who get collapsed on, who are just a second too late on the retreat there, but that's what this level of gameplay is. And I mean, you said flawless there. I hesitate to use that word, but I mean, how in the world are you supposed to beat a team that's capable of that and to be able to do it with their best weapons, not even needing a big drastic change?
When I love how you mentioned the 3v4 scenarios that AR ends up getting in, because it felt like a chess sacrifice, right? It felt like they were just like, here, have this Rook, have our K-Gal, go get them for funsies, we'll all retreat, use our specials, and keep you locked into your base, and while we still have a decent amount of advantage in space and paint, and then we just come right back at you. And it's fascinating that it's that high level of gameplay where they're able to do that.
And to be able to do it so consistently, right? Like,
yeah,
there were so many times where we said, and you know, there may have really even been a moment there, probably at about the minute left marker, maybe a minute and a half, somewhere along those lines, where AR was finally able to break back into the middle. And then suddenly we saw one go down on plat, one go down on the far left, one go down on the far right, and then we saw poor Kiver, who was engaged in a fight in the center, trying to rotate around. And, you know, we talked so much about what Scar was going to be able to do with that Nautilus, and it really seemed like he was having a terrible time with it. And That's because MGR made like his life terrible there. Let's get this straight here. We know Scar is capable of playing at the highest level against the highest level of competition too. But we saw one Inkjet, and that tells me that that weapon just wasn't able to fire at all. Like, it goes beyond just not being able to find picks. If you're only able to get one Inkjet, the Inkjet that we saw used, one, on the defensive side, and two, get shot out of the sky in the middle of Inkjet, that just tells me that weapon wasn't even able to fire. And that is a weapon we've seen what Biscuit and Bagel are able to do on a more, you know, not passive necessarily, but on a team comp that kind of allows them to move and paint up. There was just no paint to be had. They were respawning in the entire time. That was all they were able to do, not able to take advantage of what that weapon's really capable of.
And it was interesting that we had a conversation the other day. Nautilus is not seen in Japan, like, at all. Like, it never took off like it did in the West. And I think that what we saw, that's part of the reason, is because they just get shut down. They can't get off the ground. Literally, they couldn't get off the ground with that Inkjet. And so, because of that level of impact, and because, I mean, even Inkjet isn't even that strong, especially in some of these formats that JJ is especially used to, with the splat zones being the focus. And so because of that, they know how to play around it to the point where it's not even a consideration.
Yeah, not a consideration, and, you know, to be fair, like, no weapon looks good on the stat sheet when they can't leave their spawn. But that weapon in particular, it just seems like because it needed so long to get charged up and try to jump in, it's a weapon that really does need you to be looking another direction. It excels because if you miss it firing at you, you're done. That's it. But there were even moments where Scar was able to make it to the center of the map with that weapon, and then it was trying to fire at someone who was already retreating, and then immediately the Jet Squelcher jumped back out, started firing, and before you could see the reticle snap over to that, it was already too late. And you certainly don't think that you're targeting a player when you're trying to do that, but when you have a weapon like the Jet Squelcher, and you have a player who is able to confidently trust the calls from the team to move over and start firing at the biggest threat, it does just seem like they were able to make it a non-factor, and it's incredible. I don't think I've ever quite seen any team do that to AR on tower control, especially on that map.
Oh, well, at least we won't have to see it happen again, right? It stinks, but single elimination, it's understandable why they're running the format the way they are, but it stinks to be sent home during those first matches, especially during such a crushing defeat like that. You have to feel for AR.
Especially with
did
how that,
show up.
They did. That Splat Zones game was so good and so strong, and it was just the slight, you know, overextension that they had to do at the very end, where Scar had to go and try to attack Yozora on the foil squeezer to make sure that the bubbles were out of the way. But again, that's like why the foil squeezer still works. It outranges most of its threats on the front line, and it's just amazing how those small moments in one game can then be totally overshadowed by a full-fledged dominance in game two.
We expected the opposite, right? That's the thing. We expected, okay, they might get cleaned on zones, and then they'll counterpick to TC, and they'll be the ones that are more familiar on that map mode, and they'll be able to work around and maybe even show up a win in game two, but they'll at least make it close. But it was the other way around. I think that's fascinating. I'm very impressed at MGR's ability to adapt to that.
Yeah. And not that there were any narratives that I think people seriously talked about of Japan being weak on tower control, but if there are people who still believe in that narrative, I hope that was a solid answer for you as to what they're capable of doing to even the best teams that North America and Europe can pump out. But Magic, I believe we've talked about that set enough here. We have people starting to get into the lobby for our next set, Resistance versus Mirror Coat, and we'll go ahead and play the Resistance highlight video right now.
メインカウント20切ってレジスタンスラインを押し上げている。さあナイス玉2つ。
ナイス玉2個投げて一気にエリア止めれるは止めれますが、返しはナイス玉。
取らないといけない。輝き水槽作戦。ペナルティーを入れないといけない。ノアが入っていって3人がかりで抑えたレジスタンス。
God, as a commentator, it gets my blood boiling to hear people get that excited at the end of a 100-0 game, which you know, burying the lead there that Resistance is capable of doing that to other top Japanese teams in Area Cup, a 100-0 victory and a dominant one at that. But of course, we cannot speak too much without talking about their opponents, Miracote, who qualified by way of Turf War, and their highlight video.
モンピッチャーラインを上げていく。さあ、オタンがラインを上げていく。選手が。さあ、しかしドーンが落ちた。ここでキルが入ったのは、なんとメタモコ。オタン1枚取って、塗りを広げて、これは決まったか？58.5% 勝者メタモンとなりました。優勝おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
おめでとうございます。
So we are back to two Japanese teams battling it out here. Resistance, our number 2 seed, and Miracote, our number 6 seed. So we talked a little bit about these teams in the pregame here. Resistance, one of the most decisive and accomplished pickups here. Just in not only here, but in Japan, period. When you have 3 players on your team that are 3k XP, and the fourth one could have been at 3k XP with one slightly good session of solo queue, it says all you need to know about what this team is capable of in a very real sense when they're trying to attack the opponent, when they're diving on just the small openings. But their opponents, Miracote, again, feature arguably the best charger in the world, Chikatan, and one of the founders and top bucket players that this game has ever seen, Menshino, as well.
And you know, it's funny. People always talk about how we can't escape Pokemon names in Splatoon teams and players, and even in Japan, they can't escape it. Pokemon names are just everywhere. This team is going to be one of my highlights to watch because of the legacies that these players have, and the way that their composition is going to play a lot more like what we've seen from traditional Western-style teams, where there are those bucket players or those blaster players. There are those charger mains, and then you have, you know, your classic front lines, your classic support. And so it's going to be interesting to see that kind of playstyle play out here with a little bit the twist that we see from the Japanese perspective. On the other side, though, it's going to be fascinating. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and the interesting part here is when you have, like, the charger dynamic, which we've kind of alluded to here, the decisiveness and the ability to collapse that Resistance is really known for, where they are such strong, individually skilled players that they feel confident kind of improving off of each other. My opponent is over here, my teammate's about to engage. I have enough time to get over there, fire a couple shots, and get back. Like, I don't need to call that out. I understand that from my hours and hours of dominating opponents, that I can get there and get back to my spot in time. I don't need to convey that. I don't need to worry about, like, all of this slow stuff, like thinking or calling out what I'm about to do. But when you have a charger, that is a weapon that is fast enough and precise enough with a player like Chikatan that you can kind of overextend in situations where you don't think you can overextend. I remember when the Brella and the Bamboo and then really the Nautilus were starting to get popular, there was this kind of spacing-based meta where suddenly what was once an overextension, or not an overextension rather, was suddenly an overextension. And it was because people just weren't used to the timings of, you see the laser, you're done, that's it. Like, if the laser sees you, you see the laser. It doesn't matter how quick you can move. If they hit their shot, that's it. That's a 3v4. And against teams like this, where one player with this displacement passive meta, like, that can be it. No one's going to want to overextend in that scenario. So I'll be really, really interested in seeing if that happens early on, if Chikatan is able to kind of break a game open with one big shot early on, and what the adaptation is going to be from Resistance, because they can't really match that.
Right. It's really interesting because, like, when you talk about a Jet Squelcher, you don't talk about the killing power of the Jet Squelcher. Although it has that, you're mostly focused on the spacing battle that happens, right? Whereas with the Charger, it's if you overextend, you're done. You don't push them back, they're dead, right? And that dynamic can create those fascinating openings that you don't see from a lot of these other teams. And if they can play off of that, if they can play around that, it's going to be fine. But if Resistance is aware of that, then it's going to be hard for that Charger. If you stay out of the range of that Charger, if you missile it down every single time it wants to get a shot off, it's not going to be as impactful. And that's why we have been seeing such the decrease in chargers, because they bonk an armor every time, because they might have a shot charged and then they get missiled. And there are these ways of countering these high impact weapons that the more versatile weapon is going to be favored most of the time.
Yeah, and the reason that we mentioned this so much too, I know people are probably a little tired of hearing us talk about Chikaton's charger, but that's because so much of what Resistance is bringing is pretty straightforward, with the exception of one player, and that's Naegora. And Naegora is their backline equivalent. Now, it's not a charger, which is why we've kind of not been talking about it with respect to this, but Naegora is a true backline flex, and that's, you talk about chargers being rare, a backline flex even rarer these days at really high level. Rapid Blaster Pro Deco is one of the weapons that was listed, mini Splatling and heavy Splatling remix as well from Naegora. So, I mean, this is another player, and I believe in some of our research we even saw an E-leader come out. Now, I believe that was really just kind of a like one map counter pick type of deal, but it's going to be interesting to see if both sides opt to go with the backline, and I really think that's going to be map dependent here, which they try to go with. When you have a backline flex, you are, at the very least, somewhat advantaged in the sense that you can rotate around, but by the same token, I don't know that any of those necessarily have a strong, as strong of an influence on the match as what the Charger's going to be able to do.
Right, exactly. And it's fascinating that you bring up the E-leader, because a lot of times, you know, it's the what we used to see a lot is the counterpick battles of the backlines. You know, just, do you pick the ballpoint? Do you pick the charger? Do you pick the E-leader? And you know, trying to rotate through those, see which one's going to win out. And if you end up counterpicking them in a way that they aren't expecting, if you find that E-leader and you can just completely wall them out of their comfortable spots where they're used to shooting from, it creates a huge disadvantage for the team with the under-range charger or backline on that map. And so it goes back and forth once again on kind of a rock, paper, scissors. Are you going to pick this or are you not kind of deal? And mini splatling is going to be probably one of the things that we're going to see. They're going to be spamming a lot of missiles. They're going to be poking out with burst bombs, like almost like a custom jet squelcher would. Although it's going to be hard to see that impact if we see something like a heavy.
Yeah, and I really think it's going to be map dependent too. Again, for those of you just joining us, the maps are random here, so they're not going to be able to hatch their big plans here, but both of these teams, of course, will have an answer for it. Interestingly enough, you know, Miracote qualifying by way of Turf War, using their comp in Turf War, again, should tell you all you need to know about the skill of their players in terms of the painting prowess and the patience here, but one other interesting thing to note about Miracote is they're one of the few teams here that is capable of running a true double slosher comp, and we talked a little bit about this as well. They tend to bring it in on some of the more fight heavy maps. Of course, Black Belly's the easy pick, but there's also some games on record of them using it in on a Mako Mart, so that is a really popular map for a lot of really fight heavy comps here, and I'm sure that if that's to be seen, we'll be seeing it very shortly, and I'm really curious to see, again, like what their answer is going to be against the decisiveness and individual skill of Resistance, because of course the Miracote players are very strong. They've got 3 2,900 players. Resistance has 3 3K players here. There aren't a ton of those in the world, and for 3 of them to be on one team really does tell you all you need to know. But again, when we saw MGR get the victory over Resistance in Area Cup 65, which is a great set, it is on YouTube if anybody wants to watch it here, the games really did go back and forth. And I mean that in a sense of like the set went back and forth, but even in the games themselves, it went back and forth. And there was just this incredible moment, these incredible moments of the final second that you could push in here. And again, jumping out at just the right amount of time. We saw what MGR is capable of. We know what the bubbles bring to the table in terms of the dive. I don't know that the dive is going to be nearly as prevalent here from Miracote, at least in the way that they're going to find ways into zones and try to attack. So I don't think that they're going to be able to play the same type of game that MGR did, but you know, that's part of it. It's finding ways to take your strengths and apply them as you fight your opponent.
And finding strengths, I'm sure that they will. especially with the imbalance that we see. And if they're going to be playing those fight-heavy comps, there's going to be some points where they're going to have the upper hand, and it's if they can convert off of that, right? If they can snowball that into, okay, I'm not going to let you escape on those pesky shooters that can rat away. I'm going to find you. I'm going to make sure that you're painted out and that you don't have your special timers back up at the right time. And having that sense of macro is going to be the difference maker, in my opinion, if Miruko can successfully convert on those openings.
We have the teams getting ready here. It seems like there's just a slight delay in getting everybody into the lobby, so I'm actually going to go ahead and throw up the cards for both of these teams once again as we wait. So you can take a look right here and see Resistance, first place, Area Cup 63, first place, Area Cup 64, second place in Area Cup 65, losing only to MGR, and we can certainly tell you exactly what they're capable of. Reimaru, Himajin, Naegora, and Haruto there. Again, a pretty straightforward look here. We've got a K52, a K shot, an NZAP, and then your backline flex. So, I mean, again, like, the reason that we keep harkening back to these backliners is because they really are the only part of this set that I think is going to be drastically different. Of course, Menshino and any potential double buckets could change that up as well, but certainly on the front lines, it's going to be a lot more of what we're used to seeing. Changing over here now to Miruko, Koko, Chikotan, Otan, and Menshino. Very strong players as well. 2900s, it's rare where the 2800 in the lobby is drastically outpaced by all the other players, but it just shows again. And you see the solid defense will stop any push here. It's what they're known for here. It's where they're able to get set up in terms of stopping big pushes, as we've kind of alluded to, but the answer is always going to be, how do you get back in? And not so easy against these top teams.
Definitely not. It's very interesting to see that Miruko came from a Turf War tournament where it's going to be such a different playstyle that their background is from, like where their strong suit is, right? Where they're having those longer, scrappy matches that are going to end up culminating in those last 30 seconds or so. And if they can maintain that advantage until their timing is just right, where they can win out consistently every single time. Because, and this might not be that popular of an opinion, although I don't know who's watching, but Turf War is a map, is a mode that you can take very seriously and find winning strategies for. And having those kinds of strategies come into play for something like a Zones tournament is going to be a little bit of an interesting wrench in the plans of Resistance.
As we wait here, we want to thank everybody again for joining us in what is probably for many of you a very early morning here on your weekend here at the Splat World Championship. 8 teams from around the world competing in the waning days of Splatoon 2 to be crowned a champion. The top teams from Japan, Europe, and North America here duking it out. We have already seen our European representative, Alliance Rogue, get taken out earlier. It's a brutal single elimination, best of 3, but we of course salute their efforts nonetheless. Very well played, but I mean this is the best of the best, and sometimes when 2 really good teams come together, one of the teams that's good doesn't look so good, and that's just the nature of this game and the nature of what it looks like at the top level. But we thank everybody again for joining in. Since it appears we still have a moment, we'll just very quickly go over the rules as well, since we're still in round 1. You can see here, single elimination, round 1, best of 3. Rounds 2 and 3 will be best of 5. The first 2 modes are decided by the rule set of the team's qualifying tournament. If you won an area cup, your mode will be Splat Zones, as an example. For both the North American and European teams, because they qualified via multi-mode tournaments, they essentially get to pick whatever they want. We saw AR made their pick earlier and went with tower control. Very quickly, game 1 will be on the higher seeds mode, game 2 on the lower seeds mode, game 3 and onwards will be counterpicked. Same mode is allowed, same maps are not, with the winning team receiving their choice of jersey or trophy. But Magic, people are finally getting into the lobby. I think we can finally go ahead and pass it over to these teams as they get started. And we will have a great set between these two.
And it looks like it's going to start on a classic that we rarely see once again anymore. Zones on Camp Triggerfish, where the 2v2 reigns supreme. And if you are not ready to fight a battle with long range, where we're probably going to be seeing a couple of E-leaders, where we're probably going to be seeing stuff like the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco because it has the ability to poke from across the way, this is going to be such a unique battling situation for both of these teams. And if they can manage to isolate those fights successfully and get those stray picks with something like the Charger, it's going to end with the zones barely getting ticks down and then finally getting that lead.
And that's the really, like, man, you talk about, like, what are the backliners going to do against one another? What a map to have for here. They're going to have to find some answers very, very quickly, I would say.
Right. They're going to have to find them during team preview, right? Like, because that's where these game plans need to come out. They have 90 seconds to think, okay, do we have the firepower to battle against these Chargers? And as we load in, it's going to be game 1 for Resistance versus Mirror Coat on this Splat World Championship. And we're going to be seeing double Charger, double scoped Firefin.
Double scope Firefin, and take a look at this. That's actually Himajin who is going to be switching over to that. So we talked about what these players have, what they're capable of using here. This isn't their backliner, at least on paper there. Naegora is actually going to be going over to the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, which we talked a little bit about. And look at all this pressure getting for free. Portikotan's going to have to rotate all the way back. They're giving up this zone mostly for free. It appears that the other members have at least survived on the other elbow, so they might be able to prevent too much damage from occurring here. But what an incredible tool to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, very much so. And because these fights end up so isolated. What was that, Inkjet? How'd you know that Jikotan was gonna be there, Rimaru? Where are you going? You're not painting the zone. Finally, they get back, and these low scoring counts are going to be so important. But wow, I don't know where I was going with that first point. I'm sorry, Nine.
No, that's totally fine. Like, JP Inkjets, man, it's been a thing that people say for a long time. They're happy that that meta's not there anymore because that's what it is. Your first shot is so much more powerful than the others because the opponent doesn't know and can't position themselves as quickly. To be able to take out the Charger that quick is a huge boon. And look at this, already moving up here, trying to get some other shots. Menchino moving up just as they've done before. It's going to take a special here to at least try to contest this zone, but they're going to have such a difficult time moving in. Properly covered from the other side and shut down immediately. That's another 2 down. The Charger's going to get credit for that pick, but really it was the burst bomb that was going to be able to shut that one down. And look at this, Magic. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to find their way back in. Pushed up so far already here. Look at this fight well away from the zone. It's going to have to fall to the other members to try to neutralize it here. They've done so, but that's another one going down once again to the Inkjet. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And all right, what's your counter pick? What's your counter pick? Dominance.
Naegora pushing all the way forwards into the fire pit, and then getting supported by the Inkjet who was painting from zone during that moment, and then getting the pick during that. That's how do you plan that? How do you have the sense to go forward with that? 1 KA! Miracle got 1! Uno! 1 pick, that was it. That's all that they got. That was so utterly dominant because of their strategy. They played it with 2 anchors. And like I said, 2v2s reign dominant. And if you have 2 anchors and you can't break through, there's nothing you can do.
And to be able to have the wall there to slow it down as well, to be able to rotate around. And again, the burst bombs that came. We talked so much about the double backline there, but Reimaru being able to bring out that the L3D there as well. What a perfect weapon for that type of map. To send it up on the opponent's elbow and just push in from there. If the opponent comes over, they'll take a burst bomb to the face. And if they try to come up their own side, well, you have Naegora there to try to push in, to try to attack. And after all of that, you still have an Inkjet that's probably waiting. And as you use the Inkjet, like you said, then your Rapid Blaster is able to move up, attack there as well. And it's a stalemate at best on the other side because it's a Charger. So, I mean, to be able to have a comp like that you can pull out specifically for that map, I do not think we will be seeing that composition again. But to be able to have that in your back pocket here, to have one of your 3K, I want to point out, 3K XP frontliners. A 3k XP frontliner that can pull that weapon out when needed. I mean, just what incredible skill. Yeah, like, apparently you can't plan around this team. Like,
No.
you're going to have to find a way to outplay him because you can't outplan him, that's for sure.
And, you know, it's what we're seeing, it to me feels like some of these crazy strong North American pickups that we've seen in the past, right? Where they're going to pick the strangest things because they're able to just switch off, and because they're able to skill check you, because they're such strong players, they're just going to dominate whatever they choose. And because you can't plan around them, you don't know what they're going to come at you with, and you don't have that foresight to plan around it in the composition stage, so you have to just adapt mid-game, and that's so hard to do on a map like Camp. But this is Wahoo World. This is going to be a little bit more stable, at least in terms of what we're seeing from the composition side. Although we are going to see that heavy deco come out, which is something you never see.
Yeah, well, and especially because this is Turf War that's going to be played on. A reminder that, again, because it was a Turf War tournament that allowed Mirako to qualify, it does mean that whether they want to or not, they have to start here on Turf War. So y'all are going to get to see two incredibly strong top-tier Japanese teams duke it out here on Turf War. And, you know, unsurprisingly, on a map like Wahoo World, where there is relatively uninkable area that the opponent can't access, not a terrible idea to instead focus on painting that here as well. Of course, wouldn't be Turf War without some L3s, one going with the L3D, one going with the traditional L3, and it's going to be Otan on the traditional L3, is going to jump back in and is actually able to get a baller off here, but, you know, when three people surround you, it doesn't matter what special you have.
Look at how little that the resistance or the Mirako base is actually painted. They haven't even gone for elbow yet. Instead, they're focusing on the middle of the map, keeping the resistance out, keeping them backed up into their base. And with this slosher, there's not a whole lot that they can do. They can't really contest mid because the combination of Coco and the slosher will end up just collapsing on them, and they can't go around the carousel because Mission was to just dump all of their ink onto them. So they've got a little bit of a wall set up. Finally, they have everything painted that they need to. It looks like they've got some specials to go in, try and make a move.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really interesting move that they have to make. I was about to say it's a great pick there, Menchino finding that one. That was going to be an attack on Tikaton, and really, this was the only chance they had, right? Somebody overextends ever so slightly in the very max range by Menchino. We said the inventor of this weapon at a high level, and that's what it looks like there. Dive in on another, how's a 3v1 looking, but really, I agree. They had a wall set up, right? They had to back up. They weren't entirely sure, but just one person going down suddenly opened up everything for them. The decisiveness, within just a few seconds, they turned what was a 3v4 into a 3v1.
And impressively done. And that's the power of Slosher on a map like this, and you can tell that's probably why they decided to try and go for this map, this style. And especially, V-Slosh is so underrated because it has the missiles, it has the suction bomb pressure like the K-Shot does, but on a map like this, it's so nice. Maybe going a little bit too far in are the members of Mirako, and these last 30 seconds are so crucial, like we mentioned before. They've got the specials to at least hold them towards the middle area, but this is going to be a bit tense.
It is, and just a big misplay there. The temptation of trying to get a pick there. If you get that pick, maybe you win, but they didn't know that there were two of their opponents there in that spot, and now suddenly it's Mirako who's totally on the back foot. Menchino needs to find this pick, not able to do it, has to rotate all the way back. Both of them getting away is going to favor resistance here. They push forward, Menchino is going to go down. That's another one going down. It's amazing how quickly this turned, but resistance in firm control at the end, and provided that Judge is seeing anywhere close to the same map as I am, this is looking very dicey for Mirako's tournament.
There it is. That was a fantastic play that we saw from Haruto. It literally didn't matter if they won that fight or not. It didn't matter. If Menchino got that pick, it didn't matter. The rest of the team was moving in. Menchino was removed from the fight, and they collapsed, breaking through that middle ground because they understood the timing of when that extended platform was coming up, and they had the specials at the ready. Fantastic preconceptions and teamwork from Resistance to make that move and force a win condition.
Force a win condition too, but I really want to go back to that overextension, that attack there that Otan made there with the L3. had line of sight from a shark to try to attack an opponent, was really responsible for, with Menchino holding down that left side. Didn't necessarily need to go in and try to attack in the way that they did, but, you know, I get it. Like, you get that pick, it's 3v4 there, approaching the last 30 seconds of the game. You're going to have special advantage. You know that someone is already stuck up on top left and can't immediately affect it, but, I mean, that's the risk that happens in these games, right? You go for a pick that if you get, you probably win the game, but then because you don't get the pick, you lose the game. And it's just amazing here. I know the common thought process from everybody is, well, you know, it's turf war, last 30 seconds is all that matters, but there were so many moments there where one slight overextension changed the entire balance of the game. That's what allowed Miracote to gain the control that they had, and then the slight overextension by Miracote, I mean, it's amazing how the one small opening just completely changed everything that quickly. I mean, that was within seconds, Magic. That was within seconds they took the whole map and rode it the rest of the way.
And people always say that, especially turf war hangs on a knife's edge, right? And it could, the smallest of margins, the smallest of weight changes can end that tipping in one favor or another. And especially with the discipline that these Japanese teams have, it's so much more important. Again, every single time that one person goes down, it's that much more of an imbalance. It's that much more of the situation changes so heavily because the small margins are what they need, and one death can be that opening.
It's an unforgiving game we play, man. It's
Very,
easy to forget
it's
sometimes.
very unforgiving.
It's easy to forget sometimes that we all have these little inklings with 100 HP, and that's all you have. And every weapon, if it has the reticle on you for a second, is going to be able to take you out. And just sheer brutality, man. That's what this is. And, you know, it's one of the reasons why people talk about the, you know, displacement meta and how teams just are willing to give up zone if it means they stay up. And it's because they know what teams are capable of in terms of holding this. And I know that, you know, part of it is a turf war thing. You don't get to hold on to the lead that you had as much as you would in some of these other modes, but there's certainly a fundamental aspect to that way of thinking that applies to all of the modes.
Right. There are concepts and ideas and thought processes that are consistent, right? That fundamentally are built up in things like turf war and zones that carry over into the other ones. Like the one thing that I always harken on, especially when I do coaching, when I do analysis, is area control. You know, where are the key areas to control? Like that doesn't change. It just changes how you approach during those different modes. And so the differences there are going, like, there aren't that many differences. Like if you want to push on tower control, you need to control the area ahead of the tower. If you want the zone, you need to control the area around the zone. Like it's the same concept every time, and being able to transfer that, although it takes some nuances, it's the same thing.
We have now, I know people are already starting to get excited here. 2 more teams that'll be battling it up. If you took a look at the top of the screen, you saw Boukenvillia, so that is the pronunciation. I had Tic Tac sound it out for me. Versus North America's hope, Starburst. And we have, again, some videos here to show you about both of those teams, and we'll also flash their cards up. But first, please enjoy Boukenvillia's highlight reel.
これあるぞ。このまま逆転からのノックアウトもあり得る。残りは2分。十分に時間はあります。
いや、本当にありますね、ここ。
ノリスケを倒している。人数差は5分、3対3。
落ち、3落ち。
カウントストップ。チャンス。再び取ってあるか。残り10、残り10。決勝目の前、さらに落としていく。横をうまく取った。バードライフを落としていく。そのままフィニッシュ。ノックアウトで決勝に進んだのはブーゲンビリアです。
And of course, not to be outdone, we have a short highlight here from Starburst from their victory in the NA Open 2022. I think he's happy to be off the blob and be able to attack. Brand's gonna run through. That's already damage on that last person. Bagel immediately pushing forward. This last checkpoint, actually, I don't know if it's gonna be able to be contested.
I don't know. I don't think that there's enough of Super P there. I think they're just going, yep, there it is.
Yep, there it is indeed, and that's what a lot of teams feel like when they play against Starburst. The train gets a rolling, and boy oh boy is it difficult to stop once it leaves the station.
I think North America is awake. Also, I think there was a familiar voice in that clip, although I couldn't quite place my finger on it. This is Starburst, everybody. Good morning, North America. This is the team that everyone is so excited to see play today, and for good reason. These are some of the best, the longest lasting, I have to say, people that have been playing consistently for a long time. Ice, Bran, Biscuit, even though Bagel's a little bit of a newer blood, has been at the top for a long time, and I would have no better team to represent North America than these four.
Yeah, it's an incredible team in terms of what they've been able to accomplish on the world stage as well. Of course, Ice has, duked it out with some of Japan's best on the world stage, the live world stage. Bran has played against all these players all the time. Bagel, in the role that he was able to play in Sayonara, and their big rise. There was a time, I'll never forget the comment that the legendary Japanese commentator Ridu made. He said he thought Sayonara was the best Western team, period, bar none. And suddenly that got everybody up in a tizzy, but a big reason for that was what Bagel was able to achieve against top Japanese teams, and they raved about Biscuit, and it's hard not to, man. The kid is just unbelievable in terms of not only his versatility, but how efficient he is. I'm not sure that I've seen a K52 get as much done in as few shots as him. He just doesn't miss, and he has listed here 2 weapons that I would be surprised if he went with. Certainly the custom blaster would be hyped to see, and who knows, maybe they've just truly cooked up something crazy for this, because why not? But capable of playing every weapon on the entire roster. Started off as a blaster player, went over to the back line, then went over to the front line, then went over to the Nautilus, and now just plays whatever he wants to because he can. But, I mean, really, anyone who has seen this team play knows what these players are capable of, and they know they're going to put the best foot forward.
I think that the spirit of Kyo is with us with that custom blaster marking. That's the feeling that I get. But it's true. I mean, Kyo was one of the players that a lot of these players have played with for a long time, and I'm sure the influence of Kyo's play and Kyo's play style will be with them, especially with the prior teammates that he's had. This is going to be a fascinating set. If any of these weapons that we see on this screen come out, it's going to be fascinating.
It will indeed. And on the other side, their opponents, Boukenvillia, you can see second place at Area Cup 63, second place only to a little team called Resistance, and we certainly saw what they were capable of here, but Riruri-ru, Rel, however you want to pronounce it here. It's lots of different ways to pronounce it here, but one of the true mains of the H3D. This is one of the players who, back when people thought that double H3D was the strongest comp in zones bar none, well, you can partially blame this squid. The rest of the team, of course, very powerful as well. And this is another team that might break out a double anchor. You can see listed on the screen there. They have a jet as well as a ballpoint if necessary. And I can confirm Lire does play both ballpoints as well. So don't be surprised if we see some crazy ink jets come out when you least expect it.
I have always been a propagandist for vanilla ballpoint. I don't think you understand. That weapon has so much versatility, especially with the trappings of the mist and the inkjet. I could go on, but Riruri-ru, however you want to call them, a absolute legend that brought H3 to the forefront of the meta back when main power-up was introduced and people were really understanding how that worked. That's a name that I've heard so many times in the past because of their prominence and because of how strong they were and because of how strong that they still are. This is one of the legends of the game, and I'm really excited to cast over them.
Yeah, and this is one where, like, every time a big H3 play gets made, like you said, it's just, that's the one. Like, and all these people, like, who are commenting on it, you're like, I didn't know you played H3, and they're like, well, I don't, but I know this guy. Like, this is the highest end of what this weapon is capable of, and we talked a little bit earlier about, the role of an in-game lead and a player who is capable of, kind of calling out where you need to go and the calling through the storm here. The notes that Tic Tac gave us say that that's kind of how this team operates. They go as Riruri-ru goes. So we will see if they're up to the billing and taking a look here on a map that we don't see super often here, and taking a look at these comps here as our first game gets started, it is going to be a double missile comp coming out here from Boukenvillia. Meanwhile, Starburst using the comps that we probably figured they'd utilize.
Right, exactly. No big surprises here. We're seeing a lot of paint come out, as well as the Ray on a map like Walleye, which is the straw that was drawn. First pick goes towards Starburst, though, and it could be the moment that they need. There's an armor on the field for Boukenvillia, but it could be their opportunity to strike, and there goes the H3. This is their first chance to really make something happen, and they haven't gone down yet. This is looking like it's a good opportunity.
It is, and you know, a very almost Japanese way of them starting that out. They gave up the early cap there. They waited out the early couple of specials there, understanding that they could get a pick. They ended up getting 2 there. They weren't able to push very far forward because of another really timely Ray, and they got to be careful here. They do know that this is coming in, but the wall is up. Not even Brand's going to be able to win that, and this went from bad to worse very quickly. They're going to rotate back. Bagel's going to fight a 4v1, and just as I was saying, Starburst played that scenario perfectly. The Ray to allow the other members of Boukenvillia to come back in, allow them to very quickly turn that one on its head.
And that all started with Brand going down right in that right alleyway, right? And that's when Lire was able to move up and use that wall to its fullest potential. Even though they knew it was coming, at that point it was the lost cause. The Ray coming in for Ice may be able to find a pick. No, it doesn't seem like it's going to be able to. Armor and Bomb Rush are able to move in now, finally getting pushed back, and they are able to collapse. They're able to use that opening to find at least a member down. Although the paint isn't quite there yet, they finally get the cap, and that's 2 more going down. They're staggering Boukenvillia right now, and they have the special counters to keep them at bay for the time being. They just need to move up a little bit more. They need to get that paint control as much as they can. Wait, they're going for picks here?
They are going for picks here. They understand they have a lot of points they need to get here to use it earlier, and Ice is going to find one. That's a big pick there because that was their K-Pro here. Right now, this Stingray needs some follow-up. It's not going to be able to even be fired right now. They're going to wait until some of the other members are back, but that right alleyway has collapsed. Look at this. They're pre-firing into the alleyway. There's nobody there. They already got out here, and now almost as a sense of desperation, this Stingray has to be used by Noatsumuri. And now let's see, are they going to be able to get any follow-up on this Booyah Bomb? They throw it at Brand, not at the zone, just to build some space. They drop down. If Biscuit finds this pick, it might be it. They're rotating over. Is anyone in the zone? Dig is able to find a pick, and just barely holding on is Starburst, but finally the zone goes the other way after they've gotten the lead, and Relreal is gonna maybe tunnel a little bit too hard, and I'm sorry, that's the shortest hold I think I've ever seen them have.
Wow! I'm so impressed at the tenacity. Also, the armor ends up going down because of that pick from Ice, and because of that, they didn't have the armor and the confidence to go back in on the side of Boukenvillia, and the armor on the side of Starburst was able to protect them from that Ray. They're not going to get protected this time, though. The missiles are able to at least prevent it from using its full duration. There are 2 on the right side trying to fight Brand, but Brand is there! Brand is around! Brand is able to make this 2v1 and come out unscathed, and finally able to get help from Ice, I believe it was, who was able to shoot over and find Relreal. This is going to be 2 down, and although they have a special online, this is going to be probably the zone. They need to move now. Starburst won the first game of Splat Zones against Boukenvillia.
And an incredible display all throughout there. The ability to rotate out, the patience in the middle of the fights, right? This is something that I think you can really break down in like VOD reviews and whatnot where you look at this. But I don't think there was any point in that game where Starburst went too deep on a fight. They did damage, they held their position, they waited for somebody else to come over. They never went too deep to fall into Boukenvillia's, I mean, forget like plans there, they just never went too deep and got pre-fired on or anything like that. In all of their fights, they simply set up the way that they needed to. They understood the position was fine. They rotated over there. You saw Brand win that 1v2. Really, that was a 1v1 that he was able to get very quickly. He hit Relreal with the bomb, and then when Relreal went over to the corner, he just kept pre-firing and making sure that he couldn't come out. Ice came over in time, and that was just a perfect little micro scenario that happened so many times. Of course, we're only able to see so many of them, but that was the theme of the match. Incredible discipline in those micro fights by Starburst.
And that first wipe that they had me so scared, right? Like, everyone's, oh no, here it comes, right? Like, this is going to be just another AR situation. They're going to get walled out. This is here we go. But it never happened. I don't know if it was just the distance of Walleye, the non-confrontation from Boukenvillia's part, or just what have you. But for whatever reason, they decided to just not push up and have that stranglehold. And because Biscuit had those missiles on the ready, and because they were very quick to move in and get back in and get that position to that top left, they were able to break back in what seemed like no time at all.
So we are now going to have Moray Towers up here, and you know we'll talk about this, of course, if Boukenvillia is able to get this win, but it's going to be Game 3 on Starburst's counter pick, which is really, really interesting to see. Or I'm sorry, no, it is going to be on tower control. They've already made it here, so regardless of who wins Game 1, yeah, that's right, Game 2 is going to go here. So Moray Towers tower control. Magic, when was the last time you played this?
When was the last time I saw this at a tournament? I'm gonna say 2017 during the Splat World Championship. I think is the last time I saw this at a tournament. I cannot imagine the last time. But though Moray Towers is we are no stranger to, at the very least, this is a map that is going to be dependent on those snipe areas, and Ray could be very strong here, as you see, able to take down Bran, and they're gonna get collapsed on at the very least. Although a Ray coming out from ice this time around and is going to take down 2, getting right back, and again the early give up of the position to get a couple of picks and get the momentum in Starburst's favor, and we're just seeing the same thing from Game 1.
It is, and you know Boukenvillia's plan there was very sound, right? It's have your K-Pro go, or sorry, your K-52 rather, go and attack their snipe, and as you do so, have your Ray attack it. You claim their snipe, you collapse in on them, you're fine, you're good. But what happened there was the members of Starburst survived so long and so well that even though they did get collapsed on, enough of them were up and pre-firing that they were able to survive long enough for Isis Ray to come in and close that out. We see at the other side as well, Noatsumuri being able to close that down as well with a really powerful Stingray, but again, you can see the strategy and how it ends up working there in both sides, and again, it just doesn't seem like Starburst is making any major mistakes here in these micro situations when the pressure's on.
Exactly. Though that Ray really did end up being the knife in the gut to Starburst push, they did so well. They used the bomb rush to put the pressure onto Snipe, and they timed it much better so that they had another Ray, they had all those specials that they needed to get that to at least a 68 push. Now they're going to be able to try and dodge one more Ray. They're going to get a little bit lined up here. Maybe Railwheel's able to move forward just a little bit more, could be able to find one, but Starburst stays alive for the time being, and they're going to have specials at the ready very soon. This is looking like it could be their opportunity once again.
And that's the lovely thing about when the opponent tries to use a Ray to try to break this open, right, is Moray Towers, there's so many avenues where you can run away to where the opponent can't really follow the entire way. It's not a flat map, we all know that, but that also means that you don't have to jump all the way back to spawn to safely escape a Stingray. You can probably just jump to wherever your anchor is, and as a result, you saw some hesitation by the members of Boukenvillia to try to follow up on that Stingray. And, I mean, of course, we know how strong these Rays are and how strong these players are with their Rays. Railwheel completely opening this game from a really awkward position to get those picks has given his team a chance to really make this push here. But when you're relying on a Ray to get a pick to open the push, that's never the position that you want to be in. You want to be able to follow it up, you want to be able to use the Ray to then have your members move up and do the actual attack, and right now Starburst hasn't been giving them that too much.
No, it's very frustrating kind of playstyle that Starburst has been putting on, and it's impressive to see the patience. Although this Ray looks like it's going to be the opening this time that they need, Lire's up in the Overlook area and could be taking down the members, as well as Dig coming up from the other side. This is looking like the coordinated push that Boukenvillia has been looking for the entire game, and Bran barely does go down. Finally, Dig trying to make a move here. A little bit of a standstill. That was a little bit interesting, but could this be the push that ends the game? It looks like it very well could be if Starburst doesn't collapse, and finally they do.
Yeah, they do. Great job there. And Lire is still up here to add a little bit more insult to injury here and just make sure that there's no super strong counter push coming the other way. But that was the scenario that we talked about, right? Railwheel gets the opening from an incredible individual play, was able to take out 2, then they collapsed on the 3rd, and then finally they got to use the array to kind of lead the charge rather than going for the pick that opens the charge. And I mean, the meta on this map has been written for years now, right? You want to fire your Stingray from right here. You want to use your Stingray to hit the opponent's plat there area where you can attack and like get the long sustained push. So they've executed it just right. The difference here is that right now there hasn't been the incredible play that we saw from Riruri-ru. This jump is very scary, and Noatsumuri is going to get jumped on again. If he can find a pick, this would be huge. He's not. Instead, it looks like one of the other members was able to attack Ice, and Dig might be able to find another. I think that might actually be two that Dig finds there, and that could put a major, major wrench into this attack when it looked like Starburst finally had an opportunity.
Look at where Ice is on that overlook, trying to make people push back at least a little bit. Biscuit's going to be tasked with trying to find a way up this ramp. Not going to be able to do so. Instead, Ice is going to fire that way to try and give Biscuit a way in, but is not going to find anyone. This Stingray may be able to clear the way for the tower, at least for the time being. They're going to stutter step it to try and get out of the way of that Tri-Slosher's shots, although one's going to end up going down. Finally, one gets up here. Brand might be able to find two, but there's nobody on the tower, and what universe are we in, Nine? Because I don't know the last time I've seen Starburst lose on tower control. Moray Towers, but they're gonna have the counter pick for Game 3.
They are gonna have their counter pick here. They're gonna be able to pick whatever map, well, I guess not really map here, but they're going to have their counter pick as said, and, you know, this is, we kind of painted the picture of that map, right, of how it's going to go, and the idea at the very start was made clear, right? We use our Ray to point our frontliners in the direction that they need to go. Both teams were able to make use of that. Starburst turned aside the initial attack very adroitly and were able to get, you know, not a super comfortable push, but, you know, the plan was there and it seemed like they were one step ahead. They weren't going down needlessly. They were playing it well. It really was the moment where Riruri-ru made the play that we kind of talked up Riruri-ru is making there. That was a true 1v2 from an awkward position with a weapon that is susceptible to being rushed down. And to be able to get those two cleanly, to allow Dig to then move in where they secured the third. Ice didn't have a choice at that point, had to back way up, and that meant that there was no one stopping them from getting on overlook. The Ray was able to pick exactly when it wanted to happen. Everything else at that point is simply execution. It's a formality. You've done what you need to do to set up your situation. Both teams were going for the same thing, slightly differently oriented in how they were doing it, but this is, it's so interesting, the maps that we've gotten here at the start, right? Where Walleye, so lockout heavy, can favor a team that has the strong Rays. Meanwhile, the second one sort of forces a certain type of game from tower control, which is supposed to be one of the more aggressive and creative modes that you can play. And now here we are in Game 3, and the maps have been so polarizing at this point here. I have no idea what these two teams are going to fight like when they're on a neutral.
It's going to be so fascinating, too, because it seemed like Starburst had that opening that they needed, too, right? In that fight. But like you said, Dig was able to get that very clutch double, right? Where they were able to at least halt that momentum, stop them from getting to overlook exactly when they needed to. And because of that, the tower was moving just a little bit too late. And that little play from that little individual play, like you said, made all the difference.
Yeah, well, and the recognition to stay in and fight there. Like, that's one of those situations where I guess the old cliche and analogy is know the rules so you know when to break them. That was a situation where Dig was the only one in the only member left alive in a relevant position around the tower. And a lot of times you would say, oh, jump out, let's set up for our defense. If Dig doesn't get those two picks in that situation and stay there, risking like that fight that throws a wrench and disconnects that push, it might not matter that they set up their defense, because then that allows way too much on the side of Starburst. And again, to recognize that in the heat of the moment, I doubt somebody said, hey, keep fighting there. If you take out two people, we can set up our defense properly and they won't be able to move out. Like, there wasn't a full, like, eloquent conversation that called that. That's simply just understanding when you need to stay in the middle and work that situation. And, I mean, in fairness, that is what the Tri-Slosher is wont to do. It's not like that was, you know, the big, like, brain where you calculate everything there and you do what your weapon's not supposed to do, but again, it is those small situations, but it's the recognition that you need to stay in there, that if you get that double, that does more for your team than jumping back out and simply trying to defend with the rest of them.
Right, and it almost is kind of that like that win condition mentality where like, yes, I need to stay in here. I know that I can at least slow them down for the time being. And being able to dodge around as much as possible, right? Even just staying and being a nuisance. It doesn't even matter if you get the kills or not. If you stay around and be a nuisance, they're not moving that tower for the time being. And it like that was the difference, right? They needed like 10 more ticks or something to get to that lead, and that was the amount of time that Dig had stayed there. The counter pick came in, and they readied up instantly.
These teams are ready, and we finally have our first Game 3 of the day, everybody. This is so exciting, and of course, it's Starburst who is up here on this stage, playing it out with us here. Taking a look at the team comps, no surprises here from either team, frankly. Ice is going to be going on the Charger here. What more would you want from him here?
What more could you ask for? Also, I love the differences. We have not been seeing a lot of LDE outside on the side of these Japanese teams, but we see 3 of them come on full force from Starburst. Ice ends up getting kicked out by the Ray, and the first cap is going to go over to Boukenvillia, but this is going to be a fascinating fight as the first bomb rush comes in and Starburst resets.
It is an all brand getting collapsed upon here. This is really bad. If Dig's able to come in there too far, that might be it. And you see Dig very patiently not going in all the way, saying, hey, the rest of my team is coming here. That may have given Ice just long enough, but they have to do something about Dig here. Dig's gonna actually get stuck and get taken out by a wayward bomb, and this is huge here. If Dig had been able to collapse in on that alongside this Stingray, that might have done it there. Relreal gets a pick, Bagel gets the follow-up there. It's 2v2 here, and what a gift to be given there. Just not enough ink to get away from that bomb, and finally the gas has been let up.
And that is the little, like we always say, it hangs on a knife edge. That was the little weight shift that they needed, and now they're in control. The Ray comes in to try and give them a little bit of entry. Here comes the delayed armor to push in afterwards to the cap from the Booyah. Though Starburst does have the lead, and Ice is able to find one! This Charger, like we said, creates such a different dynamic. That ends up getting taken down thanks to Noatsumuri, and this is going to be Starburst cap once again, but this is so tight still. There's still not enough room for them to get back in, and they have the specials to keep them out on the side of Starburst.
Yeah, they dove right back in with just that missiles. You saw Lire and Dig moved over here. Bran actually has an opportunity to maybe get 2 there, and is actually going to be able to find one. Bran goes down in the response, and I can't believe Ice actually got taken down from that. Now look out, Biscuit's in a bad spot, needs to find a way to retreat, and is able to just barely here. I cannot believe that Ray actually was able to take out Ice there. And now look at this, Biscuit's gonna have to rotate all the way back. He's gonna have missiles, but what's the follow-up gonna be? They aren't even in the zone for the missiles to paint it here. That's gonna be the lead going the other way. You can see a fight going on that left side. They're gonna be able to throw that one aside. What is this Ray gonna shoot at? Ice is going to be able to take the zone the other way, and these teams throwing haymakers magic.
They're throwing as many haymakers as they can. They're giving everything that they've got, and it's it's showing already. Relreal find Bagel! How did you see him there? What in the world? And Bran's gonna get caught out here too, most likely, if he doesn't back up. Goes in, decides to go in, and the Biscuit was there for the follow-up from the top ropes. They're coming down with the elbow to try and find this pick. The LDE comes in a little bit stronger now for the side of Starburst as they let the timer tick down just a little bit more. They didn't really want to, but it's going to at least give them a little bit more paint on their power. This is looking like it's Starburst lockout. If they can find this, the armor is live, and the Ray and Brand ends up going down. They need this lead so badly.
They do, and you see the bombs are going to come out here. They're going to just opt to paint the zone here. They're holding it. They're fighting. More bombs coming in here. They were able to get pushed back, but look at this. They go back, but don't give up the zone in the process. They're going to take the lead. Bran is waiting there. They don't know Bran is there. They should be able to shred this if they so choose, and they're going to be able to. Bran gets taken down, but that is a hold, Magic. It's a hold with only 2 members up, and neither of them able to affect the zone.
They knew as soon as, even though one went down, they knew that they had the bomb rushers in the back. Ice, it's an amazing shot. What are you doing, Ice? Can you stop being so clutch? This is Starburst getting the win for the first round in the Splat World Championship.
An unbelievable display there from Starburst. I am out of energy right here. So many scenarios where you saw Lire sneak up, you saw Dig sneak up. They weren't able to get the picks that they had in that last game to open it through. And Ice's shot there, the angle, everything we talked up about Yucatan and how that weapon can completely swing an entire map. One shot, all it takes. And to be able to get that pick there didn't even matter that the Ray came out because there was no threat of paint on top of that. And what an astounding way for you to take your victory, getting 2 wins in Splat Zones. That's the mode that you know the opponent is going to, and that's the only mode they got their victory on, as Starburst takes the victory and moves on in this tournament, knocking out Boukenvillia.
Dun 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 dun. That was the MVP. I cannot believe what I just saw. I'm speechless. I'm still kind of shaking after that. Starburst is moving on. I believe that they're going to be playing, let me look at the bracket here. They're going to be playing Resistance, the number 2 seed after this, which is going to be another crazy set. I don't think that that's the one that we're going to go to next. I believe that we're going to be going to the set between AgoDono and MGR. But the fact that they made it out, the fact that the hope is alive for North America.
The hope is, I mean, more than just alive. Like, all of those micro situations that you saw, the patience and the discipline, not diving too far in, not committing too hard to the fight. And I mean, this is, what we've come to expect here. These players are not going to be shocked by anything they see today, but the composure and the discipline to be able to have that. I mean, all of these players will tell you before and after the fact, what the correct discipline play is. To be able to do it in the moment is that much more impressive. And we saw Real show exactly why everyone is afraid of that weapon. Got a huge pick to open it back up, but there were moments where there were slight disconnections. Starburst was able to pounce on it. They didn't dive in too deep. And at the very end, when Ice needed to get that pick to completely change the entire duration of the game, you know that the Stingray is coming in, that the Stingray is going to be targeting one person in particular and is probably going to find that pick. You know that is the moment for you to get your shot. There's only going to be 2 people left painting. At that point, you can collapse on who those 2 people are. And oh man, what I wouldn't have given to be in that voice chat, man.
Oh my god, I hope that they're recording. If they're not recording, I don't know what they're doing. I'm still, my heart is pounding still. That is going to be a set that people look back on for years. I guarantee that is going to be a set that people are going to analyze back and forth, because that was the highest level of gameplay, and that was a charger taking the cake over everything, right? The high impact weapon that nobody has been playing, that was able to be the decider. And I'm just so mind blown that this is what we're seeing, that we're actually seeing history in the making.
We wanted to see it, and we got it. Congratulations to Starburst taking their victory. To Boukenvillia, a great showing as well, but they will be leaving single elimination. As we move on to our semifinals, Magic, this finally moves us in to the best of 5 portion of our bracket. And boy, what a matchup we have here. We'll go ahead and throw up the AgoDono card once again, our top seed. And Magic, tell the good people what they can expect to see from this powerful team.
What we saw last time, pure domination. And that is the everything. Being able to understand that Kagel needs to be up so far that using the wall and then being able to reposition back to a spot where it's safer, sure, but it still has just as much impact, but now you have to clear it one more time. That is the kind of level of play that we're seeing from AgoDono and Melon. And the supporting crew around it, as well as Riukun, who was a menace to Dynamo on that Jet Squelcher, as well as the support in the missiles and the armors and the paint from Hanjyo and Clicks. This is a team that is dominant in every single attribute that you could attribute to a team.
And the way that they got their 2 victories in that last set too, I mean, they were just classic Splat Zones games where they had a commanding lead. The opponent threw their best counter punch, then suddenly they had to take the lead again. Then they took the lead, then the opponent took it back, and they always had an answer. They always had the composure. And like you said here, calling out all of these players, of course, being just unbelievably powerful players and accomplished players at that. Clicks, arguably the best pure NZAP 85 doing it here. Of course, there are a lot of really strong players who can play it, but I've only ever seen Clicks on this weapon and piloting it at the top level. So we saw what MGR was capable of, an incredibly powerful and dominant set that they played against AR. And we'll go ahead and throw that card up here for you right now. There really isn't anything this team isn't capable of here. Their patience, their ability to maneuver around, their decisiveness, it was all on display in the previous set. So Magic, go ahead and tell everybody who may not have seen what they were able to do in their previous set.
So let me recap exactly what happened during that AR game. It was absolutely wild. The fact that not only was the first game a crazy back and forth set, AR had a couple of openings, there were a couple of times where MGR had maybe overstepped a little bit forward with their K-Gal, the K-Shot, and a couple people got picked off, but they had the specials in the paint to keep things at the steady. But then during a tower control match, they raid every time that AR wanted to come in. They shut down Scar on the Nautilus and absolutely made it a non-factor. They squeezed their way through to control the plat where that tower wants to ride every single time. They were able to do it consistently, especially with those bubbles, and they were able to move up basically all the way into the enemy base and never give them any room to breathe. Not only did they have the specials at the ready every single time, they had that timing down. Their play was immaculate. Even when they went one down, even when they needed to come up absolutely clutch and huge, they did it every single time against the best European team that they had to offer. It was impressive, but it was also emphatic. You want to see Splatoon played at that high of a level, and that is what they're able to do. MGR has the mechanical ability to make everything happen. It is impressive to a T. I love TikTok's translation on the team intro here. It doesn't matter if they are flawless on just Splat Zones. They're also able to transfer that to tower control. As we talked about a little bit earlier, 9, it is more than enough to do it on tower. So, that is the match that we're going to be seeing next. AgoDono versus MGR. I believe that the players are getting ready and are all in the lobby now. It's just a matter of them deciding the map. It is going to be Splat Zones first, because both of these teams won from Area Cup. This is the first best of 5 that we're going to see. This is going to go long, and I'm expecting it to go long.
You would certainly hope so with the capabilities rather of these teams. So again, thank you everybody for sticking with us so far. If you're just joining us, didn't want to wake up for the early time, these two teams, incredibly powerful, and are going to show you exactly what super high level Japanese Splatoon 2 Splat Zones looks like here. And you know, these two teams, again, the players played against each other so many times here. They're very familiar with what the other one has here, again, being long-standing members at the top. And Magic, that was very long-winded. Thank you so much for that, man. Like,
yeah.
That's you. I was like taking notes, and I was like, I should add this, I should add this, and you covered it all, man. You covered every bit.
Wow. Okay. All right. Great. I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, no. 9, again, thank you so much for having me on. This has been a blast already for the first 4 sets that we've had, and I'm beyond ready to keep going.
Waiting here for the teams to get ready. Again, if you are a little confused as to why you're hearing certain things or seeing certain things, in order to get the highest quality stream for you possibly. We are mirroring the Japanese stream. That's why you hear some of their commentators. We're trying to minimize the sound as much as we can here, while still keeping the balance. Maybe for some of you it adds a little extra character to it here, but we do appreciate your understanding here. We are simultaneously broadcasting this in 4 separate languages all over the world, with many oceans separating us. So again, your patience and understanding is appreciated. But hey, oh my God, Mako Mart, how has it been 4 sets and we're finally seeing this for the first time?
Let's go. I feel like this has been the beloved map for all of Splatoon 2's life cycle. As soon as it came in, people realized this is going to be the deciding factor of a map. This is going to be determining which teams really are the best. At least that's what most people feel. It is a very fight-heavy map, though, because of that. It is very good. It is very easy to lock out as well. But it is also somewhat interesting and has a lot of room to break out if you need to. It's a very balanced map.
Very balanced, and it's one of those maps where, like, you know, unlike what we saw earlier with our craziness on Camp Triggerfish or on Walleye Warehouse, where you have certain comps, or there are moments where you're like, well, yep, this is it. Like, we just can't get back in now. It's a map where you can expect some good, honest Splatoon in here, and I'll be interested in seeing here what Melon opts to go, if we're going to see any sloshers here from either of these teams. Both of them have much deeper rosters than what they listed on their cards, and we won't have to speculate too much longer. AgoDono versus MGR.
This is round 2 in the single elimination bracket of the Splat World Championship. And we are going to be seeing a lot of classic stuff from AgoDono, and we are going to be seeing the foil squeezer from MGR, and their dive comp is going to be fascinating. Here comes the Rays. They're going to try and duel it out, but AgoDono ends up gets the first one. Ryukun so much faster.
Not only so much faster, I thought another pick was going to fall there. In Magic, we spent so much time talking about the vanilla jet here. The story of the tournament so far has been, this is some old school zones here. Build up your Stingrays at the very start and rely on everything else. As that Booyah Bomb goes way too high and isn't able to find the zone, that's going to get thrown. This Stingray going to try to move some people around. Instead, it's going to be Melon who's moving up here. This is a horrible position if you're the members of MGR. How do you get rid? And Hanjyo there waiting as well. This Stingray is going to force someone. Yeah, no one's jumping out of that. The last member is going to try to get away. But if Hanjyo finds a pick here, Magic, I don't want to say 100-0, but this is looking dicey.
And it almost happened too. I think Andre just barely misplayed that. MGR looks like they're flubbing. To be honest, this is not the same MGR that we saw, and which is very surprising. The armor and the Stingray able to come in, but they need to start moving now. These bubbles come out to try and get towards the zone. Ryukun ends up going down. The MGR is not going anywhere. They barely get the cap on the zone. Even though Clicks is able to clean up everyone, they barely are able to move those bubbles onto the zone and give themselves at least a little bit more breathing room, but they need these timers to come back online, these specials counts to come back online.
Here's some basic math for you. 3 specials, 4 down, 2 points. That's not great math, and unbelievable there. It was just the bubbles. That was all they did. They threw the desperation in at the end just to give themselves longer to play. I don't know that this Stingray is favoring the way that they're wanting to play. They're not able to maneuver around as well. The members of AgoDono are just too quick here. Their rotations are too much. Once again, they're going to throw a Hail Mary with these bubbles and the specials to try to control it, but even that wasn't enough to take it here. They only found 1 pick. Finally, they are able to take it, but Melon's able to get another pick on the other side and now rotate back over as a result. That's another. Melon, are you going to go for 3? Chill, and not able to. Feeling himself a little bit too much, and finally MGR has a legitimate hold here and are going to be able to set up their set play, but what a crazy first half of this game.
They're not even that far forward, at least compared to what I've seen. Usually on Macro Martin, they're going to be able to get turned on very quickly. That Booyah Bomb was able to separate the members of AgoDono very well during that retake by MGR, and because of that, they were able to push them away and get control of the zone. But it looks like MGR just got the same thing turned on to them. Yozora is gonna be able to try and find one here. Gonna be going for this fight. You're gonna decide, Melon, it's my turn to show you who's boss. Gonna use these bubbles to try and maybe get the nuke. Maybe he was able to. Melon!
How much HP does your Inkling have, Melon? How much HP?
Plot armor. That is plot armor if I ever did see it.
Oh my god. Yeah, first 2 shots too. Okay, Melon, chill. The highest XP in Splatoon history on display for you all right now. rotates back and paints here, has the Booyah Bomb as well to thrust aside the bubbles if they come back in here, where the special's gonna come from. The MGR has pushed out of their spawn here. Booyah Bomb one way, Booyah Bomb the other way. Melon gonna throw it, and it's not gonna be enough to take the zone. They hold it back. Can these bubbles find it? They get a pick there and are able to get it just enough. A really intriguing angle that Yozora took to get there. Truly on the side, directly under Melon too. What a bold play to try to go from that side to be able to at least go back in. But hey, they got them out there. It does look like the members of AgoDono are gonna have at least a couple specials online here very quickly. But that penalty is gone, Magic, and a pick going already. Yozora pushing in.
MGR looks like they had the actual, they were able to push up as far as they really wanted to. They were able to get these people on that right side to keep people from moving towards that goal, that area, as well as the pushed up. Now they're sitting a little bit far back, trying to pay for specials, trying to use the Stingray to go for the pick. They're not going to be able to find it. This armor is going to protect them for the time being. This Ray doesn't come up any bigger. The bubbles come out as well. Yozora is able to at least trade out. That's a lead going to MGR for the time being. The 3 down in 44 seconds and not a lot of penalty points. That's a huge pick, though. If this can stay alive, and it's a Ryukun! Hello, Moji. Are you for real right now? 2 go down. They need this cap. They need this cap right now on the side of MGR if they want to save the lead. They're going to be throwing bombs. They're going to be throwing everything, and they might be able to get the paint down. Melon needs to start painting and is able to do so. Here comes the Ray, though.
Was just enough to force them out there. Melon waited just long enough to try to get the picks there. That time might have been just enough. Just a couple of seconds that there's only one person left, and now that's going to be a full wipe with 8 seconds left. Magic, I don't think they're going to have enough time to build that many specials. They might have one. Yozora's going to be the only one who has it. Look at where that Stingray heads. Straight after Yozora. Bubbles not going to be a factor here. That's another one. Melon going to jump down on the other side. Just a few seconds. The desperation comes in. AgoDono, you did it again!
Skin of their teeth. The skin of their teeth.
Every game, Magic! Every game they
game.
do this!
Why? It feels like they have to put themselves in these situations that they're just better under pressure, because that's what it seems like, right? Like, every single time they're put under these clutch situations, they just do it. They have that X factor. It's immaculate. Just is miraculous.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, we were just praising Mocchi there. Mocchi, who's been like one of the steadiest frontliners in the game, frankly, for such a long time there, made a huge sequence of plays there to give the team a chance. And I mean, as it were, like the Melon being able to be patient throughout that push, right?
Oh, that was insane.
Be able to, you said, and I said it there too, like, Melon, you need to paint. And Melon was like, what if I wait? What if I wait and don't paint, and then, while the opponents are painting, I get a free double? You know? Like, what if we did that? What if I just trusted the rest of my team to stabilize the zone, to deal with them, and then I get 2 picks for free, and then all we have to do is fire our Stingray at Yozora to make sure that the bubbles don't cap zone, because that's all they have. And we talked so much about, in the last set, the individual plays and, you know, the understanding of the micro situations there to be able to decipher that. Like, at a certain point, it's no longer conscious, man. This is just stuff that you know. You don't think. You know.
Right.
And it's unbelievable how AgoDono seems to find these solutions in every single game, because every game they've played has gone about the same. It's been an incredible fight. They've gotten their opponent's best. The opponent has even taken the lead in a lot of circumstances. And then, when push comes to shove, at the very ends of games, they find another gear. When greatness is required, they find that level.
I'm still, like, just floored by the fact that Melon decided, yeah, alright, they can have the zone, like, for the time being. Throws down the wall, gets a double. Like, just understanding that that's the necessary flowchart. It's not teachable. That is an unteachable skill. We're going to Inkblot Art Academy for Game 2. MGR is fighting for their lives, fighting for their tournament life, against AgoDono, who seems unmatched currently.
Yeah, haven't lost yet, and finally we are going to see the missiles coming back out here. The vanilla jet, and you know, one of the things that I called out very early in that game before it went both ways and got crazy is I wasn't super convinced with the way that MGR was playing off their Ray. We saw it, of course, in tower control, but that's Ray on tower control. We know what that is, but I really felt like they played better off of their missiles in Splat zones, being able to collapse and work off the displacement here. Now they've gone back to that, and this may be a map pick, or it might just be they agree and they figured something else out here. But so far, they've looked very in control, and this is a reversal from last game, as Melon says. What reversal, dog? I'm Melon, you forget?
That was the right play too from Mocchi to go off and cut their escape route, but because they ended up going at it from two different angles, it ended up becoming an isolated fight. If Mocchi went too far and barely stepped too far forward. Melon gonna try and find one here, gonna run into a 2v2, maybe two. It's gonna be a little bit dicey. Ends up going down though. Yozora able to at least find one, and that's a huge wipe. This is looking like MGR is back in form this time around, although they haven't quite pushed up yet where they need to be. I don't know, maybe this is where they want to be.
No, yeah, that's actually a great point there. Like, they did have the opportunity there. They had them in a 3-down with the last one building Stingray, and I'm sure they knew that. They had good visibility. This is just how they want to get set up here, and it's a very interesting, maybe counterintuitive to a way a lot of people would look at this, where you push up onto the opponent's plat. But hey, if the opponent has to come to you and you feel like your lockout is strong enough, why not? That's going to be a couple specials coming down. Clix is going to use the armor. Yozora knows that Clix is there, outranges him by a mile too. Look at this. Clix has spent really almost 10 seconds, finally gets a little support. Yozora jumps out there. Here's our Booyah Bomb, can be thrown anywhere, gets thrown on plat. Clix has been totally ineffectual for this.
But it doesn't matter. It looks like that during the rest of the game, the NZAP ends up going down to the side of MGR, and although Yozora is able to come up huge here, the rest of the team was not able to do so. This is looking like it's finally going to turn towards AgoDono's control time. Although Melon might get caught out here, ends up running into a bomb. No, okay, everything's fine. There's going to be specials online for MGR soon.
Yep, and Mocchi, you see there at the bottom of the screen, has an opportunity to make a play here, instead has to jump out, got called out, and great rotation. Clix, you saw, poked his head out for just a moment and then immediately ran away. That's going to be another cap here. Melon is sitting on the front side, and Riukun is in an incredible position for this Stingray. Wait for it here. When is it going to come out? Is it going to be too long? Look at this, immediately rushing. The bubbles had to be used away from the zone. Melon gets out of there, because of course he does. It's Melon here, but gets pounced on the other side. I thought it was going to be a full jump out. Instead, jumps maybe a little bit too close to the action. And a very, very patient way to counterattack there. You knew Riukun was going to use that Ray early. Instead, Yozora using those bubbles preemptively to allow them to come back out and get back into the zone for a strong cap as we continue to see firefights in the center.
And these firefights are going every which way. It looks like they're jumping all the way up onto the tower to try and jump back to their own plat to try and escape. That's insane recognition there. And they are able to jump back. They're able to save their special timers. They are going to be able to push for the zone once again. And look at where Mocchi is. This is going to be such a huge fight. Ends up getting spotted out. There was one sharking. It's going to be Mocchi versus Clix here to try and fight this thing. They're going to jump out. The way that these teams jump out to reposition is so fascinating, and I love the play that they're able to do because of it. The missiles come in to try and scatter them once again. Mel's going to try and make a play off of it. Is able to find Mocchi, and this is looking like it's going to be huge for AgoDono. Do they get the lead though? It looks like they're not able to, just barely. Yozora is able to at least stay alive, but no! It's going to be Melon able to find every single pick that he needs to. I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
And who else here as we go down? They're going to make one last play at the zone, but it's not going to be enough. Melon, you think he wants to hold on to that mantle of greatest ever, greatest of all time. The survivability, missiles don't matter. A couple people firing don't matter. Let me move, let me take your plat, win every single relevant fight that was needed to hold on to that. Hanjyo sitting at the top there, tied with the 7 missiles there. But Melon, when needed, got the picks that were necessary, held that left side, was really holding that left side for the entirety of the game. There were a couple times where the bubbles got used early enough just to push Melon away, and oftentimes that was what it took to get Melon off of that spot and then collapse on him. That time, it was not enough. The desperation was setting in. They were starting to run out of time as they tried to push in, and Melon punished them for that, as we now have a 2-0 lead here in this best of 5 for AgoDono, and they just keep doing it, man. It just doesn't seem to matter what MGR throws at them.
And because now we are starting to get counter picks. That's going to be fascinating to see what they decide to go for, if they even decide to switch off zones. I very, very much doubt so. Although it could happen, it is a possibility. Although not really.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't see a way that they can go after AgoDono any other way.
I mean, it's like they've played this team in area cups before, or at least some iteration of this team. Like, clearly they are confident in their Splat zones, and they have been leading in both of these games. Like, it should be noted that they were a misplay or two from taking game one, and certainly there at the end it got a little nasty there as the desperation set in, but they were pacing ahead of the members of AgoDono for a good chunk of that game, and that's what you're going to be able to expect when you have two teams of this caliber. But I too am curious, do they think, hey, our tower control looked pretty dominant earlier, maybe we go with tower control here? Or do they just stick with zones? I mean, it's probably not worth speculating a ton here. I kind of tend to agree that it's just going to be zones all the way through. But
I think I just saw the name switch. I think I just saw the mode name switch. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. I think I just saw the mode name switch.
well,
It's going to at least be humpback, which is probably what we're going to want to see.
well, if it does indeed end up as zones humpback, get your counters for missiles ready. We saw over 40 earlier, and I would wager that that's probably very fair. It does look like, at least if this is if this graphic is anything to be based on, it could indeed be zones. But what I will be very interested in seeing here is we saw AgoDono play on this earlier against Anarchy. Anarchy again had a competent game there, and really, it again came down to a big comeback from AgoDono, and the moment in that game was Rusu coming in with that Dynamo Roller, right? And finding a way in and attacking these frontliners. So we have a pretty good idea of what the comp is going to be from AgoDono and the way that they're going to try to play this. So I guess the question really does become, you know, will they opt to push up forward? We said earlier in that Inkblot game, excuse me, we said earlier in that Inkblot game that MGR didn't push up as much as you might think, right? And they had the opportunity to. Whether it could be that they didn't recognize it or not. Of course, the eye in the sky is always the best eye. But they had opportunities to push up to flat if they wanted. They chose not to. So the question I think this time is going to be, are they going to similarly not push up if they get a full lockout situation? Are they going to sit back and try to wait for the members of AgoDono to come after them? I would argue that that's a very dangerous proposition. But if they're able to separate them here, displace them, able to work around like that, we've seen what these members are capable of, and I would argue that the bubbles are going to give them a really, really good opportunity to crash back in if they need to. Hanjyo, of course, is going to be going back over to the Flingza. We saw this earlier, and it's pretty terrifying to go up against here, so get ready for your missiles, folks. We got a lot coming.
It's just interesting because the bubbles can be a little bit bouncy, and alright, Melon. Alright, just don't even let me get my point out. Instead, just go for everything. Just go for it all. Just go for the sole hope that is Yozora on MGR, and just clear it. Clear it. Sure. These missiles come out are going to give them a little bit more room to breathe. Missiles come out on the other side. Again, we see the V-Jet coming out from both sides actually this time, and Melon is going to end up getting caught out here. First time MGR might have a little bit of an opening, but then Mocchi ends up going down as well. It's gonna be a little bit dicey. Bubbles are able to cap the zone, but can they hold on to it? Can they clear everyone out? Yozora is gonna go for a flank here.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody on the map knows that Yozora's over there and going to back up as a result here. But this is the interesting part, right? Because they're going to have to deal with Yozora in a meaningful way shortly, either by taking out his teammates or by going over and crashing. Melon gets the pick in the center. They finally are able to bait Yozora out of that spot. And Melon with the hunting duty. Yozora getting the better there. Look at that, the immediate turn pre-fire there. I thought the Melon was going to crash on top a little bit. Maybe he was out of ink, maybe wanted to wait a little longer, or just didn't think that Yozora would actually have the guts to turn around and fire there. But now look at this, Yozora's right back where he wanted to be. There was no recap in that spot, and Yozora getting picked off here. Melon saying, fool me once, shame on you. And look at this, crashing back into the center now. Can they cap it here? They are able to. Melon now back on the perch to try to displace those missile users, but Again, you can see the game plan already. You know where they want to get Yozora, and now MGR has to find a new plan.
MGR is going to find that plan by deciding to flood the right side and send Mocchi on this left side instead, trying to use that wall to get in to at least keep Riukun off of the zone for the time being and off of those missiles. Gonna be able to get a little bit of paint on the zone, but not enough to cap it. Definitely not enough yet. Finally, Melon ends up going down, and this Booyah is able to clear out anyone from really contesting the zone too heavily. Clicks, though, has a lot to say and might be able to say a lot to Mocchi. Able to get up on this zone one more time with Melon, and every time it seems like MGR has an advantage. All of a sudden, we flip back around and there's yellow on the map.
And there was a moment there where I think that maybe Clicks could have been taken out there, right? If both of the other members who were up on the top side of the screen had gone down there, there might have been an opportunity. Instead, Clicks was able to put a stop to that before it really got into a position that actually could have put up major points. So you can see just the small cracks that are forming and how difficult it is to push in. Look at this, actually, Mocchi going all the way around there and is able to move, actually, Hanjyo there. Meanwhile, it's going to be Melon coming back. The K-52s are going to fight. This could be a huge pick there. Mocchi firing every which way that Melon is not. And look at that maneuvering from Melon. All the while, MGR is going to take it. So that might have actually been just a long-term distraction. Now, Yozora back in the position in the middle of all of that scrum. If these bubbles are able to get rid of too many people here, the lead might go the other way. Can they hold it? Melon coming in, slamming the door. They hold on to the zone. Can they actually take it back? Unreal. How is Melon everywhere on the map at one time?
Yozora goes for that flank one more time, and it looked like it was actually going to work this time, but Melon decides, no! I'm just one who's going to be standing here. You cannot do this to me and my team. And it looks like they're not even going to be able to cap the zone with that Booyah. They're kind of throwing the specials off the rip, not really coordinating too heavily at the moment. Missiles getting traded, but it's looking like MGR is just at a loss. They can't find exactly the picks that they need. Mocchi is going to try and get at least one. I don't know where Riukun is, but ends up going down. Here come the bubbles. Here comes MGR. Finally in full force. This has looked like it could be their wipe that they need.
Yep, the last one is going to be Hanjyo there, and look at this. There are going to be 3 specials here that they're going to be able to use for the defensive side. Careful, Hanjyo. Everyone knows you're here. Going to have to jump all the way out and barely managing to escape here. And finally, the penalty is going to be gone. They had the chance. Look at this. Yozora is at the top now. He's traded with Mocchi in terms of who is flanking and who is going on the left side here. Look at this. Riukun actually immediately trying to deal with it. Melon is at the top side of the screen trying to deal with the zone. Yozora needs to find this pick. Look at the maneuverability from Riukun. Moving through. One more point. Can they hold it? Melon is crashed into the center. Now pivoting back over. Look at this. This is the classic Japanese contestant of the zone. Everyone firing. One more point both ways. This is unbelievable. At a hair's breadth, who will win? Mocchi gets another pick. Now it's going to be them crashing it again. No one is taking the zone, and it's going to be the lead going for MGR. Unbelievable!
And Yozora was so clutch there. Riukun looked like it was almost able to just slide away and slip away, but able to give up the position. Yozora was able to make the most of it. 2 ends up going down again for AgoDono, but Melon might come up huge. Couldn't get the... No! Why is this so tense every time from AgoDono? They had that opportunity right at the end there to make something happen. But MGR holds down the fort. They pick AgoDono to a map where they know they are dominant, and even though Hanjyo gets 11 missiles, they get 26 of their own.
46 missiles, everybody. If you guessed 46, you're a horrible person, but congratulations on your correct pick. I mean, what a... We joked so much earlier about how we just love it when we heard in some of those previous highlight videos the commentators get incredibly hyped for these crazy contests. And then you have that, I mean, 10 seconds, more than 10 seconds of 5 points either way, and that zone flips. If MGR doesn't get that flip, that's probably the game. I don't know that they had enough time. They would have lost way too much control in the center. At a certain point, specials were just flying everywhere, no longer coordinated, but, I mean, just the resilience, man. Like, the resilience to be able to hold on to all of that, to not let AgoDono do what they've done to you every game, to slip through, and the push that started all of that when they had their lockout, the idea to switch it up the entire time, you've had Yozora on the bottom of the screen, that left side crashing in with the bubbles, and you've had Mocchi coming in from the top side with that K52. In the heat of the moment, whether it was a decision they picked intentionally or that was just where their different members were, to switch that up, to dance with Riukun in that position, to ensure that there weren't going to be that bubbles and that uncontested painting on that side, to force him back to the middle here, and to trust that you're going to be able to duel with Mocchi or with Melon with Mocchi, right? Two very delicious sounding names, actually, now that I think about it. But for the K52s to be able to fight, right? For that to be the matchup that you're choosing there. I mean, that's what started it all. And then at a certain point, it's gut check time. Everybody painting the zone. And I know it's humpback zones, man, but if that didn't get you excited, like, come on. Come on!
That contest was the wildest thing, and I wish that I could see the overhead for that, because the fact that there were so many times where MGR, like, one more drop of paint and it would have been, and then the picks that Yozora ended up getting were able to paint the zone just enough to keep it in their favor. And it could have been like a slightly different position from Melon and doesn't go down there. A slightly different position and doesn't go down. And every single time it was the clutchest of plays from Yozora. There were a couple of times too where that flank from Yozora could have worked on the left side instead. But like the one time he Ferrari peeked and Clicks was right there, like 2 inches from where the Squeezer was firing. That could have gone so many different ways. I think that MGR generally had that the entire time, but just a couple of misplays and a couple of flanks that didn't work out ended up turning it to the game that we saw, but they ended up clutching it out and making that adjustment. And now,
my God, we have something that isn't Splat Zones! Let's go on Starfish main, or sorry, goodness gracious. That is not what this map is. Oh my.
Same first letter. Same first letter.
It's okay. It's okay. We have our mulligans and our gaffs here, but I mean tower. So this is so interesting. We thought that it might be MGR who went with this, but this is. I mean, what an idea to come here and say that you can outgun. And I mean, when you have somebody like Melon on your team, like I guess you can always feel confident that you'll be able to do that, but this is
Did they have a set play ready? Like they have to have something. Like I guess maybe they're thinking like, oh, Ryukun's goated on the Rei. Like we have the Booyah to GG that too. Like we can shut down any push that comes our way. Like is that what they're thinking, or do they have some kind of wild composition that they're about to just send out into the wild that everyone's gonna study for years to come? I'm so curious.
My initial thought is probably not. Like, I think that surely you're confident. Like, I think independent of what the map is, right? You pick this because you want to kind of unleash the speed of your team and the fighting prowess, and you feel really confident in it. So I don't know that we'll see anything too different in terms of you know, what they're fighting with, but they might, as we kind of take a look here, yeah, all very much the same here from both sides. They must just feel like if Melon is able to get into their base, that's GG no matter how it goes. Like, that's my initial thought. You hate to simplify it that much, but, like, if it works, man, we've all faced a powerful, armored-up K52 attacking, so it makes sense.
Early armor comes out for MGR to protect everyone from Ryukun's Rei, as well as the missiles coming in to give them a little bit of room to breathe, to take down that Rei. Yozora ends up trying to dive for Ryukun and gets lasered. That is an immaculate tracking there from Ryukun. And this is looking like it's going to be exactly what they wanted from AgoDono. Melon is already moving towards their base.
Yep, already at the base here. Throwing these walls out there. The Rei knows exactly where all the members are here. He's going to use this just to try to put a little bit more pressure, and let's see how long is Melon going to wait here. The missile's going to make it that much more difficult. He's going to opt to jump all the way out and then maybe go and engage with the rest of the team in the pit area. No, he just goes straight up at it. Wait, that's not supposed to work! That is not supposed to work in this level! No, get quad! No! Melon quad!
Debate and switch from from Melon to make them think, oh, that's the K-Gal that got removed from the fight. Nope, right back into position, right back into that window. Able to go for 5 kills in a row, and this is a push breaking through the last checkpoint. This could be AgoDono going for the KO right now, a minute and a half in. Ryukun's on tower, no one's there to stop him. Yozora, but it slides. MGR did not know what to do against AgoDono on that map.
God, don't you hate when you lay it out as like, oh yeah, they're just gonna let Melon go wild? Like, yeah, great analysis, commentator. It's not that easy. Well, apparently it is.
Apparently it is.
5 picks in a row of the 6 there, and Riukun riding the tower at the very end really just had to pre-fire at the left side of the screen, and that was all it was going to take in order for them to secure that victory. But, I mean, it's stupefying how simple Melon makes that look. Like you said, there was maybe a little bit of confusion on whether or not the jump came out, but that jump was on the tower. Like, people... If there was anybody looking at the tower, they knew that Melon jumped there. They knew Melon wasn't back at spawn at the very least. Instead, Melon just jumped right up, got 2 people, came back, cleared it out, and then was able to get another pick for good measure. And, I mean, when you got the dog, you let him eat, right? Like, that's unbelievable that he's just capable of living up to this reputation that has been built for him over and over again. But he just continues to do it against the top competition.
And it's one of those things where it's just like, oh no, this game doesn't come down to like skill checks. It comes down to like strategy and special coordination and area control. And then there's literally Melon. That was insane. But like, Melon was so disciplined there, knew exactly to get up into that situation as soon as the opportunity presented itself, throw the wall so that it can't get removed, throw the booyah as soon as the tower starts going away from that checkpoint where people could start firing at it so that the tower could keep moving and people could start getting in, and then, and only then, when it finally got pressured, jumped out and then re-entered. Like, that is understanding the flow of the game.
And there's, a lot to be said about the teammates as well that, certainly allowed and cleared the way for part of that to happen. But again, Melon was up on those right grates for a while. Throwing a wall this way, throwing a wall that way, firing, creating the space for the rest of his team to go into that pit area. Because, again, there were 2 people firing in the general direction of Melon in that spot, because you have to do something, or else, well, you see what's going to happen if you let him do whatever he wants. Instead, we have a situation where that just allows the rest of the team to move up, to create enough space, to create enough paint, and to get Melon armored up so that when he does decide to go in, he can do so without fear. And I mean, he was wearing a quick respawn anyway, he wasn't afraid of anything. And that's how it works. But it all starts again. Riukun gets the nice laser onto Yozora, and Melon immediately moves into a position where he's going to be hard to displace. Too much time is spent trying to displace him. It gives up too much space, and then Melon does what Melon does.
Right. And like, at the end of the day, like, Clix is right there with the armor and moving in and being the threat that Clix is alone, right? Like, it's not just Melon that's up there. And it's Clix also that's, like, shoving them probably towards Melon either way, or putting the pressure to make sure that that area and that Melon gets armored up. And so that is such a well-oiled machine, it probably doesn't have any heat loss.
We finally did it. We managed to beat the law of thermodynamics, and all it took was a Melon. We do have now our next set here, Resistance versus Starburst. We'll go ahead and throw the cards up once again for you so you get an idea of what we're looking for. Resistance, the only team to feature 3 different members that have hit 3,000 XP. This is our number 2 seed. Incredibly powerful, and played a great set earlier on against Mirror Coat. We know exactly what Starburst is capable of, so we'll let this sit up here just a little longer so everyone gets a good look. But this team looked, frankly, all I'm saying is Starburst better hope that we don't go back to Camp Triggerfish, man. Like, that was one of the most dominant games of Splatoon I think I've ever seen at a high level. They clearly have incredible versatility to be able to play around different weapons. They have good set play. They have 3k XP Himajin, who can apparently bring out a charger whenever he wants. Yeah. So that much more intimidating when you know your opponent has that sort of flexibility. But on the other end, man, Starburst, that was one of the finest sets I'd seen them play earlier against Boukenvillia. And I know Boukenvillia wasn't one of our top 3 seeds, but they are still an incredibly strong Japanese team that has placed well in area cups before. And the only loss they had was on tower control. They won both of their Splat Zones games.
Right, and that means that this is going to be Starburst is going to be a contender for these zones matches, and that's what they want to be, and that's the statement that they put out, right? It's wild to think that they're gonna have to be really, really careful. It's not like they can, and like Boukenvillia, they were good, like they were very good individual players that had very high mechanical prowess, but Resistance is on a different level with that. They're going to have to make sure that they don't end up just getting skill checked, and because of that, they're not going to be able to find the same kinds of picks that they did in that first set. They're going to need to be doing things maybe a little bit differently. Maybe they are able to just be that good. Like, who knows? But it's going to be a little bit different this time around, I think.
Yeah, they'll have to find some answers, and I mean, we talked about Resistance decisiveness and their ability to find like those little moments without having to communicate. It's simply because they've understood it. And you know, way back in the Tassel 2 days, that was actually something that FLC said that could be attributed to, or maybe not attributed, but certainly something that is highlighted in Starburst gameplay, where there's sort of a level of improvisation to it, where they play off of what the other person is doing rather than simply trying to communicate every bit, because not only is talk cheap, it's slow. And if you're trying to communicate every little thing you're doing, it's gonna take too long. So, you know, this is a team that is capable of going blow for blow in terms of the identification factor and the speed factor and the maneuverability. So I do think that the maps that we saw last time did force a certain style of gameplay out of Starburst, right? The maps really did change up how that set went. And I don't mean that as like to take away anything from Starburst's victory. I'm just saying that those were 3 very polarizing maps in many senses. So the maps that we see this time, I don't think we've seen exactly what comp Starburst wants to run on a neutral map. We just haven't gotten the chance to see it yet. Is Ice going to stick with that charger? I certainly hope so. I love seeing Ice's charger. Yeah. But will we actually see that on a faster, more fight-heavy map? I'm not sure. We haven't figured that out yet.
And it is going to be a roll of the dice, right? Like, that is definitely going to determine at least the first few flows of this set. It's going to depend on what crazy comps can Resistance pull out if they really want to just disrupt Starburst on some kind of crazy zones pick that Starburst is not used to playing. It is going to at least be Starfish. This is probably going to be one of the most neutral maps that we see in terms of, okay, this is going to be fight heavy, this is going to be intense, but this is still a very good charger map.
Yeah, this is another map where the missile spam is prevalent is the word that we'll use.
Yeah.
You know, we see it a lot here because there are a lot of avenues to paint from ranged areas that are hard to access but can still paint the zone. So anytime you have a map like that, it's why you start to see all this missile spam. So be very interested in seeing here if that's the game that Ice likes to play, or if he's going to opt to go with the Ray again. And I suppose this also is a question that we can ask of Resistance here, but I really have been surprised at how much Ray Jet we've seen. I know, obviously, it's hard to say that when we just had a match that had 46 missiles in it, but it's, again, it really is reminiscent of a different era in Splat Zones, where you would just have 2 of your backliners go back, pick Ray, whoever gets Ray first uses it, and then the other person just waits out that Ray and then uses their Ray to try to secure a pick for your frontliners. So oh man, there's so much, even within the Splat Zones meta that so many people have talked about, at end, there's still so many intriguing options.
Right, exactly. And like you said, it's marking of a different era, which I think is just fascinating. That, like, at the end of the day, what was strong in the past can still be very strong today. We are going into Game 1 of the semifinals of the Splat World Championship, and Ice is back on Charger, and this is going to be Naegora on the Mini instead of doing anything crazy with Splatling. Wow!
Wait a minute, he hasn't painted yet. Okay, finally he paints just a little bit and gets called out immediately. All right, what's Bagel gonna do here? Bagel, no stranger to this weapon here, is gonna go all the way back here. Ice is gonna fire, but that is going to be just enough. That armor coming just in time to save. Right now, the members of Starburst have been forced back, but nobody has gone down yet. Again, the patience here, they're willing to move all the way back until the missiles come out. The missiles are going to give them some room back in. They're going to be able to thrust aside this initial push. One is going to go down, but that's another punishment there. Ice is able to do it. A huge pick onto Brand there by Naegora, and now Ice is going to try to at least get rid of Naegora here. Naegora goes down. Biscuit's able to close that one out. Again, they haven't been dealt the knockout blow yet. Someone is going to come up to attack, and, you know, commentators curse there. This got ugly in a hurry, my man.
This got very ugly. They did such a good job at staying patient and waiting for their specials. They didn't charge them up quite as quickly as Resistance did during that first few seconds. I'm looking at Naegora here. Might be trying to find like a couple of burst bomb picks or something, and he ends up getting called out by the missiles, and because of it, they're not going to be diving over here. What? What in the world was that? You were falling. How did you get that charge out anyways? Ice might be trying to find a dip here with a partial shot or two, but they need to go to the zone now. Bagel ends up getting taken down. It's only Brand able to paint the zone alongside the bombs. They're going to try and go for it, but no, they don't have the time. That's huge. How did you get two? How did you find both of those and still have time to paint the zone? Biscuits with the craziest play I think I've seen all tournament.
Unreal there, a huge fight onto the zone, and it should be noted there that in the middle of that bomb rush, Brand found a pick and absolutely had to have that pick. One more person painting the zone and that game is done. And now Naegora gonna do the same thing here. I'm still reeling from that pick that Naegora got. Now Ice is there waiting, and now Ice needs to run away very quickly. Now Naegora gonna go back to the backside here. That zone fell without a ton of contesting here, and they just haven't quite had an answer for these flanks. Look at the collapsing there. Ice is able to find a pick there, and that might actually be enough for them to maintain control of the zone there. What an incredible play there by Ice to find that pick. You saw two people collapse on them. There's that decisiveness. Ice one step ahead saying, fine, if you want to collapse, I'm taking one of you with me.
Starburst is so tenacious right now, and that is an understatement. They have been doing everything they can to make sure that every misstep is punished, that every time that it looks like they're going down, at least maybe a little bit, they end up getting a huge play. Ice gonna be getting collapsed on by Naegora here. They're gonna have to jump out for the time being, but they're still not out of it yet. They have a little bit of time. They have some special timers coming up soon.
They have to find an answer for Naegora. Again? Are you really gonna do this to Biscuit again? No, Biscuit probably like, come on, man, I saved the game. Stop doing this to me. It's been the same answer every time. Naegora has found a way to crash in on them there, and I don't know if it's just Mini is a difficult weapon to fight if you're not 100% certain of like its speed and the different ranges that it can come from. Brand doing a great job baiting out Naegora there. Naegora gonna fall on top, and great job by Brand. He's done this to the top level players for years, and he's gonna do it again. This double bomb rush certainly you'd have to think is gonna take the zone, but look at this now. Bagel caught off just below and actually gets taken out. I spoke too soon. It might not take the zone. Now Brand needs to find his way back to the zone. Is gonna try to make a desperation play. Is able to get one. Naegora comes back in, and it's not gonna be enough as we see Resistance take it there. And how did they paint over double bomb rush?
I have no idea how they painted over double bomb rush. How do you paint over double bomb rush? How do you have enough paint if you have 3 shooters and a mini splat? Like, I guess that it's enough. That makes sense, sure. But how do you do it in practice when there's so many bombs and explosions coming at you? How do you do it in practice when literally they could jump on you at any moment if they so decided they needed to? That was insane.
And Naegora was down. Like, that's not even the, oh, well, yeah, Mini Splatling.
Wow.
No, Mini Splatling was
right.
in the respawn. That push started with Brand baiting out the attack from Naegora and actually getting a huge pick. The one thing that they hadn't been able to stop was Naegora flanking around the side. They got that, and it still wasn't enough. And I don't know if Bagel was just caught out in a really awkward position there, or if it couldn't have been 2 members attacking Bagel. They were still painting somehow, but they were able to take out Bagel there. At some point, Ice also was removed from the equation. Brand was almost able to make a hero play, was able to get 1 pick, but at that point it had taken too long and Naegora was back. So, I mean, again, just in those last 10 seconds, there's so much that we can look back on and try to decipher, but, I mean, Starburst gave them everything they could, but that got so ugly at the beginning. That was going to be a mountain to climb no matter how well they played it.
Oh, goodness. And it's because of Naegora's impressive plays during that first What do I see on my screen?
That would be Rainmaker, my friend.
Rainmaker on Skipper Pavilion. I haven't seen this in years in tournament, but like the arrows are showing, there's a lot of ways that this can go. There's also one that they don't show off of that little green ramp right at the top of that green area, where you can jump across and end up getting to a 40 spot. That's an important one to keep in mind. It's just they didn't have the timing down during those first few, and especially the way that Naegora pressured them and collapsed and made Ice's life miserable during that game was so impressive. Let's see if they can at least work around it here, especially with a fast-moving game like Rainmaker.
Yeah, this is this is the Starburst special, right? This is, whether they, tout it or not, this has been something that they feel incredibly confident in terms of, like, this is the mode that they would counterpick. They did this all the time in Tassel 2 against top-level competition. And again, they feel like they can pick the different angles to attack. They feel like they can be sneaky. We know what Bran and Bagel are capable of, and Ice, of course, his arrays, if he opts to go with the Ray, some of the best in the business. And this has a... You can pick different routes, of course, within the push to make, but it's still mostly in a straight line. So they're going to get set up the way they want to here, and, there isn't a Melon on the other side to run straight at you here that you have to worry about. Maybe you feel like you can go gun for gun with 3-3Ks on the other team, but here we go. Naegora is going to switch to the ball point, and Biscuit's going to be over on the 52. This is what I wanted to see. Without any disrespect to Bran over on the K shot here, this might be Biscuit's best weapon. Let's see what he can do.
And Naegora is on the vanilla ballpoint. This is a long-range weapon. And we also see a V-Squeezer with Stingray and Wall to challenge that K-Gal and pump out Stingrays. Naegora here is going to be using this Slick very well, and I talked about this jump, but it can also be used not only for Rainmaker pushes, but for a lot of pressure. Bran might be able to find Naegora here, not going to be able to do so. The Ray finally comes out, but it's going to get traded away by a Ray of their own, and Naegora is going to try and support the Ray with the Inkjet. Dice is going to have to dodge, and this could be such a big play. Naegora ends up landing the shot, and they're not going to be able to take out this Rainmaker in time. 1-2 end up going down, and the Mist is able to secure it as well. They're going to go for the Slick play. Bagel's going to try and throw a bomb. It's not going to be able to stop the Rainmaker. They're going to 30. They need to stop this Rainmaker now. They're not going to be able to. Where is it going? I can't believe it's still alive. It's going to go up. It's almost to the pedestal. How did they let it get that far?
I mean, hey, good wipe there. A quick wipe here. They're going to be able to get all of mid, but yeah, the pick on Ice was really nice as they decided to play the Rainmaker and get it back to the center, but I mean, it just seemed like they weren't entirely sure if they wanted to retreat or not. There was a member who was sitting up on the perch area on that side who was just waiting and not entirely sure if he needed to rotate back, if the threat was coming yet. Maybe he didn't even know that the opponent saw him there, but that's such a horrible, horrible spot to be. That's 2 down. Poor Bagel just had to retreat all the way back for own survivability, and I mean, that's what happens, man. It goes both ways here. If you get 2 down and you just try not to go down, eventually you're going to cede enough ground. And now the Ray battle really, really becomes a factor here. You know that Ice on this custom jet is going to build them up a little bit quicker than the Squeezer is, or at the very least conventionally should, but will it be enough here? That's 2 down. They should get some really good points off of this. Bagel needs to be careful not to overextend and does go a little far. They do get another one. That's going to be 3 down. Naegora is going to be the last one. He's in the perfect position to slow this down as the Toxic Mist is going to make this a little difficult, but they're going to have to grab this Rainmaker. They need it to stay in this position. If it goes back to center, all of this will have been for naught.
Love how he's running double mist here. Has the subs for the double mist, and that's such a big key component to stop these Rainmaker pushes. They're gonna try and get these specials online. Ray comes out as well for both sides. Can Ice land it? It is able to! It gets traded! It's maybe a push coming online for Starburst if they're able to get this pick on the Inkjet, and they do! There's gonna be another one! Naegora ends up landing the shot. They're gonna try to shoot it down with the Rainmaker. They need to land this, but Bran is able to at least dive around and find the Inkjet from Naegora. This could still be Starburst push.
They did. They grabbed it as they needed to, and now it's going to take a little bit too long for the Ray to come out if they're able to push through. If Ice can find a pick to somebody up on that perch area, that would be huge. Instead, has to rotate back to use this Ray. If this Ray finds somebody, they're going to be outgunned in that spot. You can already see that there is another Inkjet up. That's going to be Naegora down. That's 1 Inkjet in 1 range. That's another one down. Biscuit's going to be in Booyah Bomb. They should be able to displace this last member. Come on, can Ice get it? Not able to.
Up there! Whoa, 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 whoa! From behind! From behind! because Ice couldn't land the shots, and it's able to be stopped right when Starburst thought they had their opportunity, and now it's going to be so hard to get this Rainmaker back up there. They pushed for 3 minutes, and all it took was Himajin coming up so massive.
I've never seen that work. That's not supposed to work. The Desperation Stingray? Are you kidding? Every single frame of that had to hit the Rainmaker.
Oh my gosh. They're able to take down this flank Inkjet from Reimaru, and they're going to be able to pop a Ray here this time around and is able to get Naegora. That's another Inkjet going down. That's Haruto going down. It's just the Squeezer left up. Can they dive for the Rainmaker this time? They're going to be taking it up the other side instead, but it's going to be Reimaru who respawns and able to take it down. Their Biscuit has the Booyah Bomb here and the missiles to support this. They're going to be waiting for the jumps to get back in so that they can make this final push if they so desire. This Stingray's gonna come out though. They're gonna stay patient. They need to stay patient. They need to stay alive. They have the armor to at least do so. They need to pick up the Rainmaker soon though. It's not looking like it's gonna be any good. The Ice is gonna be trying to find it for his life here. Maybe pick up the Rainmaker and it's gonna reset again.
This is unbelievable here. After such a dominant opening push, it's been Starburst in command, but Ice not grabbing that Rainmaker is going to make this so difficult. And here it is. They know they're going to have to get through at least one jet. They know they're going to have to get through at least one Ray. Bagel's going to be the carrier here. Take a look at Ice. Ice is positioning here. He's going to opt to position just a little bit more aggressively to make sure nobody can get this here. With just 1 second, this is it. Gut check time. Can they find it? Can Bagel survive this Ray?
And it's going to be dicey. They're going to be moving a lot. The burst bombs are not going to come in. They have the time. They have 30 seconds. They just need to get through these 2 Inkjets. The Ray comes on. They're going to have to Inkjet now. Can Reimaru be saved? It's going to be very desperate. They finally get 1 Ray down. That's 2 down. Naegora has the Inkjet. Oh, but it's going to go down again. It's just Himajin. Can they get the pick?
What?
Out of every single spot of ink that he could have picked, he able to pick the right one. Himajin comes up huge twice in a row.
That is unbelievable. And if you are Starburst there, you have to think that there was maybe a couple more seconds of patience that could have been had there. They had 2 members shooting at Himajin. That was the last person up, and they already had 2 people shooting at him. If that game had gone on a second longer, any more time spent, Himajin would not have had enough time, would not have been able to reach Bagel. And I just can't believe this isn't supposed to work at top level. It's not. It's just not.
V-Squeezer drawers are eating right now. That's all I have to say. That is impressive. I cannot believe the amount of clutchness that came up from Himajin and the level of execution, right? Like it's essentially a K-Gal, but instead of having the paint, you trade it off for the killing power and the long range and the Ray. And apparently Ray is so much better than anyone thought it was like two days ago. I'm floored.
Neither one of those plays are things that I think I've ever really seen before. Like, for the fight that Ice and Himajin had, where Himajin got the pick, immediately turned around, and I'm not exaggerating when I think every single frame of that Stingray had to hit. It had to hit in order to take that Rainmaker up. That Rainmaker was at like 11 or 10 when that Stingray came out. Like, that is unbelievable how quick that was able to take it out, stopping it 1 point short. And then, I mean, you said it. You framed it up. It was only Himajin. They did everything perfectly. And I don't know if Bagel was only at 1 or 2 seconds left on the Rainmaker and didn't have a choice. I think there was enough time there to maybe sit back and allow the frontliners to maybe go forward. But, I mean, I wouldn't blame anybody for not thinking that, for thinking Squeezer wasn't going to be able to do that. For thinking that Himajin wasn't going to be able to find that pick as quickly as he was. No fault to anybody. That's unbelievable. Again, every shot of that Squeezer had to hit. He did not have enough time. He was standing in his wall, yes, but Biscuit and Bran were shooting at that wall. It was going to drop any second.
Precision is an understatement. That was the most accurate shooting and playing I think I've ever seen. I'm still floored. And I know that I'm probably, like, it seems like I'm shouting a lot here, but, like, the energy in these games you can feel just by watching. I don't care if I'm shouting for a semi-final match. I don't care if I was shouting since like 6 a.m. today. I don't care if I've been shouting for 3 hours. All of these matches have been that hype.
They have. Like the old saying, if everything's hype, then nothing is hype. All of this is hype, okay? So take your platitudes and put them somewhere else because, I mean, this is what you want. Like, everything that we have asked for these sets to be between these top teams. This is why these international competitions mean so much, because you get to see these moments. By putting some sort of prestige behind it, there's always just that little bit that changes. There's always just that slight edge that gets added to it, that refines it, that truly pushes this game to the next level and shows us what it can look like. And I mean, this is why we do this, man. This is why we wake up at 3 a.m. and why every opportunity to invite a strong Japanese team over, I take it, because this happens every time. It always happens.
Every time. Every single time. It's been happening since literally the first ATV Open, when Young Gale swooped in and tore everybody apart. It's been happening since the World Championship, when Deadbeat barely scraped by again during all of those 5 games to clutch up a win. Every single time it's hype.
It is. And I mean, even going back here is today, we in the States celebrate May 28th, the 7-year anniversary of Splatoon 1. The legendary Omohide squad that came over and played against our top teams in Splatoon 1 and some of the EGTV Opens back in those days. Like, that was what got so many people into the game. That's what got me into the game, to see it happening once again with the best North America can throw against incredibly impressive Japanese squads. We have another Rainmaker game. Bagel is switching over to the junior here. We're going full mobility. Let's pump these armors out, and let's get a great Game 3, Magic.
Oh, I'm so ready for this. I'm sure the junior enjoyers are hyped up as well. Everybody has been playing Zap today, but Bagel's the first junior I think I've seen, and it's for a good reason. Himajin, though, is going to have to give us like a little bit more of a reality check, because this looks like it's going to be already an insane flank and an insane push. Can Ice land these shots? It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Himajin is going to stick around, and this is going to be a huge distraction for Starburst. Can they manage both fronts of attack? Because Reimaru's inkjetting, and so Himajin is collapsing. The Ray is finally up. Can they at least land the Rays? Land on this Rainmaker! Biscuit had to clutch it out, and Himajin is still up there, and Naegora is going to try and shark this one out.
I mean, no, do not let this happen. Not at this level. Not at this level. Not at this level. Thank you, Bagel. Thank you for not letting this happen. Oh my gosh, the threat is still there. And I mean, what a horrid situation where Ice knows that the flank is going to come in, but you have to get back and fire your Ray just to keep the game going. That is the most painful spot to be in this game, where you're like, yes, they're flanking, I know they're there, and I just can't attend to it right now. I have more pressing issues, and thank God Bagel came back and grabbed that there. I really thought that we were about to get backdoored with these caliber of teams, which just goes to show, man, it works. It works at all levels.
And it really can't. It's designed to be that way, right? Remain
Did the exhaust get that? Did the exhaust get that pick? Are you serious?
Sure. I cannot believe that. Brand is gonna have to jump back here. He's not gonna be able to do so. Biscuit's gonna be standing by the pedestal once again, guarding it with his life. They're gonna be able to push up. Reimaru has the inkjet, is gonna find one, and Biscuit ends up going down. It's just Ice gonna be trying to dive forward. The armor and the bombs are gonna be able to stall this out for at least a little bit longer, but is that enough time? They end up getting the 10, and Bran is able to find a couple. And Bran has been here, standing here every single time, just barely holding on. Barely holding on to Starburst.
I have seen it all. I have seen it all. Exhaust getting that pick. I mean, maybe, I really think it was. I guess I'm not 100% certain, but I really think it was. Finally now, Biscuit's going to be able to
Ice gets 3.
a charge. Wait, I'm sorry, what? The Booyahs are coming out here. Hold on a minute, that's going to be another one. That's the lead, that's the
dog!
What? Are you serious? The Ray got 3? Here we are talking about the exhaust of the game was happening on the other end. Ah, dude!
Sorry, I need to drink my water after that one. Hello, where did that come from? Starburst suddenly woke up and they found every single pick that they needed to. But I guess it was just because there were two stacked up on the snipe area, and Ice was raying it. One ended up trying to die for the Rainmaker going down, and they just gave him the clearance that they needed. It all happened so fast.
I mean, that's Rainmaker. Like, everyone jokes that it just is one wipe and that's game. But, like, normally it doesn't look like that. Normally it isn't the Ray getting 3 people, presumably, or however many it was. I'm not even sure that Biscuit and Bran had anything to fire at once they got up there. They're like, I mean, I guess I'll use this Booyah Bomb just to, like, ensure that we get the knockout here, cover the pedestal, and make sure we get a lot more than just the lead. Let's go ahead and get the win, but, I mean, poor Ice was in that horrid spot earlier where he had to just give up the flank because he needed to use the Ray in order to stop that push from going the distance, but, hey, I mean, that's why it's the right decision. You maybe take a really, really big shot, you give up a big lead, but at the very least you get to continue to play the game, provided everyone executes. And again, not enough can be said about Bagel grabbing the Rainmaker, not allowing Naegora to get the backdoor and get the victory right there. And then, I mean, hey, this is what Starburst is capable of. We know about it. We know what they can do. We know what they've done to our top competition for years. We know they've honed their skill against a lot of these really strong Japanese players before. It just, frankly, doesn't often look like that.
It doesn't look like that very often, no. I mean, that game looked... If you showed me that without the names, without everything, I would have thought that that might have been a low-ink set. I legitimately would think so, right? Because there were backdoors, there was collapsing, there was the early, like, 4-down situation, like, early, like, 3-down situation from Starburst. Like, that looked like a low-ink set! Oh my goodness. This is going to reef on zones.
Man.
On the counter pick.
What a scary, like, map to face Starburst in, too. Like, with the momentum that they have right now, you know they're feeling great. You know that the comms are about as excited as they could possibly be here. And this is a map where have seen Bagel just take Biscuit rather, take car and just not move. Just, nah, not leaving. Do something about it if you want me to leave. Otherwise, I'm going to crash in whenever you try to make your push back. Naegora is going to switch over to the Rapid Pro Deco here. What an interesting weapon to bring out for here, especially when you have something like a mini, but clearly feeling as though this is going to be the better option here. You can see already trying to slowly but surely use this wall to push up and take care of bridge. You can kind of see the wisdom already start to come to fruition. There's a lot of fight left to be had.
The doink on the armor, though it's not going to land too much more. Biscuit's going to try and find this, but Naegora is able to pick them off. This is the Rapid Pro pick coming in at full force. Brandon's going to have to scurry away like a little rat, but he already used the bomber, so it's not really that much worth it. It's going to have to jump back, and it's going to be able to do so. And now Himajin's the one in the card saying, nay, you're not removing me from this spot either.
Yep, gonna sit here, gonna have a nice little bit of survival here. It's gonna be Bran who's gonna get the unenviable job of trying to do something about it. Senses that now it's a 3v4 in the middle, so they're going to go ahead and attack there. They tried to use the missiles there to crash in with Biscuit. They got the armor off just in time. Well-timed specials here. Are they gonna be able to take bridge? It does look like Bran may have overextended just a little bit, and now Bagel in a really rough spot here has to jump out. There's one more on the side, and it's Biscuit who just opts to jump back and say, let's reshuffle the deck. We have one more time. All the while, Himajin has not left car.
Double wall composition is so hard to deal with, especially when you only have one lethal bomb and not a lot of good shredding weapons. There's only 17 ticks left, and the missiles are coming in, and Naegora is looking like an immovable object. The missiles might be able to take him down, maybe, but Bran is not able to find it. Naegora able to in the direction. It's going to be able to go back to the zone and help Pain keep them out. There's no 2 left alive on the side of Resistance, but can Starburst actually clear Naegora? One is ended up going down. Haruto's still on the other side. They finally get the cap at the very least, and Biscuit's able to clutch it out, and they're going to be able to hold on to this and maybe clear out Haruto finally, but it's not going to be clean.
No, Reimaru gonna fight here again, and a huge scrap there at the center. Great job. If that had been any more than a trade there, if Reimaru had been able to get 2 there, this might have been a non-true lockout situation. And here, they were able to at least get some of their plat here, and they have a little bit of bridge here. Need to be careful not to expand. Look at the patience there from Biscuit, saying, you're everywhere all at once. I'm throwing my wall out here. I'm not going to allow this to be an unfortunate pick on me here. Meanwhile, Himajin gonna go this way and try to make a little bit of room for the team to come in here. They haven't been able to get to the ground, and Ice needs to find a way to reposition here, firing at a lot of nothing right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is fighting on bridge. I think it was Bran who ended up finding a pick. Yes, he's come back there and was able to work with Ice to get another, and now suddenly this is a true lockout scenario.
And maybe the Naegora has something to say about that. They were able to flood right when Haruto ended up going, or I believe it was Haruto ended up going up in the Booyah, and they were able to find at least a few picks to keep this lockout going, but they're not going to be able to successfully convert that. One ended up going down on the side of Resistance, but it's not enough. Everybody's getting pushed back. Bagel might be able to try and find something on Naegora here, but it's going to have to be so very disciplined, and I don't even know where I was going with that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Like, you start a sentence and sometimes the game goes and you just don't know how to end the sentence. I get it. And Biscuit actually, after a game of very judicious play, maybe overextended a little bit and didn't need to. Meanwhile, it's going to be a true shark there. I wondered why Bagel was able to make it through so cleanly. It's because there were 2 members sharking on that side. That works at this level too. And look at this. Ice needed to get that pick very quickly and did. Biscuit needs to stay alive. Ice would love to find a pick. Meanwhile, they're crashing in here. Just a few seconds left. They're diving the zone to give themselves one more opportunity. They do get the cap there without taking out that many members. Now Biscuit trying to chase down Naegora. Another member here comes in. That's going to be another one here. They're going to pay dearly for this recap, but they're going to give themselves another opportunity. And we saw with Rainmaker, sometimes one opportunity is all they need.
They desperately tried to chase down Naegora there. They needed to get that Rapid out of its perch, but unfortunately there were so many players there to help him, and that's going to cause them all to go down. They have the specials timers back online, at least for the time being, but so are Resistances coming back up, and Naegora has just a nuisance, and they can't clear him. The armor comes online. Ice might be going down here. The cap comes in for Starburst, but yes, Ice does go down. Brand's gonna try and use this bomber to maybe get some picks. He's not gonna be able to find anything. Haruto is able to go down, and Bagel and Biscuit are trying to fight on this other side. They're gonna try and get jumps in, but it's not worthwhile. They can't fight. Every single time they just get cleared by Naegora.
Yep, 15 KA and counting right now from Naegora with only 6 armors. You know a lot of this is dirty work, and look, he hasn't moved. The same plan every single time. We put one person up by car, we put one person there. Biscuit finally dives down and is able to get the pick, but at what cost here? They're able to take the zone, but that's not going to be enough here. They're going to need a full extended pick. Bran is going to dance for his life here, but it's not going to be enough. Too many members. Bagel tries at the start, and with all 4 of their members in the respawn circle, Starburst tournament run ends with an incredible performance by Resistance. Naegora with the counterpick weapon in this entire tournament. Nothing to be done against that Rapid Pro Deco.
That was the counter pick ever, if I ever did see it. That was insane. And every single time that Naegora moved up, it was calculated to the point where they could not clear him. They couldn't. Every single time he moved up, he knew he was safe. He knew that he had the teammates behind him. He knew that he had the paint to just work around those ledges where he could jump up and peg shots towards Ice or whoever was there. It didn't matter if it was a frontliner. He could just back up and throw a wall. That's why wall is so good. That's why a double wall composition worked so well on this map mode, because of the tight corridors and because it's just so easy to navigate those with the wall. Oh my goodness, that was a insane play.
And it's as a big fan of the Rapid Blaster in all of its variants, but certainly the Rapid Pro Deco. Like, that's a tall ask against players like this to be able to keep that pace on a map like that. But when you have the strength of an Naegora there, someone who has that listed as their top weapon here on their card, like, you know that it's going to be difficult to fight against. And the same strategy they were able to employ over and over and over again. There were so many scenarios where one just got chip damage down a little bit too much, another one maybe lost just a true engagement, a true fight, and then the other 2 members of Starburst just had to jump back. We saw that 2 or 3 times where there were 4 members, and then 2 got chipped down, and then the other 2 just said, well, okay, this isn't going to work. We have to jump back and try again. A full set play scenario. And, you know, they tried their very hardest. They worked in, but their last 2 or 3 caps were just pure desperation because they couldn't get in cleanly. And we're not necessarily in a chip damage era like we have been in the past. I know the chip damage era was one of the big things that started to slow down some of the dualies metas in the past, and it's just always been very difficult to deal with. But, I mean, that's what it looks like when you have one of the best Rapid Blaster Pro players in the world. Like, that's how frustrating it can be. You feel like you aren't making that many mistakes, but you've already taken 70 damage, then a burst bomb comes in, you try to retreat, but that thing has lots of range, and you need full set play in order to take back against these teams.
For real. It was a very nice try. It was a very, very nice try. And I think that everybody can appreciate what Starburst was able to do for the majority of that set, right? Like, there were so many opportunities. That Rainmaker Skipper game was so close. So close so many times. And if anything had gone a slightly different way, we would be on game 5 right now at the very least.
Well, I mean, the Himajin Rainmaker Heroics, that was this set.
I can't believe it.
That was this set. It feels like it was hours ago and that was this set. I mean, Starburst has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. They can hold their heads high. Next time, if this is what you can bring here at the end of Splatoon 2's life cycle, I know there's still tournaments to be played, but I mean, if that's the best showing that you can put up against our number 2 seeded team, I know it's a pickup, I know there's always more Japanese gods to try to deal with, but like, if that's the type of display you can put up, nothing to be ashamed of. An incredible performance from Starburst here, getting the victory and giving Resistance everything they could handle.
And it really was. It took everything. It really did. Resistance was pushed to their limit there. They just couldn't clutch it. It was just a couple of clutch situations, really. And that's the magic of these events, right? Is because the highest level gets pushed to their limit. You never see that. You never see Starburst get pushed to the point where they have to pull out every single stop and then fall short because another team is doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I do not know how many hours of Splatoon 2 I've commentated. It's a very high number. I don't know how many sets of Splatoon 2 I've watched. It's a higher number. I am not exaggerating in the slightest when I say I've never seen anybody do what Himajin had to do in order to win that Rainmaker game. Yeah. I've never seen it in my life. I have been doing this for so long. This is my passion. I've never seen it. And that's what it takes to beat Starburst. Like, that was what it took in this set, in that moment, on that game. And anything less would have been insufficient. Like, it's just unreal. And, like, I'm so giddy. I'm so excited here. This is why, like, to get on my soapbox here, when people say that the game is dead, the game is boring, like, come on, man. Watch this set. Watch what happens when the great ones battle.
Yes, exactly. When the best of the best come together, when we see the passion of scenes like the folks at Area Cup have been putting on, like, that is when things really get hype. Oh my goodness. And I really hope that something like this happens again. I hope that every year, even if it's not run specifically by the same people, we can have these international competitions again, because it's something that has been so missed from the scene.
It really has. And take a breath, Magic. We have one more set. Our final set, our top 2 seeds. AgoDono versus Resistance. We're going to throw the cards up one last time for you to get a glimpse of these titans that are about to throw down here. AgoDono, our top seed, led by the protagonist, Melon, who just continues to prove that, yes, you can. That's really the only way to describe Melon is, yeah, you can. Doesn't really matter. It's illogical in every sense, and yet he's able to pull it through. The mythos around this player cannot be overstated enough. You see it right there, 3,111. An unbelievable number that only one other player has ever even approached, much less eclipsed.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Go ahead, man. I'm in awe still. I'm recovering.
The way that Melon has played throughout this set, I mean, every single time that it seems like they're in a disadvantageous situation, especially during that MGR set, the amount of times at disadvantageous situations were just turned on. Just absolutely it looked like it switched into actual God mode, and they just went snap, snap, with a K-52 of all things. And they were able to just clear it out. Like, that's... no normal human being can do that.
And meanwhile, you have arguably the best main of the NZAP 85, and Riukun, the first player to hit 3k XP, and Hanjyo, who's been a mainstay of competitive Splatoon, top-level Splatoon 2 from the start. I mean, we're not going to be able to give these players any more accolades than we already have given, and that's why this is... I mean, we're so giddy to get this set started, man, because...
Yeah.
I mean, this is some of the finest that you'll see. These are Area Cup champions. These are multi-time Area Cup champions, and they are the only 2 multi-time Area Cup champions that have been invited today. So, you know, Area Cup is one of those events where you place well in one, great. That's already an incredible accomplishment. You win one, that's unbelievable. It just doesn't... Like, obviously only one team can win, but you have to overcome all of these legendary players just in order to win one. You win 2 of them with a roster that stays consistent against ever-changing competition that can match your level. I mean, that's what it takes in order to reach the level of these 2 teams, and we'll go ahead and swap over to Resistance here. I know we've talked a lot about these players already. We probably don't need to talk too much more about them, but, I mean... To get 2 Area Cup victories to qualify your way here, they are every bit as good as advertised, and I hope anybody who's maybe not familiar with top-level Japanese Splatoon, maybe this is the first time you've really watched some of these top-level teams play, understand why we gush over what they're capable of doing. Because they're capable of doing what Himajin did and single-handedly winning a game.
Yeah, like, capability is an understatement. Like, these players are beyond the understanding of normal human, like, interactions. Like, when people watch high-level Valorant, people don't really understand the subtleties of just like, wow, I can't believe that he literally did a 90-degree flick into a 20, into a 30, and snapped to all of those heads. Like, that's an insane thing to do. That is what these players are doing.
Whew. Okay, with a breath now, we can confidently approach our final set. This will be a best of 5, of course. It is not actually a best of 7 here, as some people might have been accustomed to seeing in their grands. This is just going to be a best of 5 with the same rules that we have talked through ad nauseum at this point. It is going to start with 2 splat zones. That is non-negotiable. The maps, of course, will be random. At that point, the counter picks can start. They cannot go to the same map multiple times. They can go to the same mode every single time if they so choose. So we will wait and see what they are going to pick here, what they're capable of. And we have our teams already getting ready to be set here, Magic. And man, if your voice isn't dead already, you just got to dig deep, my friend. You got to find a little bit more here at the end for these final games.
I made sure to pour not only my water bottle filled with water, I made also to pour like 2 extra cups, so I'm currently on the first cup. I might clear the second one, we'll see.
Well, if this set goes the distance, it will indeed, and man, there is no rest here. We are going right back to the same place that we were just at, so, you know, this could be really interesting here. Is it going to be the exact same comp from Resistance? That's something, I guess, worth talking through and worth considering here. Was that something strictly there for Starburst, or is it really the guns that they're going to go with? Meanwhile, at the top, Melon and Riukun have not quite chosen what they want to pick yet. But, man, I mean, to see Starburst versus Resistance on this map, and now we're going to just get to see AgoDono versus Resistance on this map right back to back. You couldn't ask for anything better, man. This is going to showcase the difference in how these teams play.
And if, like, I can just imagine the AgoDono VC right now, where they're trying to like hype themselves up, or like maybe just whatever pregame ritual they're doing right now, because you know Melon and Riukun are going to pick like pretty standard weapons. I doubt they're going to be picking anything crazy, but they're going to be taking that breath because this is grand finals. This is grand finals of the World Championship, the first international tournament in who knows how long, and it is going to be these two teams. These 8 players are going to come out and give it their all. I hope everyone's ready.
Ready, go, indeed. And it is going to be the same comps coming out. Naegora going to be going with that same thing and the same opening here as the camera immediately snaps over to it. Thank you, cameraman. You knew what we wanted to see here. And look at that. Immediately, Naegora and Melon run into each other. The Giant's already punishing, and it's going to be Naegora who gets the first blow here. It's going to be some early points. You can see they're already diving back down. Hanjyo going to have to back up. And how's that for an opening statement, Magic?
Oh, that's everything that you need to see. And Melon ends up going down again, actually. Riukun's just kind of standing over here trying to fire at 3 different people. A 2v2 situation at the very least because of a crazy play by Hanjyo. But this is looking like AgoDono is at least on the back foot for the time being. They finally got their footing, it seems like. But every time they go around, it seems like one more gets picked off. Melon, you can't stand there. Naegora is going to be there pinking you every time. And this is already looking so bad for Ryukun. There's so many people. Finally, they hop on top of Naegora, and they're going towards the zone. But Reimaru and Himajin have something to say.
They do indeed, and that's something to say is, hey, can we please continue playing the game right now? This is going to be an awkward angle. Yeah, Melon's not even going to be able to throw that at the zone here, trying to go ahead and get another pick. Meanwhile, the bridge is being attacked by Himajin. Melon has to rotate back here, and now Melon is finally able to take that bridge and move through as the other members start to focus on Melon. It does look like they were able to go in and crash, and finally, just like that, they've turned it back, and throughout all of that, I would call relative control by resistance, they were not able to put up that many points.
Yeah, it seemed like every time the AgoDono was going towards the zone and at least keeping at least a little bit of it painted, putting missiles, putting booyahs on it, and making sure that they wasn't that much of an advantage they were getting hold of. Although, at this point, it seems like this is really an ink bath, to put it lightly. Every single time they come out of the gates, they are swinging, and every time it ends in a disastrous result. Look at how much blue there is on the map already, and this is exactly what happened when AgoDono took hold. These are such clean holds from these teams.
Yep, and this is going to be the moment where it really starts here. You know that they're going to try to work their way towards Naegora to move him. That's really been the job of Melon so far, and so far Naegora been up to snuff. Meanwhile, an armored Haruto is going to punish here, and look at this. Crash in, Melon's the last one in the zone and is going to get taken out as well. Meanwhile, it's Riukun just trying to neutralize the zone and actually is able to do it ever so slightly and get away with his life. That's pretty fortunate given everything that went bad there. Meanwhile, the other members are going to all get to come out to the same spot, which is what Naegora wanted, but very timely missiles are going to push him back. Meanwhile, Melon once again goes down. They have thoroughly contained Melon here. Every time he extends even a little bit, he gets punished. Look at that. They once again jump out to try to get Naegora, and the other members jump in on top.
The bait and switch playstyle! This is what people have been preaching for years. This is what FLC has been preaching for years. The bait and switch playstyle is so impressive, and Naegora backs up consistently every single time and has somebody ready there to switch out and get the pick. This is so clean from Naegora. Every single time you think that he's in a precarious situation, backs up perfectly, has someone there, and even when missiles are on him, even when things are looking very dire, they know exactly when to move in and move out.
And look at this, a mid-game shuffle here. Now, instead of having Melon be the one that tries to take bridge, they have Melon come from the other side, and it looked like it did buy them a little bit of space on the bottom here, but that means they're going to have less forces to go up on the bridge. You see a couple people booyahing up there. I have to imagine there was a bloodbath, and it does look like Melon has moved over here. Oh my goodness, everybody hiding in the walls. Melon's still up, and Reimaru finally going to punish him here. They are going to lose the zone there, but that's still 3 members up, with the 4th one coming back in assistance. Naegora going to get another punishment here, and they have been willing to give up the zone ever so slightly here because they really haven't lost the speed of this game and the flow of the game. They've been in control. Clicks wins a huge 1v1, maybe was flanking from a really awkward angle there, and just as I said they hadn't lost control of it, it does look like AgoDono, as they are wont to do, found a way in out of nothing.
But look at, this is such a great point that for the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, because nobody is usually able to clear this spot on the side of when you're trying to push back in. But Naegora just decide, yeah, this is the spot that I want. No! I'm gonna dance around you. I'm gonna take it down, Ryukun. I've got this one on lock, and I know my teammates are gonna get the zone. This is going to be my spot. You can't sit there, even with armor, even when you have all the paint around you. I'm going to clear you. And Naegora comes up huge to be able to put this one away, it looks like.
Rapid Pro Deco loses that matchup 99 times out of 100. The one time it's Naegora, of course it's Naegora. Melon trying to make an incredible miracle play here. It's not going to be enough. You can see there's still control from Resistance, and First Blood goes to Resistance here. Naegora, an immovable force, and when he needed to come up with a huge play, is able to. And an emphatic victory here at the start. Clicks with the huge flank to open up what looked like a really, really good lockout opportunity, and a situation that I started by saying, uh-oh, because I thought that Naegora overextended there into an armored Ryukun. Are you kidding me?
And Ryukun has been so slippery all day. Every single time we see him in these crazy situations, ends up just slipping by whoever comes flying him. We saw it with Pineapple. We saw it with Yorza. But this time it ends up not going in his favor because he couldn't slip away. He couldn't dodge around. And Naegora just trapped him.
Game one. Game one.
That was the first. And to be fair, the dice rolled in favor of Resistance, I feel like. They had just played on that map. They had the composition that they knew worked already because they had tested it on Starburst. Let's see what AgoDono could do on something like Skipper. I mean, Snapper. My bad.
It's okay. I've done the same thing. Too many stages in this game start with S. It's alright.
Yeah, that's fair.
Get mixed up eventually, but I really, it's crazy to think that, and I can't believe I'm actually saying this, I hope that they pick Splat zones every single game. And I am a proponent of multi-mode tournaments and multi-mode sets, but I mean, the way that they play this and the way that these teams are able to, mid-game, trying to come up with different strategies, different ways to attack. That big push there, we kind of called it out. Instead of having Melon be the one that attacked bridge, they had other people attack bridge while Melon worked off of the bottom side. And then where did Naegora come the next time that he attacked? Because it wasn't on the spot that he usually does. You were calling it out there. He's at the spot that the Rapid Pro is able to make it use. Now he goes on the left side the next time instead of coming from the right like he had done so often, or going over the bridge like he had done so often. And it's just these mid-game slight changes. And of course the execution that has to follow, but you know, if you do the same thing every time, the opponent's gonna wise up to it. The opponent adapts, well, it's your turn now. Resistance up to the task.
It is literally the mix-up, right? And that's how you have to play at these high levels. You can't be predictable, or else people are gonna catch your habits. People are gonna be able to pounce on you for it. Let's see if AgoDono can make an adjustment, can make a mix-up that Resistance isn't seeing coming. They're going to stick with their weapons. Naegora on the mini that we saw dismantle Starburst. Can they do it again?
It's going to be really interesting, and it's going to be the Ray coming out here from Ryukun again, so not going to be missiles, as many missiles coming out here.
No.
So Naegora going to do this again. Call him out. Call him out. Somebody please call him
They
out.
have to see the paint. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, there it is. I was like, don't let this happen. Yeah, put that one to bed really quickly. And the Ray was able to get one as well here. So they are going to lose the zone here, but you have to imagine there's a pretty decent chance they'll be able to get something good here. Meanwhile, Haruto got a very quick pick here. If Haruto's able to find another one, this could be huge. 3 people shooting, and finally Haruto goes down. There was an opportunity there for Haruto to really, really give his team a good opportunity. Meanwhile, they once again know that Naegora's here. They're going to jump down on top. A very brazen attack. And it does look like that's a very dangerous Ray to be in. Ryukun, can you find a pick there? Melon comes over at just the right time to assist. Naegora's still able to get away. Ryukun doesn't have his main weapon back yet. Is finally able to get it. The wall is up. The fight is happening. It's so rare to see this kind of fight happening away from the zone in top-level Splat zones. But Resistance cleanly taking out those two. And now Naegora's going to have a real chance to make this flank here, because there aren't going to be many people here to stop him.
No, but they finally get the bait and switch out. The suction bomb and the combination of the shots is able to take him out. And this is what I've been seeing Resistance and both Resistance and AgoDono do immaculately, is they get a couple of shots in, and then they switch back, and then they turn back around. A bomb! A stray bomb from Reimaru, able to take down Riukun, have the Ray on the ready. That's going to be a huge special timer going down. And look at the positioning. Naegora is able to take one down this time. The flank works out, and it's going to be Riukun trying to fight their way back onto this. Not going to be able to do so. Is Naegora not going to be able to take him out? They're going to get caught. Gonna get what? The burst bomb! Naegora with the burst bombs able to come in, and now this flank is going to put so much pressure on the members of AgoDono. Resistance is looking like they're in the clear. Resistance is looking like they have everything that they need. They've got the booyah bomb. They've got the paint. They've got the flank. Everybody needs to go now, or else it's going to be done. Riukun is going to end up getting taken down. There's not enough paint on the map yet. Naegora has the missile, and it's not going to be the end just yet. Oh my goodness.
And I mean, just the desperation there. I don't know how the other members were able to stay alive and be a relevant enough presence on the zone there, but they were. And this is one of those situations where you're like, man, I would love a big multi-view of every single player at all times here, because I mean, so many things there. From what we were seeing, Resistance played everything right, but apparently the other members did just enough. And you have to imagine that Hanjyo, on this very steady K-shot, had a big part of that too. Meanwhile, look at this. Now they're chasing people down. The members of Resistance getting caught out and getting separated a little bit. They're going to have to come back together here. 30 ticks left here. Naegora is going to be able to build these missiles. Are they going to be able to dive in time? They've called him out there. There's the armor. Himajin got a little pressure. That's an awkward angle for Melon to have to use this at. This should be enough to take the zone. They're not going to be able to paint over it. One falls in the water, and this is a delayed full wipe here. And that's an ugly wipe too. Nobody went down.
Actually nobody went down, and that's massive. Himajin gets caught out a little bit by Melon, and Naegora is back on this snipe flank. It was very interesting. It looked like they had the specials up and at the ready to stop Resistance's push, but they didn't end up coming through. I didn't get to see exactly what had happened, but even that booyah bomb was not placed well from AgoDono. And because of that, Naegora is going to switch their play. They're going to go towards the street here. And because of that, Melon's going to be caught in a very sticky situation. He's not going to be able to find the wall. You can't sit there when there's missiles coming at you and a burst bomb coming from the other side. Riukun getting caught out here too by Naegora, and it's going to dive back, and Naegora lives, and somehow this mini Splat has been an absolute savior for this game.
It's just too quick. What do you do against it? The wall finally comes out there. Very well placed by Melon, and Naegora maybe a little too heavy-handed here. They get the pick on Himajin clear as well. Melon finally saying, all right, I need to break this game open here. Chase down here. Is he going to go deep with Haruto by himself? This is a real question here, because you see Naegora's going to jump back in. Is Naegora going to be able to get the dive on a Melon? No, actually got caught out because Clicks rotated back. And now Himajin has an opportunity here to really break the game open. They probably saw where that was going here, and the call out has been made. Ryukun's gonna fire, nothing gonna be had with this Ray. The big fight, this could be the fight that determines this entire game. Himajin's gonna jump out, no, not able to. The missiles are gonna be away from the zone. Melon's gonna crash in here. Is there any presence on the zone? Just a few more ticks, Magic.
Ryukun takes out Naegora there. Ryukun takes out Naegora, and Reimaru has to try and drive forward with this armor, but it's not going to be able to manage it. This is going to be Resistance going down to AgoDono, and when it looked like they were so dominant, and suddenly, they were able to clutch it out and get it back.
AgoDono does this all the time, to the point where it was stunning last game where they didn't. And I know Melon at the bottom there of the KA, but really got the quick 2 picks that allowed that situation to really even start to form. And then at that point, there were just so many little fights, and the members of AgoDono being willing to take true 2v1s and trust that their other 2 members could at least stall out the zone against missiles. And because so many of those fights were going on away from the zone, not a lot of the missiles contributed to painting it. There were just so many fights on the side. And of course, that happens when you have a flank that's just perpetual there with Naegora there. But I mean, what an incredible response and execution there at the end. And of course, we're going into game 3 with a set tied 1-1. What would you expect?
Oh, I would expect nothing less. Both of these teams are playing at their peak. I feel it's so apparent in their play. Because at this point, it's not like the sets that we saw back in the first round, where there was a lot of trade-offs. Every time there was a pick, it got snowballed. Like, no, these are bloodbath. These are players making insane plays and streaks that are going on for extended periods of time because they're so good and because they're playing at the height of their power. This is something that you will never see at this level again because these teams are just be able to push them to their limits.
And here we have a map that would never willingly be picked in most North American and European tournaments here. We have, I mean, this is just, oh my god. I cannot remember the name of this map, Magic. I'm gonna be honest. It's been that long. I simply can't remember.
You actually don't remember?
Maybe I'm doing a bit, maybe I'm not.
Schellendorf?
That's the one. It's been that long, man. We just never see this map
We
played.
really don't see it.
And especially
really
on this version of it. There were times here where you would see a double dapple dually here. A double dapple dually because it had the mobility to play around and push onto the other sides, and it had double suction bomb rush. Now, I don't think we'll be seeing that today, and that's certainly an element of a bygone era, but it's such a unique map that plays kind of unlike any other, especially on this. And for these teams, this is, I think, a great opportunity to see if maybe Himajin wants to go and bring out that charger once again. Like, this could be an interesting opportunity, interesting way to work that in. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there are moments in this game where both sides are on the opponent's glass and they're just like, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing over there? We were attacking you.
Oh, you know what else is really good here? A Rapid Blaster.
Don't say it. Don't bring it into existence.
I'm pretty sure that that's why this is the counter pick. I'd be surprised if it wasn't, or at the very least, a splatling like a ballpoint that could do wonders, especially on that glass. Yeah, okay, that one I can at least understand a little bit more. But we're gonna see that on both sides, both from Riukun and from Naegora, they're going with the beacon ones because that's so important to get the quick jumps back in here because it's such a long map. Yeah, look at putting it down. And if they're going to be dancing on this glass, I'm pretty sure all game.
I mean, this is the ballpoint that inspired a generation. This is the first weapon on this player to reach 3K. Naegora gonna give him everything you can handle, but I can't help but smile at the fact that we're gonna get to see this. Meanwhile, it's gonna be an Inkjet getting taken out, and Reimaru is actually the one who was able to deal the finishing blow there onto Riukun. Wait, both of these, time out, they're sharking next to each other and they have no idea!
Wait, but Himajin knew that Clicks was there. Okay. That was so dangerous. But look at how Melon and Reimaru decided to switch to Inkjet weapons because both of them are good here. But I think that Reimaru picked this specifically because they knew the power of his Inkjet. Gonna be able to take down Naegora here is Melon, and it's going to be the zone looking like it's gonna flip. Himajin goes down as well. This is such an interesting decision, right? Because it forces such a different style of play, especially with those Inkjets that are so powerful. And look at how quickly they're able to lock down that top left area 9.
They are. They moved through there very quickly. I believe that was actually a wayward bomb that was able to get that pick. And, I mean, we're seeing Melon's T-Tech. We're seeing Riukun go back to the ballpoint. Like, let it be. This is, of course, the stage that would be the one that would let all the fan favorites come out here. Anything goes. We got a little Star Fox 64 on the top there of the screen. Naegora gonna move back, and it's just enough to displace them to allow their own Inkjet to start to crash through here. They were actually able to pursue there for a delayed 3 down, and they're actually gonna be able to take out Himajin there, so that means they're gonna have a little bit of room to maneuver here, but this has been big push after big push, nothing small.
Right, and that's the difference here, is that all of these teams are going for big picks, big plays, and it's creating a much more fluid dynamic in this gameplay, and it's so much different from what we saw earlier with the Ray battles. Although that could have probably worked here, both of these teams deciding, no, we want to play for these big picks, for the Rains, for the armors and the Inkjets, and look at how well it's displacing the enemy team, because it's still a displacement special at the end of the day. There's 12 ticks left on this timer, but it's looking like there's not enough paint because one ends up going down. Finally, AgoDono ends up cleaning this one back up, and Melon's not going to be able to find Naegora. That one could have been such a huge pick, and Reimaru's going to dodge away as well here, but they're all getting forced into that alleyway, and if they're not careful, they're going to get picked off.
And I mean, that not finding that pick is huge here. If they aren't able to bring this back, that's the moment right there. Because like you said, they did force them all back there, but there was not enough natural follow-up there. They didn't want to dive too deeply on that without armor, without a secondary special to push through here, which means that they were at least able to stabilize and keep their own glass here. Look at at all of this paint being put on zone, everyone painting around here. The armor immediately getting taken off. Needs to find this pick on a Naegora and does finally. That's just enough. And look at this mobility going forward here from Clicks. They're throwing bombs. They're moving back. They can sense the blood is in the water. But here it is. Reimaru has the weapon, has the tool that could pull this back. Immediately going after Riukun, trying to get rid of that paint alongside the bomb rush. Is it going to be enough fight to pick on the Hanjyo? Can they paint it? And they do! Just enough. Getting Riukun out there with the displacement was just enough.
Coming up huge, finding 2, able to turn around and find Melon, to turn back around and find Ryukun, and this is looking like it could be the knockout that Resistance is looking for. It could be the hold. They do have the jumps to the beacons, because that's the perk of the ballpoint on this map, and they have the armor at the ready. Finally, the Inkjet comes online. There's no specials online for Resistance yet. This is looking like it's going to be a cap, and we're still going to be fighting. We're still going to be going here, but can Resistance come up huge? Himajin goes for a flank and doesn't.
Another flank going off here, just a minute left. You start to get the sense now every time one person goes down for any team that's going to be the end of a push. And a zone going down, Click slightly overextending, a great rotation by Reimaru. But look at this now, Melon's going to be the one who tries to attack. Hanjyo getting picked out by Himajin, and it does look like Melon went down as well. So this is it. Once again, they find themselves trying to create a push from scratch, but this time, Reimaru is able to get an early pick, has an Inkjet now, is going to be able to use it whenever they feel like it. And this could be, once again, the tool to break this game open for the full-on lockout. Just a few seconds left.
And look at them going for the primary target in Ryukun so that Naegora doesn't have to be contested on the glass. They end up finding one. Naegora able to find one on the glass. There's not enough paint to keep the zone from going in. The armor comes online and Resistance clutches this one out on their counter pick. And that was... Oh, I'm in heaven right now, Nine. I am in heaven. This is bringing back so many good memories.
And Naegora's survivability was unreal that set. Every single time it felt like they put an attack on Naegora, whether it was their armored Ryukun or they would put Melon to attack him there, he was just able to survive just long enough. And I mean, that honestly felt like the difference. I mean, Ryukun wasn't necessarily going down a ton, but certainly that was the primary target, as you said, and they were able to make him almost ineffectual there on his weapon. That is his weapon.
Yeah, that is his weapon.
And yet, it was not enough over the course of the set. You saw both teams, their typical kind of frontliners that were moving in, could get one pick, and that was it. You would see one move in, they would get pounced upon, and if they tried to overextend to make it a deeper push or a fuller hold, there just wasn't enough room. And that's why these teams can be so tepid at times, not wanting to push in and really take the big holds, because that's all it takes. I'm not kidding when I said every single time one person went down on one side, I was like, okay, that's a zone flip. That's it. Like, because there just wasn't enough. Like,
the paint is so prevalent.
Well, and even more than just the paint, like, if one person went down, you knew that meant somebody was going to be free to attack the other ballpoint. As soon as the other ballpoint had to move away, there was one person down, and one of your main paint bots that just wasn't going to be able to paint anymore, that was a zone cap. Then you knew that you would have a couple frontliners who'd probably be fighting it out. They should ideally get away because they would probably be in a 2v1 at that spot. And then if that wasn't enough, you would have one of the Inkjet users for good measure just go in and try to secure a deeper push. The difference that time, Naegora just wasn't dying. Just stayed alive, rotated around wherever needed to, and was always a presence on the zone. And I mean, Reimaru, to go with the L3D in that scenario and that burst bomb seemed like omnipresent around any relevant fight.
And I really think that, like, you know, people always talk about, oh, lethal bombs are so important, but burst bombs are almost more important. In my honest opinion, and from what we've been seeing throughout this entire tournament, the burst bombs from the C-Jets, from the splashes, from the L3s are so good at finding those last few chip damage points, finding those early openings, that it can paint a lot too. And so because of that, like, there's just so much versatility around the burst bomb that it's putting out so much pressure just by being there, just by the threat of you getting pegged. I love everything about their strategy. I love everything about Resistance's strategy right now.
All right, here we are. And now we move to just an insano map. Like, it doesn't matter what mode you play on, Black Belly always produces crazy moments. And if you're Melon, this is going to be such a fun map for you to play on. It's going to be a playground of maneuverability, attacking, you're going to see probably at least one member here. I wouldn't be surprised if both of the traditional support players switched over to Tri-Slosher. And, I mean, this is really going to be, again, Naegora, what weapon are you going to go here? I mean, I would assume probably custom jet, but I also would have assumed you would have gone custom jet on the Reef. And yet, it's not. I mean, if you have that weapon, it's going to be so difficult to get rid of if it's able to get set on top mid, that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, but God, I really want a game 5, man. Not to be biased at all. Is it biased if you just want a full set? Like, is that really biased for a team or against a team?
I don't think so.
Nonetheless, Resistance on tournament point here. Can they get this victory over our top-seeded AgoDono? Both of these teams, multi-time Area Cup champions. Will Resistance be able to push it through, or do Melon and the rest of the squad have one more answer? Naegora, this wasn't on the roster! Sorry, timeout. A Nautilus here? We had 5 weapons listed for this guy, and this wasn't one of them.
All right, so that entire narrative surrounding like nobody in the JP plays Nautilus and that it's really not that good and that it can be found out, especially when a splash rushes you down and you just pick it off anyways because you're just that good, because Naegora is just that good. Look at the opening, and now everyone's falling back on the side of AgoDono. Hello?
What a statement at the start. You've got your counter pick, and I mean, let's be clear here. This weapon is going to be able to eat against this short-range composition here. It's going to be very, very difficult to challenge. We saw Scar earlier was really only running into issues because of the range that MGR had in that set. Here, that's not going to be an issue at all. They are able to take the zone to at least stabilize a little bit, and it does look like they took out one player at the cost of one of their own here. But this is going to be very tricky to deal with. And Melon, even Melon not able to get away.
And that was Himajin being like such a knower. Himajin was a knower right there because he knew that somebody was about to flank him. He knew that he had just gotten done with Ray. He knew that he was painting the zone, that there was an opening in pipe, and so he moved forward and turned around and got Melon right at that moment. That was insane. Naegora going down here though. Clicks is going to be on this Tri-Slosher once again that we saw earlier, and this is going to be their chance at the very least to make something happen. They're 2 down.
Yeah, maneuvering in, and this is the spot where we saw Pineapple in the set earlier get stuck oftentimes against this team here. Just because the Tri-Slosher strong here, it's not so easy to find your spots when the opponent knows what you're doing. And Reimaru once again clearing it out here. Burst bombs all around here, and some very scathing blows so far here. Melon gonna go ahead and fight and trade actually with Himajin. And what an incredible boon to have Himajin, your frontliner, who can switch back to a true backline and allow Naegora to play what is truly meant to be a counterpick weapon on this. And now how are you supposed to deal with this weapon here over on this side? Yeah, turn back around. You come down half life. Sorry. Nah, not even you, Melon. Another person sitting down. Nah, get out of there. Come deal with it. Try it again, kids. Try it again.
You can run around on this grating so that you can transfer over. Naegora is so good at finding these crazy spots that are so hard to deal with, and because of that is able to take over the game. And look at how these point sensors are going to make it really easy for when Himajin gets that ray to pick them off. Finally, it looks like one goes down on the side of Resistance. This is AgoDono's chance, and can they clear this Nautilus? Even though it's a perfect spot to get jumps back in, even though it's a perfect range to find these crazy picks, there's going to be burst bombs, but it don't matter because there's a baller there. Naegora is still alive!
Naegora's been playing the same game for a minute now. Over there, getting picks on clicks, then moving up, find another pick, rotate back. The only saving grace for them is Blackbelly Skate Park, man. Riukun has just been painting their zone right now, which is why even though they've technically been, I would say, losing this game for the better part of the entirety of it, they really haven't given up all that many points, and they certainly haven't lost it just yet. But Melon's having a really difficult time getting into the map here, and look at this, they finally managed to push them back, but the collapse isn't quite there yet here. This Ray's gonna have a really hard time finding anything, and Himajin immediately ready with the counter Ray. A huge Ray pick there from Riukun is going to allow them to move forward, needs to find the pick onto Reimaru, and is able to through the armor. They're gonna be able to paint here, but they need to start the scoring now. Just 90 seconds left, and who else? Who else would flank? Naegora once again.
Finally gets cleared. Naegora won a huge trade, a huge fight over there against Melon to find that spot once again. And although it ended up working wonders and it kept the zone for Resistance, they tried to just cash out flank, get a trade, tried to get something, but it wasn't able to do it. AgoDono finally back in control of the zone, and I believe that is another player going down. They're gonna have these specials online at the very least for Naegora to maybe get a little bit more pressure. And of course, why else would you put Naegora there to just stay there, even when it's an isolated target, to just find picks every which way?
I mean, now Haruto is going to be the one here flanking, and this is such a difficult weapon to deal with on the flank here. That's going to be one hit already, and Haruto is not going to be able to do it, and they're going to give up the zone, but you see nobody's gone down here on resistance. As I said, Naegora finally going down. I don't even think he was able to fire at Melon. I think Melon just fired there knowing that it was finally going to happen. All the while, though, Haruto's going to be able to crash in, and they're not going to be able to create a sustained push. One of those burst bombs hit directly. He needs to be careful. He might be able to find a pick. Thank goodness the armor has come out, but the Ray is going to make it difficult, too. All the while, another two members have gone down here, and it's just because they've continued to rotate flanks with just 13 seconds left, Magic.
I don't know if they have the sustained power to not only keep Naegora from running a train, but to also keep everyone down. But a stray bomb, suction bomb, hanging on the ledge is able to clip Naegora, and that's huge. Reimaru is trying to find a way through, but Riukun and Himajin trade rays, and they're gonna have to just give them up. There's no picks coming out from these rays. The bomb rush is coming in from resistance. Himajin trying to keep Riukun away. One goes down! Naegora comes in! And that's gonna be resistance! Finding the picks that they need and taking the championship for resistance!
An unbelievable end. AgoDono, as they've so often done, entering the overtime period with control, with a great opportunity, the timely raise, but above all else, Naegora with the very last game counterpick, a weapon that, admittedly, I haven't watched every game, but again, it wasn't on our list, and yet, I keep saying, and yet, they continue to find new ways to surprise us at the very end, and every single time something got started up for AgoDono. Melon got a pick. Riukun used that ray to make an opening. Somebody was taken out by Naegora, always on that side. And then finally, when Naegora was not there, they were able to rotate over another attacker. And then finally, when that attacker had been dealt with, who else but Naegora to jump in and secure the victory as Resistance is your Splat World Championship winner.
I feel like we just watched the game evolve like 5 stages, right? Like the sets that we were seeing at the beginning of the day compared to the set that we just watched are just miles apart. And that's in probably the 8 best teams in the world right now playing against each other, and we just watched it evolved 5 times.
We wanted a game 5, but to see that counterpick, and a full team counterpick, mind you, again, I want to reiterate, Himajin is a 3k XP frontliner. That's not to say that that's all that can be played, but with the tournament there for the taking, to be able to switch over to a custom jet, to allow your traditional backline main, a backline flex, to then go over to a Nautilus, and for that Nautilus to control the pace of the entire game. Again, it is execution, it's displacement, it's all of these things. But to have set play, to have comps for specific maps that you feel cannot be beaten, we saw it in their first set when they were able to do it on Camp Triggerfish. And here we are, the last game they played, no different from the first. They had a comp, they had a strategy, and they were able to thrust aside even the best that AgoDono could throw at them.
And this is a pickup. This is a pickup, and they were running set plays. They were running compositions that they could very clearly planned out, at the very least thought up in the 90 seconds beforehand, that they were able to come up with a strategy, a winning strategy against the best teams in the world every single time. V-Squeezer, V-Knots, V-Ballpoints, and everything in between. They were able to say, all right, I see the strengths and weaknesses here. This is why I'm going to play it. This is what I'm going to do. And we're going to clear them out. And almost every time it worked.
I mean, if this isn't the send-off that you wanted for this game, I mean, if this doesn't burgeon your hopes for what Splatoon 3 can bring and how exciting this game, a game that many people feel has been solved, has reached the end of its life cycle. This is what it can still bring when you get these top teams together and push them to their limits. It's still so enjoyable. It's still so fun. This is what we love, man. We all fell in love with this game for one reason or another, but it always comes back to what teams and players are capable of when their best is required of them. And I mean, Magic, I could not have asked for a better partner here. You match the energy of this every single time. It's, you know, one of the big reasons I have so much respect for what you've been building as a commentator. And I mean, thank you so much for enjoying these sets with me.
Thank you for having, like, I cannot express my gratitude in the time that we have here for bringing me on and for allowing me to scream at the top of my lungs during these sets. And thank you so much, Nine, for all you've done throughout this community, for as long as you've been a part of it, as long as you've been a pillar in it. And I'm sure everyone here can attribute at least starting to get into Splatoon and enjoying competitive sets because of you. So, thank you.
So, just as I have been going crazy about this, the fun is not over yet, Magic, because Tic Tac has just DM'd me and informed me that we get 3 questions for the winning team, and he is going to translate it live here.
Wow, okay.
So,
goodness gracious.
Think about that as I start crossing some wires here on the back end. I mean, yeah, kind of talk through this live, man. What in the world are we gonna ask these teams?
Oh my goodness, I'm not prepared for that. Good question. I guess one of the main questions that I have is why do you play Splatoon? No. How do you manage to come up with everything every time? Right? Like how? Like. At what point did they really start saying that they were pushing themselves to the limit? I think is a very big deal. Every time that they looked like they were going to go south, how do they keep their cool? How do they manage to actually clutch out each situation?
So I'm gonna be
so many questions
here. Unfortunately, I am gonna have to type these over to Tic Tac. So let's start with how do you keep your cool? I think that's a very valid question. How do you keep your cool in the intense moments? Let's see. Question number 2.
I have a good one, actually.
Go for it.
What are their practice routines / how often do they review their games? Because that is fascinating to me, because, like, you know, I feel like it's good to get that from the best team in the world. What do they actively do? Right?
Should we ask if they feel that... I would love to get a question in here about pickup culture, right? And pickup teams, but I'm not entirely sure how I want to phrase it. Should I just ask what do they feel the advantages of pickup teams are?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I'm going to phrase it. So question 3, what do you feel the advantages of pickup teams are as opposed to static teams? Okay, there we go.
All right, so Tic Tac is going to be translating that and sending it back to us?
Yeah, Tic Tac will be translating that and sending it back to us. And as he's doing that here, just to buy a little time here for Tic Tac, who will be coming in and answering these questions, I want to, again, just run through all of the teams today and fully recognize them here. I'm going to be going in order of just their seeds here. This is not necessarily the way they finished. A lot of our teams technically tied. So, you know, that's just the way we're going to do it. So, team number 8, of course, is North America's own Starburst. So, congratulations again to Starburst for their incredible performance here today. Ice, Biscuit, Bagel, and Bran. I mean, to say that they were 1 or 2 mistakes away from potentially winning a set against the tournament victor is not an exaggeration. And, you know, I hate cliches as much as the next person, but I mean, really, that Rainmaker game that they played where Himajin clutched it twice. Like, games do not get closer than that in top-level Splatoon. But here they were. That's what it took. And, of course, they got their victory over Boukenvillia. In 7th, or I guess our 7th seed, we had Alliance Rogue, who put up a great fight against MGR here. Europe's Great Hope, of course, showed that they are still capable of battling it out against the very best. And I'm very much looking forward to what they're going to be able to bring here to Splatoon 3 and the rest of Splatoon 2's life cycle. And then, of course, the team that's got here by way of Turf War here, Miracote, Magic, if you want to give some thanks to our players.
I thank you so much to everyone that made this such an enjoyable tournament, because every single game was enjoyable. Every single game had its moments of intensity and hype and craziness, because a lot of these moments were just absolutely crazy. I am so hopeful for the state of this game because of the wonderful players that we have, always pushing each other and always pushing to compete at the highest level.
Our number 5 seeded team, we had Boukenvillia here, who did go down to Starburst, which we, later identified is not bad at all here. Another very strong team. Riruri-ru living up to the billing there with huge plays that opened up both games. Of course, another incredibly strong team with some unique and interesting compositions on some very unique and polarizing maps here. They put up a great fight, and of course, all of these players are just going to be present here in Splatoon 3 and giving their best for the run back.
Wonderful stuff from them as well. Again, living legends, literally, and for good reason. I'm at a loss for words. I wish that we could have seen more of them.
Oh yeah.
And it's really unfortunate that we didn't get to see much of them, although, I got to see more Starburst playing against Japanese teams. So,
very selfishly, we were quite happy to see more Starburst, but I mean, that's that's how it goes, man. In all of the many cliches that are spouted, I think my favorite one is competition sucks, because, man, there's only one winner, and it's just such a cutthroat spot to be. We wanted to see all of these teams compete for more and more time, but unfortunately, that's how it goes. We follow rules around here, unlike this next team, Anarchy. Congratulations to Anarchy, our only team here from the Japanese side that is a true team that is stuck together here. Again, you talk about living legends here. Some of the very best champions of their weapons in the world, Rusu, Hidagi, Pineapple, and Dynamon here. You know that as soon as Splatoon 3 comes out, they're gonna all be looking for the next new weapon that they can pilot at a high level here. I'm sure the Range Blaster mains of the world are very hopeful that their weapon will be, as strong as it was in Splatoon 1 at a minimum. I don't know, I've seen some pretty ambitious wishes, but congratulations again to Anarchy for qualifying here. And we look forward to seeing what they'll bring here in the future, as we know they will.
Oh, 100%. These players have not gone anywhere, and these players will not go anywhere. All of them are wonderful, and they ended up getting a crazy 2 games against AgoDono, and that's all we saw. But AgoDono ended up going the distance, right? So these players are still the stuff, but we just didn't get to see them today.
Oh yeah, and that's the. They certainly, players of this caliber certainly don't need any props from us on their gameplay here to make them feel better. But, it really does go without saying here. We would have loved to see a bunch of best of 9s of all of these teams to see what they're capable of. Our next team we're recognizing here, MGR, who put out just an incredible showing against AR and then gave the members of AgoDono all they could handle as well. Such a wonderful fight that they were able to bring. Yozora, Mocchi, Naruta, and Kurokuro as well. Mocchi, one of the mainstays of the shooter class, has been for a long time, and Yozora, one of the only full foil squeezer mains here, was able to show why that weapon is still really strong, and I'm not sure why we dropped it, but it is very difficult to pilot at a high level. You wouldn't know it by watching Yozora. Those duels with Melon were absolutely legendary.
Every single time, it seemed like they were just getting the craziest picks, the craziest plays, and it's because of the ability of that weapon to create those openings, but it's also just because you need the insane technical skill that it has a very high skill floor and then a higher skill ceiling, right, to pilot that weapon. Very impressive stuff, but even Mocchi had their moments. Naruta, Kurokuro, all incredible players.
We'll go now to our second place team here, the silver medal, AgoDono here. This was the presumptive top seed coming into today. 2 incredible victories in Area Cup. And boy, oh boy, they gave us a set to remember here at the end. Melon, nobody is, well, okay, I guess I shouldn't speak too soon, but I would wager nobody is going to be able to take the title of top solo queue XP away. Melon absolutely showed why he is so feared here, why he has turned every team and everything he has touched into gold. And this guy's still young. He has room to grow. He will only improve as Splatoon 3 comes along here. And, I mean, Melon just doesn't stop. It's not to say he can't be beaten, but he's gonna get his moments. Riukun, of course, a legendary player here who is as storied as the game itself. Similarly, Hanjyo and Clicks. Just looking at this roster, it's stunning that they can even be beaten here. But what a great showing by these 4 legends.
For real. Every single time that Melon ended up coming up huge, we were screaming and ranting and raving because it was just the most impressive thing in the world. Riukun had the most slippery jet sculpture I think I've ever seen, and that's a statement because I've seen a lot of ratty jet sculptures in the past month, in the past year. And Hanjyo and Clicks were the impressive supports towards those mainstays of the team. Incredible stuff, and great players in their own right.
All right, and finally, we've talked about them over and over and over again. And yet, you can't seem to say enough. About our champions for today, congratulations to Resistance with their victory. First place in Area Cup 63, first place in Area Cup 64, second place in Area Cup 65, and now quite a trophy to put on their mantle, the champions of Splat World Championship. And I mean, the XPs speak for themselves, right? 3K for 3 different players, and Haruto with 1 more good session of solo queue probably could have joined them. But the real story here is the flexibility. The unbelievable flexibility at the top level. We've commentated so many sets, Magic, where you'll see these strong teams and they will go with, well, okay, here's our 4 weapons. We'll, like in the case of, I don't know, like a crazy zany map, we'll go ahead and make the change. That wasn't the case for these teams. They were making the changes on Reef. They were making the changes on Blackbelly Skate Park. I guess some people may consider those really crazy maps, and certainly they have their moments of pandemonium, but to be able to have these totally custom-built compositions that you can pull out at any time, to have players who can flex over to it, and the players who don't flex stick with their strategy. I mean, even Reimaru played 2 weapons that are very nuanced and have very different roles, playing K-Shot at times, and then switching over to the L3D when necessary.
Right.
It's flexibility all up and down this composition. They were able to go tit for tat with AgoDono and outplan them at every turn.
And I really do feel like that's the separator, is the planning and the amount of flexibility. And I really do feel like in the West, the sense of adaptability and the ability to just take whatever comes at you and formulate a plan, even if it's just in 90 seconds, but being able to work with what's around you to adapt is not as valued as I think it should be. And this team makes such a huge case for that. And being able to pick up any weapon, being able to play any map to perfection.
Well, it's not easy. Like, we can call for it and say it should happen more often than not, but it's, you know, easier said than done.
Well, yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and hop into the call that's currently existing here. I'm going to try to pump the audio as loud as I can, and we'll see if we can listen in to Tic-Tac's translations.
はしないかな。なるほど。 あんまめちゃくちゃ考えてスプラトゥーンをやれてないから俺。
感覚がいいぐらい
結構感覚でやってるとこあるから、あれですね、結構見返したりはちょっとあんまりないかもね、自分は。人によってで違うのかな。
ありがとうございます。
はい。
で、最後の質問なんだけど、海外は基本的に固定チームが多いんだけど、その日本はやっぱり固定は少ないので、なんか日本のまあ上位勢からしてそういう固定と固定じゃないところのどういうところが有利なのか、どういうところが不利なのか、まあ気になってました。
この辺は誰かちょっと答えて、俺わからない。ハルトとかヒマジンとか答えてください。
不利のところいいですか？不利のところいいですかね。
固定で
はい、自分が思うにはやっぱ固定チームはまあメンバーが、まあ、ちゃんと4人固まってるんで、まあそれ一人一人の持ち武器がやっぱ回をですね、数を重ねるごとにやっぱバレるんですよね。
はい。
でそれでまあ、練習の相手の時が大会で相手になった時に、練習の時はその相手にめちゃくちゃ勝ってたけど、大会の時に逆にいつもの編成を対策されて、まあ、負けちゃうっていうことも、まあ、自分も結構あったんで、固定チームはもっと多いと思うんですよ。なんでそれまあ練習は絶対大事だと思うんですけど、やっぱ持ち替え、まあ、固定チームでずっとやるんだったらやっぱ持ち替えで相手がなんか自分たちはこういう編成にするよっていう予測を立てづらくさせるために、まあ、持ち武器の幅はちゃんと広く持ってた方がいいと思います。
あ、了解です。ありがとうございます。
誰か有利
メリット
ハルトかヒマジン、ハルトとヒマジンどっちか。
普通にチーム内でなんかそのチームの勝ち方みたいなのを共有できるから、なんかこういう状況だったらこう動くみたいな。あとは単純にチームワークが強い。
ああ、なるほど。
確かに、まあ、エンガーと B バースの自分の動きも、まあ、今回前もやってたんで、もう何も言わずみんな承諾してくれましてそんなとこが結構いい
固定のメリットですかね。そういう動きを分かってるっていうの。
お互いが分かってるからこそ報告の質が上がるってことですね。余計な報告がなくなって。
あると思います、本当に。
ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。
では、まあ、運営から以上やけど、個人的に自分一つ聞いていいですか？
はい。
今日当たったスターバーストさんって結構強かったですか？全然なんか
強い。
いや、強かった。
特にアイスさんのハイプレがやばかったですね。
やっぱそうなんだ。
ハイプレめちゃくちゃうまくてびっくりしましたね。
前線も普通に
前線も普通に良かったし、特に俺はもうアイスさんのハイプレ
も結構良かったと思う。
結構めちゃくちゃ強いと思います、マジで。
ありがとうございます。
はい。
では質問は以上で失礼します。
はい、レイさんありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ということで、レジスタンスの皆様、本当に長い時間ありがとうございました。改めて、世界一本当におめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございました。
これからの活動、ご活躍も応援しております。頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。はい、失礼いたします。
Alright, Tic Tac, can you hear us okay?
Yes,
はい、
yes,
という
yes,
こ
I
と
can.
で、お疲れ様でした。
Alright.
Can you guys hear me?
I can indeed. I had to rewire something on my end, but alright.
Okay.
Thank you so much, first of all. Have you slept yet? I have to ask. I have to expose you.
No, it's only I did take a little nap. I slept like solid 4 hours. We're good.
Okay, so we got about the same amount of sleep then. That's not too shabby. Not too shabby. All right, so thank you for joining us. Thank you for all the work that you've done in this event. But spill the goods, man.
Thank you.
What did they say? What was the general sentiment like? Spill it.
Okay, so the first one was how do you keep cool in the intense moments? They were first they off with like, yeah, we don't keep our cool, but they did say that one way they do keep cool is by calling out to each other, just making sure that you all are on the same page during a match. So ultimately the answer is call outs, experience, and just making sure your teammates are doing the right thing. So
Huh, gotcha.
yeah.
That's good to know that. Hey, you know what, Magic? We're not so different from them after all. We don't keep our cool
you know?
either.
Right, exactly. Everyone's streaming.
But yeah. And then for the second question, the practice routines and how often they review their games. For them, it was the usual. They scrim a lot. They play a lot. They just, play the game a lot. And one thing they have over there in Japan that we in the West definitely do not have is the ability to have scrims on the same level. So in Japan, there's multiple 2900, XP 3000, and 2800 above teams that are instantly available to scrim on the fly. And also they have solo queue, which is a lot more better over there with the matchmaking, just due to how the population is a lot larger. But they did say that they just play the game a lot in order to improve. And one thing about whether they review their game is that a lot of them say that they actually do go back and review all of their losses, except for one player. I'm sorry, I forget who off the top of my head, but they did say that they definitely do VOD review. They try to find out the reason why they lost, and they always look back on their mistakes.
Huh.
Well, there you go, everybody. If the best Japanese players are not immune from VOD reviewing, then neither are you. Hit the books, everybody. You heard it here.
Yeah, I definitely did bring that up and how the West people just like to scrim but never VOD review. So in Japan, the top players, they always VOD review, guys. They always look back, get those capture cards exactly. But and then the third question, the advantages of pickup teams opposed to static teams. So this one was interesting in Japan, where there's like a lot more pickups in the top level. All the players were talking about how the disadvantage of being in a static team is that people know your comps. People know what weapons you play. People know exactly how to counter you. So players said that even though they were winning in scrims, the moment it became a tournament, their comp got countered, and then they ended up losing in the tournament. So one thing they did say to me was that even if you are in a team of 4, make sure that you are flexible. Make sure that you're able to play different weapons. As you can see from players like Naegora, who flex like multiple different weapons, just make sure that they won't be able to go into the match knowing what your plan is. And that was the disadvantage of being in a static team.
It's it's so like wild to think that like such a fundamental thing of like, well, if you don't play with a team, people don't know what you're gonna do. Like that almost seems like a foregone duh, but like for that to be one of the big reasons is such a, I don't know, it's one of those things where like sometimes the answer isn't as nuanced as we try to make it out to be. And I mean, yeah, that was the thing that Magic and I kept calling out about Resistance is they always had like a comp answer for a different map. And it's like, we've seen so many sets, even like strong Japanese teams, because I've watched a lot of them where you'll see like kind of the same general comps, like maybe one change where like one shooter goes to a different shooter, but like the same general comps over the course of like a full set. And yet Resistance had entirely swinging comp changes. And that I thought was really unique, even amongst really strong Japanese teams.
Yeah, and definitely like these top players, they are, I'm kind of switching to the commentator role, my bad. But players like Naegora have reached 29,000 with all Splat wings. They are constantly picking up different weapons. I was honestly surprised at how good Naegora's rapid was today. I was shocked when he just ran forward and just directed.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I was just gonna say go ahead.
Oh, that was definitely what they did try to say about being on a static team. It's very easy to get countered because everybody knows your plays. Everybody knows what comp you run. So just try not to fall into the trap of only having the same weapons every game.
Man, that's an entire generation of rapid pros are like now going to start using the weapon again and picking it back up because of what Naegora was able to do against the best competition that can be found. So,
yeah.
Were there any other kind of like jewels of wisdom? I know we weren't the only group that got to ask questions, so like anything else that you have, I'd love to hear.
They actually did give a benefit of being on a static team. So they did say that you will become a lot more efficient, which of course you learn your teammates, you know what mistakes they do, you know what you don't need to call out to each other. So they did say that is the strength of being on a static team. So I think the ultimate team would be to have a static team of 4 people that can play every weapon. But you know, not everybody can do that.
That's quite an ask. A static team of 4 that can play every weapon. Also at a 2900 level, if you must, 3K preferred.
Exactly. But what else they were talking about, I will be very honest. I may not have the best memory, but I will say they were talking about how like people like Naegora was focusing on like just in Japan they have a concept called heitogai, so you just buy attention basically. You have them focus on you, you bait them to you, and then you instantly punish the moment they overextend. And that is one thing that they were all focusing on. And that is a concept that we all should learn. Oh yeah, I also did add a personal question myself. I did ask how they thought of Starburst strength personally. And they all did compliment Starburst. They all said that they were definitely strong enough to like compete in Japanese tournaments. They all had huge compliments for Ice too. So yeah, I'm a lot more confident in the West's ability to compete against Japan.
Wow,
that's such a 180. That like right like 4-ish years ago, maybe even 3 years ago, like that wasn't the case. But that's really cool to hear now.
I forget that 4 weeks ago. Tic Tac, I can't believe you've dropped your. This is your thing, man. This was your last mantle that you clung to here. I know you've always thought highly of the way that like FT1 and Starburst in particular were able to battle against these teams, but. I mean, it is true though. I will say, like, if Himajin doesn't pull the most unbelievably ridiculous play I think I've ever seen.
Heartbreaking.
That's a 2-2 set right there.
Yeah, it was. And the counter pick would have gone the other way too.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Well, Tic Tac, if there's nothing else that you'd like to add here, I mean, we need to give... This tournament doesn't happen without Tic Tac, everybody. And I know it's, like, easy to just say that from, like, a distance, but behind the scenes, this is a very, very ambitious and difficult project to do, and it does not happen without specifically this handsome dude that's in the commentary room with us. Tic Tac, thank you so much for all that you were able to do in making this happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, everything. But I just want to clarify one thing. I don't know what happened with the Starburst team card, but Bagel was a Splatling one trick, so we're all good.
That's okay. We saw all of the the custom blaster games that Biscuit brought out too, so it's okay.
Exactly.
We all knew what we were gonna get. Listen, I guarantee almost everybody just chalked it up as Starburst being Starburst, just having a good time with it. So
the cute dog icon, you gotta forgive it.
Exactly.
Well,
but yeah.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Tic Tac, or are you gonna finally sleep?
Yeah, I shall finally disappear. Farewell, my friends.
All right.
And thank you again.
Have a good slumber, Tic Tac.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, see you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Tic Tac has now left the room, which means, Magic, it's just you and I, and I'm gonna turn the floor over to you, sir. Anything that you would like to say, anything that you would like to promote here? I imagine most of the viewers have probably headed off, but I mean, you have earned the podium here today. Take it away.
I could do 100 different things.
We'll limit it to less than 100.
I could do the meme thing and say follow me on TikTok, but I'm not going to do that.
You just
did. I'm going to say follow IPL. Everyone here should follow IPL if you haven't already. IPL is doing wonderful work. We've been doing a lot in the back end in terms of promotion, in terms of giving you a lot of really good events coming up shortly in Riptide and another one that has, not been announced. And they're doing wonderful work. So please go support them. I do believe that they are the future of the scene. Thank you for everything that IPL has done for me.
Well, there you go. Gracious and humble as always. I would expect nothing less, Magic, and I meant it when I said that your energy was much appreciated today. You brought so much genuine enthusiasm for the game, and there are many, many folks who can analyze the game but aren't able to bring energy and excitement to the occasion. You brought that and more, and this was one of the most exciting tournaments of Splatoon I've ever watched in terms of the level of play. So seriously, man, thank you so much for joining me for this and for, you know, matching it step for step.
Thank you so much for having me again, and it has been nothing but an honor.
Well, folks, we woke up at 3:30 today to do this, so I too am finally winding down here, but I want to thank everybody for watching the Splat World Championship. Congratulations again to Resistance, and if I may stand on my own soapbox here, what a great way for us to look forward into Splatoon 3. We had incredible sets at the end of Splatoon 1 to look forward to Splatoon 2, and I hope this is a reminder that with the right teams, the right competition, and the right stakes, this game can be every bit as exciting as we had hoped here. I can't wait to see what the future of the game is, the next legends who will bring us incredible sets, and of course, the future of the international community. When our giants collide, we get great sets. Thank you so much again, everybody, for joining us today. My name is Nine Whole Grains, and until next time, everybody, stay fresh.